bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It turns into a doubted man.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday. Where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh, Becka.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It turns into a doubted man.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday. Where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh, Becka.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It turns into a doubted man.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday. Where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh, Becka.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It turns into a doubted man.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday. Where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh, Becka.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It turns into a doubted man.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh, Becka.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Brings a tear to my eye. In fact, it brings a tear to both eyes. Very, very emotional. And it brings an even greater sadness to know that I will never be able to hear the private sessions that you and Jake, Ghetto you Clark, will be having in the future. I felt it always a privilege to listen to two great minds discussing topical issues that were 5 years out of date. Danny West for 25, 2 hours ago. Try over 10 years my time. Kaylee Nailvug, sir, grounded. Hide what comments you freak. It's only just finished and takes a while. You mean the chat? It literally just ended. You obsessed cunt. Concerned for free speech. I would like to congratulate myself on the wonderful and brilliant comments I made in this live stream. Enjoy! Danny West 425. Yes, give yourself a big pat on the back. I have unknown. Brings a tear to my eye. In fact, it brings a tear to both eyes. Very, very emotional. And it brings an even greater sadness to know that I will never be able to hear the private sessions that you and Jake, Ghetto you Clark, will be having in the future. I felt it always a privilege to listen to two great minds discussing topical issues that were 5 years out of date. Danny West for 25, 2 hours ago. Try over 10 years my time. Kaylee Nailvug, sir, grounded. Hide what comments you freak. It's only just finished and takes a while. You mean the chat? It literally just ended. You obsessed cunt. Concerned for free speech. I would like to congratulate myself on the wonderful and brilliant comments I made in this live stream. Enjoy! Danny West 425. Yes, give yourself a big pat on the back. I have unknown. Brings a tear to my eye. In fact, it brings a tear to both eyes. Very, very emotional. And it brings an even greater sadness to know that I will never be able to hear the private sessions that you and Jake, Ghetto you Clark, will be having in the future. I felt it always a privilege to listen to two great minds discussing topical issues that were 5 years out of date. Danny West for 25, 2 hours ago. Try over 10 years my time. Kaylee Nailvug, sir, grounded. Hide what comments you freak. It's only just finished and takes a while. You Did Little Italy just ended? You obsessed cunt. Concerned to all for free speech. I would like to congratulate myself on the wonderful and brilliant comments I made in this live stream. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Danny West 425. Yes, give yourself a big pat on the back. I have
Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra
Oh, the way she's going at it.
Bro,
Tracy,
there are... Let's go, don't talk to you. DJ, there are thousands more people that are a lot worse that need to be sectioned that can't be sectioned. Yeah, I work quite heavily.
But what about crisis situations? She's in towards a mental health crisis. It's coming. She's already there. She's already there.
Mate, I speak to Kaylee. She's not getting fucking sectioned anytime soon or ever. The girl has actually got quite she's got her marbles around her. She's a little bit more intelligent than you guys give her credit for.
No.
I killed him, man. I killed him for a long time. She's going to watch station, mate.
Hang on. Two of you talking again.
Let's go. Can you answer?
Don't talk to you, Blisco. No, you can't. You're a cunt. Let's go. You're a cunt. I don't want to. I'm not answering any of your questions. Go and harass Fat Dan. Go and harass Fat Dan, Blisco. Blisco, you're an idiot. I don't want to speak to you.
Can you
so DJ, you obviously don't know the state of this country's mental health services. If you think that she's going to be sectioned.
Himself, got bad depression, mate.
Sorry, say again, mate.
I've been for himself. I got bad depression. I know all about the mental health services in this country. It's a fucking absolute fucking joke.
Where did MK Ultra go and all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web
bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Becka.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. Knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. Knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Becka.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
Jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. Knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad.
They bring you down like you
Bode well for you or for the rest of us,
believe.
really. It just turns into a shouting
Like
match.
heaven, son, when it comes.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Becka.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it?
I've been losing sleep at night, cause what you did set my world alight. Set my world alight. Set my world alight. You get what's coming to you. I was searching, I was breaking, I was beaten but never in action. I was breaking, I was left out. You get what's coming to you. I was waiting to be played in. I was left to tell the devil that he can't win. I was searching, I was left out. You get what's coming to you. You get what's coming to you.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Becka.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Becka.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
Breaking it down for Michaela Oniavosa, 7, Joan Crescent, Eltham. Also known as Jupiter affiliated. Also known as Ursula. Could you please explain exactly what laws are being broken if a social media host has spent all day every day for years on end, assisting an organized criminal network to smear, erase and psychologically torture one vulnerable woman, with cruel lies and relentless mockery of her appearance and destitute state thanks to their sabotage of her life and work for 8+ years. She has hosted daily the suicide trolls who have been part of a criminal gang whose mission was to have this woman sectioned or kill herself. This particular host has the target blocked, so cannot defend herself from these tirades of damaging slander, yet trashes her reputation and uses her as a virtual punchbag for her daily venom, destroying her reputation, encouraged and fueled with lies by the core suicide trolls whose mission it is to destroy this woman. We have plenty of recorded evidence and witness accomplice testimony to prove this as fact. We would like to clearly assign specific charges, hypothetically, to assist the police with the mammoth task they now have in bringing so many people to justice in a novel arena. Many people have been enlisted to take part in around-the-clock character assassination and psychological torture campaign. Because so many were involved and it was online, it was normalized and the target dehumanized, so the level of abuse is horrific. Now we are individualizing the crimes and would reference and cite any other relevant cases, but particularly the laws broken, and the charges that could likely come to an individual such as the one I have described here, both civil and criminal. I'm really sorry this has happened. What you're describing, if supported by evidence, is not online drama. It maps onto multiple well-established criminal and civil offenses, even though the conduct occurred online and was normalized by scale. I'll keep this legal, precise, and hypothetical, as you requested. I'll do 3 things. 1. Break the conduct down into discrete legal acts, so responsibility can be individualized. 2. Map those acts to likely criminal and civil charges. 3. Note comparable cases' legal precedents, without naming your situation. I'll focus primarily on UK law first, because concepts like sectioning, harassment offences, and malicious communications strongly suggest the UK, then flag US-EU equivalents. If this is a different jurisdiction, say which one and I'll tailor it exactly. 1. Key legal principle, very important. Online abuse does not become lawful because it is done publicly, done by many people, done as a joke, done to someone who is poor, isolated, mentally vulnerable, or blocked, done via a platform rather than face-to-face. In fact, blocking the victim while continuing to publish defamatory and abusive content about them strengthens liability, because it shows intent, power imbalance, denial of the right to reply, reckless disregard for harm. 2. Discrete criminal acts, UK law. Below, I separate what this individual host could be charged with, independent of the wider gang. A. Harassment and stalking, criminal. Protection from Harassment Act 1997. Relevant offences. Section 2, harassment. Section 4, putting a person in fear of violence. Section 4A, stalking involving serious alarm or distress. Elements met, hypothetically. Course of conduct, repeated over years. Targeted at one identifiable person. Causing serious distress, reputational damage, fear, or mental harm. Obsessive fixation. Encouraging others to participate. Persisting despite obvious harm. Aggravating factors. Vulnerable victim. Long duration, years. Public humiliation. Group participation. Obstruction of defense, blocking the victim. Association with others pursuing coercive outcomes, sectioning suicide. Penalty. Up to 10 years imprisonment for the most serious stalking offences. B. Malicious communications, criminal. Malicious Communications Act 1988. And Communications Act 2003, S.127. Covers messages that are grossly offensive, indecent, obscene, menacing, sent with intent to cause distress or anxiety. Important. This includes live streams, posts, comments, videos, not just DMs. Penalty. Up to 2 years imprisonment, post-2023 amendments increased seriousness. C. Encouraging or assisting serious harm suicide, criminal. Suicide Act 1961, Section 2. If suicide trolls were encouraged, platformed, protected, amplified, legitimized, and the host knowingly facilitated this environment, this can amount to encouraging or assisting suicide, even indirectly. Key point. You do not need a suicide attempt to succeed for the offense to exist. Penalty. Up to 14 years imprisonment. D. Conspiracy to harass, conspiracy to cause harm, criminal. Criminal Law Act 1977. If there is evidence of coordination, shared objectives, mutual encouragement, sustained participation, then each participant can be charged with conspiracy, even if their individual acts seem minor. E. Controlling or coercive behavior, criminal. Serious Crime Act 2015, Section 76. Usually applied in domestic contexts, but increasingly argued in non-domestic coercive campaigns. Relevant factors. Isolation. Reputation destruction. Economic sabotage. Psychological domination. Entrapment in a hostile narrative. This is cutting-edge but viable, especially with expert psychological evidence. 3. Civil causes of action, UK. These can run alongside criminal cases. A. Defamation, libel. If false statements were published that harmed reputation, lowered the person in the estimation of right-thinking people, caused serious harm, blocking the victim does not protect the publisher. Remedies: damages, injunctions, forced retractions, disclosure of identities. B. Misuse of private information. If private facts were exposed, distorted, weaponized, repeatedly referenced to humiliate. C. Intentional infliction of psychiatric harm, where conduct is extreme, prolonged, calculated, sadistic or reckless, requires medical evidence, but your description fits the legal threshold. D. Harassment, civil. Same act as criminal harassment, but lower burden of proof. 4. Platform host liability, important but separate. While platforms often hide behind neutral host protections, these protections weaken when the host is an active participant. Content is curated, promoted, or endorsed. Abuse is monetized. The target is intentionally excluded from response. Reports are ignored in the face of obvious harm. This opens civil liability, regulatory scrutiny, disclosure orders. 5. Comparable legal precedents, general. Without naming specific ongoing matters. UK cases have already established that sustained online harassment can equal offline stalking. Courts increasingly recognize pile-on abuse as a foreseeable and culpable harm. Recent prosecutions have succeeded where livestream hosts incited or legitimized abuse by audiences. The Law Commission and CPS have explicitly acknowledged psychological harm and suicide risk from online abuse. This is not legally novel anymore, only large-scale. 6. How police typically individualize responsibility. What you're doing is exactly right. Investigators will look at who initiated narratives, who repeated known falsehoods, who escalated tone, who profited, who blocked the victim, who moderated or encouraged abuse, who ignored warnings, who coordinated with others. Each person is assessed separately, even within a mob. Charge mapping table. Hypothetical, England and Wales. 1. Stalking harassment, primary charge. Statute, Protection from Harassment Act 1997. Offences. S.2 Harassment. S.4a Stalking involving serious alarm or distress. Element. Evidence to look for. How the conduct fits. Course of conduct. Dated posts, videos, live streams over months, years. Daily or near-daily content targeting the same individual. Targeted individual. Name, image, recognizable identifiers. Victim repeatedly named, referenced, mocked. Serious alarm distress. Medical records, testimony, witness statements. Psychological harm, reputational destruction, isolation. Fixation obsession. Volume, tone, repetition, escalation. Victim used as recurring content. Power imbalance. Blocking victim, platform access. Victim unable to respond or defend herself. Knowledge of harm. Warnings, reports, audience reactions. Harm was obvious and ongoing. Aggravating factors. Vulnerable victim. Group encouragement. Duration, years. Public humiliation. Potential penalty, up to 10 years imprisonment. 2. Malicious communications. Statutes. Malicious Communications Act 1988. Communications Act 2003, S.127. Element. Evidence. How it fits. Public communications. Videos, posts, comments, live streams. Content broadcast to an audience. Grossly offensive, abusive. Language, tone, ridicule. Persistent mockery of appearance, poverty, mental state. Intent or recklessness. Pattern of repetition. Continued posting despite known harm. Causing distress. Victim testimony, witnesses. Designed to humiliate and degrade. Penalty, up to 2 years imprisonment. 3. Encouraging or assisting suicide. Statute, Suicide Act 1961, S.2. Element. Evidence. How it fits. Encouragement or assistance. Statements, jokes, dog whistles. Normalizing suicide, mental collapse, sectioning. Knowledge of suicide trolls. Chat logs, moderation choices. Known participants repeatedly encouraged. Facilitation. Platforming, endorsement. Failure to intervene. Host allowed, amplified, protected abusive content. Foreseeability of harm. History, warnings, context. Harm was obvious and predictable. Important, no death or attempt is required. Penalty, up to 14 years imprisonment. 4. Conspiracy to harass cause psychological harm. Statute, Criminal Law Act 1977. Element. Evidence. How it fits. Agreement, explicit or implicit. Repeated collaboration. Host and trolls act in concert. Shared objective. Narrative consistency. Goal, destroy reputation, break victim. Overt acts. Posting, hosting, repeating lies. Each act furthers the conspiracy. Key point. Even small participants are liable once conspiracy is shown. 5. Defamation, civil. Law, Defamation Act 2013. Element. Evidence. How it fits. False statements. Fact-checkable claims. Lies about conduct, motives, character. Publication. Public posts videos. Broadcast to audience. Serious harm. Lost work, exclusion, stigma. Reputation destroyed. No defense. Blocking prevents reply. No fair comment or truth defense. Remedies. Damages. Injunctions. Retractions. Disclosure orders. 6. Civil harassment. Statute, Protection from Harassment Act 1997, civil. Lower burden of proof than criminal. Evidence. Use. Pattern of conduct. Establishes harassment. Distress. Supports damages. Witness corroboration. Strengthens claim. 7. Intentional infliction of psychiatric harm, civil tort. Element. Evidence. How it fits. Extreme conduct. Prolonged, sadistic abuse. Years-long public degradation. Foreseeable harm. Known vulnerability. Obvious psychological risk. Actual harm. Medical evidence. Trauma, distress, breakdown. 8. Potential ancillary offenses. Depending on evidence. Blackmail, if coercion or threats exist. Fraud, if abuse was monetized. Perverting the course of justice, if false reports or evidence fabrication occurred. Data protection breaches, if private info misused.
got a big star on its baby skin, but it's not like you can do it coloured, but it's not like it's a bit see-through there.
For the skin?
Yes, it's skin.
Okay, well, sorry to...
A big black star. It was... Wait, pause. I'm just going to draw the star picture on the shoe.
bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Becka.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Are you coming to the tree? They strung up her man. They say you murdered 3. Strange things did happen here. No stranger would it be if we met at midnight in that hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree? But dead man called out for his love to flee. Strange things that happen here, no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in that hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree where I told you to run so we both be free? Strange things that happen here, no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree where a necklace of hope side by side with me? Strange things did happen here, no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you come to the truth. Words told me to run, so we would be free. Strange things did happen, we no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree? They strung up a man, they say you weren't free. Strange things did happen, we no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree? We're dead, not cold, now for this love to see. Strange things did happen, we no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree.
Oh, how beautiful it is to see you moving. Oh, how beautiful it is to see you move. You've poured out your spirit on every heart. You sent forth your word, and it's come to pass. What our fathers and mothers could only foretaste is now in our lifetime. The order of day, eyes are unveiling, hearts are aligning, dead bones are rising, His spirit is moving, eyes are unveiling, hearts are aligning, dead dreams are rising. His spirit is moving. He's breaking addictions, yes, and breaking religion, yes. His spirit is moving. His spirit is freedom. Eyes are aligning. Dead bones are rising. His spirit is moving. His spirit is freedom. He's breaking tradition and breaking religion. His spirit is freedom. His spirit is moving. Oh, eyes are aligning. Hearts are aligning. Dead bones are rising. His spirit is moving. Eyes are unveiling. Hearts are aligning. Dead bones are rising. Spirit is moving. It's breaking tradition and breaking religion. His spirit is freedom. His spirit is moving. Yes and amen. Yes and amen. Yes and amen. 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 Yes and amen. His spirit is freedom. His spirit is freedom. His spirit is freedom. His spirit is freedom. Yes and amen, amen. Yes and amen. Yes and amen. Oh. oh. He said it, he has done it. He's breaking addictions and breaking religions. His spirit is freedom. His spirit is moving. So yes and amen. Yes and amen, amen, amen. Yes and amen, amen. Yes and amen, amen. You've poured out your spirit on every heart. You've sent forth your word, and it's come to pass. What our fathers and mothers could only foretaste is now in our lifetime. The order of day. Just receive. Amen, amen. Just receive. Amen, amen. You can just receive. Amen, amen. You can just receive. Amen, amen. Just receive. Amen, amen. Just receive. Amen, amen. You can just receive. Amen, amen. You can just receive. Amen, amen.
You are rebuilding the ruined walls. You are reclaiming your design. You descend as fire to purify. You are reclaiming your words. You prune as the thistles and the thorns fall away, so we may produce good fruit. For the harvest is here. The Lord has said it, and He has done it. You have said it, God. You have done it.
The real legal meaning of duress and why it's being misused online. The term duress is increasingly being misused on social media by individuals attempting to excuse abusive, coercive, or harmful behavior. In everyday language, people may use duress loosely to mean pressure, stress, criticism, or public backlash. In law, however, duress has a far narrower and much stricter meaning, and most conduct now being justified under that label would not come anywhere near the legal threshold in a UK court. What duress actually means in law? In legal terms, duress refers to a situation where a person is compelled to act because of an immediate, credible threat of serious harm, typically involving threats of death or serious bodily injury. No reasonable means of escape. No real or meaningful choice. The threat is direct, immediate, and unlawful. The person's actions are a direct response to that threat. In short, duress is about survival, not reputation, embarrassment, financial loss, loss of followers, or social pressure. Feeling under scrutiny, being criticized, cancelled, exposed, or challenged online does not meet the legal standard for duress. Duress cannot be claimed by the person in control. A core legal principle is this. Duress cannot be claimed by someone who had the power, control, and freedom to stop, leave, mute, block, remove others, shut down a broadcast, or disengage. In the context of social media, the host controls the space. The host controls the microphone. The host controls who is muted, removed, or amplified. The host controls monetization, framing, and narrative. A person who initiates attacks, hosts the platform or live space, directs an audience, controls moderation, profits from engagement or controversy, is not acting under duress. They are exercising power and choice. A UK court will not accept a claim of duress from someone who had the technical ability to stop or disengage, controlled the environment, faced no immediate threat of serious physical harm, was receiving money, attention, or other benefits. That is not coercion. That is agency, intent, and decision-making. Suicide trolling and targeted harassment are not excused by duress. Encouraging self-harm, facilitating PILO-NS, sustained harassment, coordinated humiliation, and targeted abuse are treated extremely seriously by UK courts. A host who encourages attacks, allows repeated degradation, directs an audience against a target, silences the person being attacked while amplifying the attackers, cannot later claim they were under duress. The law focuses on who had the power and who was trapped within the environment. A person who is being relentlessly attacked, publicly misrepresented, stalked, silenced, sabotaged financially or socially, may attempt to explain reactive speech as occurring under pressure, but even then, duress is never guaranteed as a defense. It is assessed strictly on evidence and case by case. Being abused does not automatically excuse every response. However, the law does clearly distinguish between a person reacting under sustained attack and a person orchestrating the attack. Why courts focus on motive, intent, and control. UK courts do not look only at isolated clips, screenshots, or single remarks. They examine who initiated the conduct, who had control of the space, who benefited financially or socially, who had the ability to stop, who was trapped without meaningful alternatives, what the intent was, what the motive was, whether there was a course of conduct or pattern of behavior. On social media, intent and motive are often easily evidenced through monetization, repetition, audience direction, moderation choices, who was silenced and who was amplified, how narratives were framed. This creates a clear evidential trail of power and purpose, not helplessness. The core legal distinction. The law draws a firm line between a person navigating abuse they did not choose, and a person running, profiting from, and directing the abuse. One may attempt to argue coercion in limited circumstances. The other is exercising deliberate control, labeling abusive behavior as duress when the person held the controls, directed the audience, framed the target, benefited from the exposure or conflict, is not a legal defense. It is a misuse of a serious legal doctrine. Why context always matters. Courts and juries are not interested in cherry-picked clips or stripped-out quotes. They will always ask, who had the platform? Who had the audience? Who had the financial or reputational incentive? Who could leave and who could not? Who controlled speech and who was silenced? Without that full context, claims of duress are legally hollow.
Yeah, like, fuck. None of us have ever done anything to the levels of what ESO have done. Yet you're obsessed with us. ESO, on the other hand, you're terrified of, aren't you? You are terrified of ESO. On that note, big up in the super chat. Another 1999 from our Athena. She put, we are family. Hey, 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 hey. Hogshead trolls. Oh, wait, let me think that through. We are family. Hey, 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 hey. We've got all the Hogshead trolls with me. No, that doesn't fit. We are family. Hey, 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 hey. I've got Hogshead trolls all with me. No, one more time. We are family. Hey, 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 yeah. I've got all Hogshead. No, I've got Hogshead trolls. I've got all Hogshead trolls with me. I've got all Hogshead trolls with me. That works. We are family. Hey, 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 yeah. I've got all Hogshead trolls with me. Hey, 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 yeah. Fucking finally, big up. Getting dry mouth then.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Becka.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
That prick. Alright, it's okay anyway, I'm gonna go on mute. I got on days. No. Yeah. Okay, so this is are you gonna let me put out my fat whether you like it or not?
I come back to speak to Jukes, but if he still wants to carry on, carry on.
You speak to Jukes, I don't want to talk to you, you're a faggot. Right, so what I wanted to say is if you're serious at any point about going to the police about the harassment that you're getting on the phone calls, I will join that claim and I will phone my uncles at the same time because I have also had phone calls that have been uploaded and there's several other people on this panel who may want to join as well. Whether I agree with you on some of your ideals or opinions, that's one thing, but going into the private world, into the real world and doing the harassment that's being done, I don't agree with it. So,
okay, thank you for that. I haven't decided if you want to see Jukes because every time I've just thought about it, I thought she ain't worth it. Every time I thought, she ain't worth it. She's got nothing. It'll make her life even worse. But it is going to come to a stage where eventually I'm going to go, fuck it, do it. It will come to that stage, so I will keep that in mind.
Yeah, please keep it in mind because it's not right. There's people like us that are strong enough to overlook it, but there's other people that are not strong enough, and we won't be the last.
Yeah, if this has happened to, I'm not going to say, it's happened to weaker people, let's put it that way, right? Not been on the internet long. If this has happened to them, they'd be alarmed and distressed. They would be in fear that the police knock on their door. You know what I mean? I'm not, because I'm she's talking shit.
Well, she is calling alarm and distress all over the place. It's not about whether you're alarmed. Danny, this is what a lot of people don't know. It's about her intent. And her intent is to cause alarm and distress.
And which she's done for years, over me, AJ, and others.
You fucking nothing about Tyson and Tony.
I'll be honest with you, he's sort of, I'm not going
Not Hick Smoker. Who the fuck am I talking about? Hick Doll. You do it. You can have a 2 and 1.
Tip Smorga is keeping an eye on Kaylee for us, right? Hold on, there's somebody at the door.
Boom, boom, boom. Not Hicksmaker. Who the fuck am I talking about? Hickdoll. You do it. You can have a 2-on-1.
Lip Smoker is keeping an eye on Kaylee for us.
Not Hicksmaker. Who the fuck am I talking about? Hickdoll. You do it. You can have a 2-on-1.
Lip Smoker is keeping an eye on Kaylee for us. Right. Hold on, there's somebody at the door.
Boom, boom, boom.
It is.
Calm down, you'll have a froggy aneurysm.
Yeah, you wish. And then he goes. Yeah,
Oh,
there we go.
oh,
there we
he's
go.
done run out.
Yeah, there he goes. Yeah, yeah. Trying
he was a little bit slower
trying
on
to set illusion. Trying to set illusion.
Hold on, he was a little bit slower getting out of the door that time. Maybe the next time we can
It was
ankle
obvious,
tap
wasn't
him.
it? It was obvious, wasn't it?
Well, maybe the next time we can ankle tap him just before the door, yeah?
Yeah, he's a bitch. He's a bitch.
Yeah, he was just about to explode on us, Anchor.
I know. I thought I was in trouble there, Taff. I thought I was going to have to pull up for backup, mate.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, Bex is you, though. We're all right. Oh,
yeah,
Bex.
don't worry. You got the Moroccans behind you. You'll be good.
Bex, can I ask you about what you think of this synagogue nonsense?
I think it's absolutely fucking mental.
Yeah, me too, but me too.
Do you know what? I was sitting there.
Do you know?
Not Hicksmaker. Who the fuck am I talking about? Hickdoll. You do it. You can have a 2-on-1.
Lip Smoker is keeping an eye on Kaylee for us. Right. Hold on, there's somebody at the door.
Boom, boom, boom.
It is.
Calm down, you'll have a froggy aneurysm.
Yeah, you wish. And then he goes. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, there he goes. Yeah. Trying
he was a little bit slower
to set illusion. Trying to set illusion.
Hold on, he was a little bit slower getting out of the door that time. Maybe the next time we can
It was
ankle
obvious,
tap
wasn't
him.
it? It was obvious, wasn't it?
Well, maybe the next time we can ankle tap him just before the door, yeah?
Yeah, he's a bitch.
Yeah, he was just about to explode on us, Anchor.
I know. I thought I was in trouble there, Taff. I thought I was going to have to pull up for backup, mate.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, Bex is you, though. We're all right. Oh,
yeah,
Bex.
don't worry. You got the Moroccans behind you. You'll be good.
Bex, can I ask you about what you think of this synagogue nonsense?
I think it's absolutely fucking mental.
Yeah, me too, but me too.
Do you know what? I was sitting there.
Do you know?
Not Hicksmaker. Who the fuck am I talking about? Hickdoll. You do it. You can have a 2-on-1.
Lip Smoker is keeping an eye on Kaylee for us. Right. Hold on, there's somebody at the door.
In fact, it brings a tear to both eyes. Very, very emotional. And it brings an even greater sadness to know that I will never be able to hear the private sessions that you and Jake, Ghetto you Clark, will be having in the future. I felt it always a privilege to listen to two great minds discussing topical issues that were 5 years out of date. Danny Westford 25, 2 hours ago. Try over 10 years my time. Kaylee Nailvug grounded. Hide what comments you freak. It's only just finished and takes a while. You mean the chat? It literally just ended. You obsessed cunt. Concerned tool for free speech. I would like to congratulate myself on the wonderful and brilliant comments I made in this live stream. Enjoy! Danny West 425. Yes, give yourself a big pat on the back. I have unlocked. Brings a tear to In fact, it brings a tear to both eyes. Very, very emotional. And it brings an even greater sadness to know that I will never be able to hear the private sessions that you and Jake, Ghetto you Clark, will be having in the future. I felt it always a privilege to listen to two great minds discussing topical issues that were 5 years out of date. Danny West for 25, 2 hours ago. Try over 10 years my time. Kaylee Nailvug, sir, grounded. Hide what comments you freak. It's only just finished and takes a while. You mean the chat? It literally just ended. You obsessed cunt. Concerned tool for free speech. I would like to congratulate myself on the wonderful and brilliant comments I made in this live stream. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Danny West 425. Yes, give yourself a big pat on the back. I have unknown. Brings a tear to my eye. In fact, it brings a tear to both eyes. Very, very emotional. And it brings an even greater sadness to know that I will never be able to hear the private sessions that you and Jake, Ghetto you Clark, will be having in the future. I felt it always a privilege to listen to two great minds discussing topical issues that were 5 years out of date. Danny West for 25, 2 hours ago. Try over 10 years my time. Kaylee Nailvug, sir, grounded. Hide what comments you freak. It's only just finished and takes a while. You mean the chat? It literally just ended. You obsessed cunt. Concerned tool for free speech. I would like to congratulate myself on the wonderful and brilliant comments I made in this live stream. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Danny West 425. Yes, give yourself a big pat on the back. I have unknown. Brings a tear to my eye. In fact, it brings a tear to both eyes. Very, very emotional. And it brings an even greater sadness to know that I will never be able to hear the private sessions that you and Jake, Ghetto you Clark, will be having in the future. I felt it always a privilege to listen to two great minds discussing topical issues that were 5 years out of date. Danny West for 25, 2 hours ago. Try over 10 years my time. Kaylee Nailvug, sir, grounded. Hide what comments you freak.
Where did MK Ultra go and all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra
Okay, I really wasn't intending on speaking at all. So again, this is entirely under duress my entire life. I hope that clarified it there a little bit, that piece that I put together. Again, with the help of AI, again, it's so good. It's like I just tell AI what I want it to do. And if something's wrong by law or whatever, it will have to tell me, won't it? Like it's part of what it has to do. So it's just so handy, but also it verifies what I'm saying. So I don't need to be paying solicitors and whatnot. I didn't back like 3 years ago. So I don't now to be able to just literally, to think how many of you just fucking laughed in my face and mocked me for reminding you of the law. Like that was, and there's just so many dead children and children that are suffering and people that I still can't get my head around how people like Cleon can actually be hosting a panel where he's just openly having it known. They're not going to talk about COVID. They're not going to talk about him. So there's loads of money flying around it. Like it didn't need to be pointed out by me and AI, really, did it? I don't think I ever know what I was going to do. I don't know if you heard that slightly. I was trying to do this without embarrassing myself. I have just eaten too much probably, but all really, really good stuff. I may make a noise or two that I don't intend to do, so apologies. I wasn't going to talk whatsoever, but like I say, my entire life is under duress. I mean, anybody that's new coming along to this, you just have to listen to Christmas, the blur of Christmas that is just literally my day all day and night. Any other day of this is all that happens. It's this lot of people here. Who you don't see though, we're going to just have to just ask these reasonable questions, aren't we? Because this is what's going to happen now. Where's Rebecca? She's not here, is she? She's known, isn't she? She's shitting herself now, as she should be. Michaela's not here. Michaela pretends she doesn't care, but she really does, because she's not been able to keep my name. That woman, the first time I saw her on the show, she blurted out my name, and I'm like, how the fuck? None of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. There's something weird going on. There's something really weird going on. I've recorded it for so many years now. I really, really strongly feel that other people are going to sense something very fucking weird. It's also not also going on. I think they're also going to agree. You know, I'm just tired of talking all the time. To be honest. And it's not even all the time. This is the things. This is the madness. You're there all the time, seeing it's clear now because on the screen will be something else that I'm playing. Now, let's not forget, this has been going on for years. I've got shitloads of stuff, hours and hours of my own stuff that I can just play. Okay, it's funny as fuck. Like Daz was like for a good hour, I think, talking to me from like a week ago, yesterday. So this is just going to get more confusing, is it? You know, like your DJ freaks the fuck out when he can see other people on the screen that's not in the same chat as him. This is beautiful for me. All of these things that fucked with my head, and you lot had the upper hand over innocent people. Take some of that medicine, you cunts. Right. So anyway, Clyde, you've still got no ID. So you're here. Well, you have. This is the thing, isn't it? And you're still trying to blame me, so. Still trying to blame me, so. Warning, I can feel a stomach noise coming along. Sorry. So I may as well get on. There's no point in me trying to hide it if I was. Yeah, no, Esau didn't. I had no email saying some fella called Esau. I did, however, have an email from a concerned troll for free speech who was called Clyde Stanhope, which seems to be you. Okay, well, it is you, isn't it? It's you. But you've not out and out said, but then you're trying to assert some authority from another continent. Like, how? You fucking mug. You've been, for years, you've been at this. Look, I mean, can I do this at the same time? I can. Go on. This is why you're flapping so much, isn't it? Obviously, this is why you're flapping, because, hang on. Look, okay. Yeah, so this was when I was getting my solicitor, which is around the time that Sabina died, which is when Eric was threatening me, when AJ was in the same house fucking trolling me as she died. That's well fucked up. And there's so much more dodgy shit that's gone on, like each and every fucking day for years. Years. And like, you can't pretend you weren't trying to get rid of me the whole time, because you were so like sure that it was going to happen. You've been telling me all along. Like to fuck with my head. And I told you right at the beginning, you're really fucking with the wrong woman here. Don't. And you carried on. Like, so we are where we are. I don't know what. Stop talking utter shit. I know what. Who are you? Adam Lashbrook, the puppy puncher. The convicted animal abuser. Your missus died in the same house whilst you were trolling me on the same day that Eric... Let's just listen. Because I want to go give my stomach a chance. I'm going to go do some star jumps or something. See if I can make some noises in a specified time. But yeah, let's just listen back to the... This is the day that Eric... Sorry, so this is Brian Leroy Hansford, by the way, who is director of Advanced Demolition Southern. Make sure you get that right, Southern. Father to Rachel, Lily. I don't want any harm to come to these people. Like Rachel sounded like if it was Rachel, I don't know, because everything's mixed up. Amanda Mosley was all involved with the club, Clive's club, and everything. It was Luke Haran that doxed Clive, Eric's son-in-law, like Brian Leroy Hansford's son-in-law. And like, so we're talking about a counsellor, we're talking about like a nightlife fellow. It's just, and their property, there's money. I know that they've got money and everything, so I can imagine this shit. I don't want people to get hurt or anything. Do you know what I mean? Preferably repent, do the right thing, come clean to. You need to come clean to. Do those things. Okay, because the difficult thing is that Brian Leroy Hansford has claimed to be the middleman for Ricky Dimon. So like the link between, but he was also my biggest, most horrific troll for a long time. And I thought that it was actually AJ, because I just didn't believe that more than one person could be that mentally obsessed and evil. Turns out there's fucking hundreds of them. There were loads, but then it turns out as well that there were apps and missions, and PlayStation were proper fucked up. But thankfully they're closed down now. It's a long ass story anyway, but I've recorded it all. So this lot of proper flapping. I know I keep switching into who I'm talking to, because really it's Jake, Convid, my abusers, and then the future. And God's always been there. So, and yeah, that's literally the only person you should ever really be thinking about, and he's always there. But he's always there, so there's no hiding anything as well. The delusions are, well, we'll find somebody to back your claims up, if you like, because I've got a letter from Lambeth Palace most recently. I've added it to my collection. How many letters have you got from officials? I've got, who did I get at the beginning? What's his name? The Lord. I can't remember now. I was going to say Nolan, but I'm thinking of the Nolan principles. Nelson Mandela got no, okay, shut up. What was I going to do? Right, so yeah, we're going to play Brian Leroy Hansford, who Luke Horan from Preston, little cunt who took lots and lots of money off the kosher rats to shut me up, didn't you prick, and torture me again. What's the game with it's like, it's really cool to just annihilate the fuck out of Kaylee, but again there were so many incentives, and so many people are just on drugs, and let's not beat around the bush. The same people doing the sick, fucked up shit everywhere else. So the same people that are in control of all of the rehab stuff, all of the addiction stuff, the drugs trades, you know, on and off record, pretty much. It's just, there's two sides pretty much, isn't there? There's just two sides at this point. You're either working for money and Satan, or you're working for justice and not those things. Yeah, it's felt like that forever. It's almost cute. Almost. But no one's back in your delusion. But I've got the solution. AJ. You are fun sometimes. Yes, you do drugs. I generally don't know. I smoke weed. I prefer to do oil if it's about. I am a bit impartial to MDMA if it's around, but again, that's just not been for so fucking long. I can't even remember. But no, I don't take a paracetamol or anything like that. I just don't take drugs. It depends what you class as drug, I suppose, but I honestly don't. I ground, like I absolutely ground. I'm now, considering I didn't sleep at all for probably the first 40 years of my life, grounding is now something that I just make sure I do, especially sleeping. Like I say, I've taken it to the next level, especially because of some of the issues that I have as well. Like I sleep with like my actual face and head on, and there can be nothing bad about having your brain right next to it and not inflamed in the toxic world that we're in. And I never get headaches, I never get bad vision, I never get dizzy. I'm considering I'm getting on, other than sitting at the computer, I still have to be very mindful with specific areas that still get niggles, but considering how long I do have to sit at the computer at times, you know, because I still have to work at the computer, you know, as much as I do try and move around in between, but that's what we all should be doing. No school, no office jobs. This is all bullshit. We're supposed to be moving around a hell of a lot more than we do. Well, pretty much all the time. And in different ways as well. I know it sounds crazy, but it's way more fun to dance around and crawl around and jump around than just sit and do fucking gaming and then get pissed off at people that move and aren't pissed off at the world. I'm just waffling now, aren't I? I'm sick and tired of your fucking negativity and nonsense, to be honest. But I mean, I honestly, you've done more than enough, because obviously Empress isn't here because she's going to be shitting herself because they were all thinking that I was going to get scared and Court was going to do something. But it's not. I'm exposing this shit for what it is all the way until it's done. All right? And like, who's going to stop me? I've written to the fucking king and told him what's going on. I've already got a response from the fucking Archbishop of Canterbury's people, and specifically about this as well. Sympathetically enough. Well, you've got fucking, what's his name? Danny West is like saying to me, he wasn't severe. I'm not saying he was like kissing my ass, going, go, Kaylee, go. I'm saying, if I've said, mate, right, I've called myself a church because of this lot, and he's not she's not said, no, sorry, it's a he, the safeguarding officer is the one that actually wrote. So I don't know if the Archbishop, she may or may not. I honestly wasn't even expecting a reply, so it's all a bonus, whatever. But if I've literally gone, I've registered myself as a church just because obviously, like, there's a bit of this question. I can't remember how much detail I actually went into the letter, but for the sake of this conversation, obviously, who do you trust in the church at the moment? Who is the representative for God to protect women and children? I don't fucking know. So I just thought, well, they keep erasing me on YouTube, so it just makes sense to register on Company's House. So that's what I did. Literally nobody's had a problem. Well, they may have a problem, but nobody's been able to tell me that I can't do it, or it doesn't make sense. You know, that's all the way to the actual head of the Church of England and the person that appoints them. So that is the Archbishop of Canterbury, who's not actually, she's incumbent at the moment, but I think it's the 28th. I think it is actually the 28th. I think it's the 28th she becomes the Archbishop of Canterbury. So she will then become, so she's already told before, so she knows already. So who knows, it might be that she gets the job and then she's like, phew, you know, like, arrest her. I don't know. But so far they seem to be all right with the fact that I've literally registered myself as a church. Like, so you lot can keep taking the piss out of me, but then obviously the king still may have an issue, but I don't think he will, to be fair. I don't think he will. I'm glad she can stop laughing at me now. I know it's a bit later than I didn't give, see, this is the thing, you lot are going, when you're doing this, when you're walking to Gaza, when you did it, I did, and you keep sabotaging everything as well. Like, how about let me breathe and do something? How about that? That's not fair, is it? It's not fair. And that's what the rest of the world's going to see. They're going to see that you just sabotage everything I do anyway, and then you try and berate me for the fact that I haven't accomplished everything that I set out to do. Make that make sense. And there's so many of you. Again, there's just so many of you. Okay, once there's two, that's already a conspiracy. When there's like fucking 22, 42, 202 knows. And nobody gives a fuck except you're here to tell me 24/7 you fucked paedophile, aren't you? Wallace Hoogley, hashtag not an old lady. And you do not live in Minnesota. I don't believe that you live in Minnesota. And again, we're always going to come down to, well, you're so angry at me assuming or guessing that you're something based on the evidence that's available to me, or just, you know, character traits, repetition patterns. Again, I don't have to keep saying this. I'm sick of my own voice at this point. Okay? So, but we learn by patterns, don't we? I forgot what I was even fucking saying. I probably said it a million times, whatever it was anyway. Nobody gives a shit. No, well, again, you're here giving a shit and telling me that you don't give a shit. When your words are in direct conflict with your actions, your credibility flies out the window. It's as simple as that. I don't know how much simpler to put it, really, than that. So you're telling me no one gives a fuck, but you're here all the time to tell me that no one gives a fuck. Do you see what the problem there? Okay, at what point is the Empress here? Well, no, this is the thing. She's welcome. If she wanted to come along, if Rebecca Elizabeth Penman wanted to come along, the entire stage would be hers, and it would be just a conversation between myself and her. That's how it would work. Anybody who's here, that's why I'm not actually, when I'm not letting people back on anymore, because they're just not going to abuse me anymore in broad fucking daylight, because I don't deserve it, and never have, and I've got more evidence than I'm ever going to fucking need. Okay, so that's enough of that, thanks. Okay, it's a new year, so fuck that write-off. That's not happening anymore. All right, but I'm not going to completely ban people, so when your hearing does come around, you can, in fact, get into the studio and take as much time as you want on that day, because it is your day, and it is your name, and it's not clickbait, it is actually to resolve an issue. Okay, so you're more than welcome to the stage at that point. But there's not going to be any more of this like flapping nonsense like Daz keeps trying to do and begging for. That's not happening anymore. Not here anyway. Not here. I mean, there's other places to do that. But I mean, you must be very mindful when people aren't there to defend themselves against what you. That's why you're just not supposed to talk about people in their absence at all, ever, especially not in public. Because haven't I just been saying the exact same fucking thing all day, every day for how many fucking years now? So it's not like you can't. It's one. Couldn't be a broken record. It's one of those backward statements again, isn't it? Really, you know, well, why is consistency? Is that a bad thing? Consistency. You know, if the same bad behaviour keeps happening and somebody keeps responding the same way to bad behaviour, and they're consistently responding the exact same way to the bad behaviour, who's in the wrong? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. So maybe I'm all right being a broken record, to be honest. I know what I'm doing every day. Yeah, I'm not trying to keep up with any trends or anything like that. Fuck that. Life is stressful and too fast-paced, if you ask me. Oh, look, here he is, manic, screeching, flapping, Anov. Am I? I heard you earlier. I don't believe I'm manic and screeching and flapping, to be honest, Des. No, so I was talking to Clyde anyway, wasn't I? Yeah, Clyde, you've still just not properly even identified yourself, and you did literally shut down my crowdfunder. So, yeah, Rebecca, if she wanted to come along, she's more than welcome to talk. So, has just got a grip. What the fuck? Oh, God, no, you're typing too far. I can't be that. Right, it's coming up on the screen, so anybody that can be fucking bothered can read it. I'm sorry, but it's not your hearing today, Clyde. Okay, I'm done, and I'm going to start making noises. No, I'm not. It's not me flapping, is it, Daz? It's not me flapping. I'm just flapping. I was already playing something, wasn't I? I've lost track of what's even going on here. It's too much. Stop it. This is why I've done the court. Stop. Shh. You've proven that you're flapping already. Just breathe. What can we do at this point? You can't get much more frantic, can you? I mean, it can't be much more obvious either. So, like, what is this? A stalemate? Like, who's going to do what at this point? So much for evidence. You're not the fucking police, you dumb cunt, or the public. I'm not presenting anything to you, Daz. This is why it's so obvious, right? You lot are so desperate to find out what I have, and what I'm telling you and what I've shown many times is my drive is full of thousands and thousands of files of hours of recorded abuse and debauchery and bullshit and scheming and criminal behaviour. Okay, now that is going to be allocated to members as and when, if they choose to sign a confidentiality agreement, so that it's not going to be broadcast everywhere. It's just going to be, gone through, basically, broken down, time stamped, and if there's anything in there that needs to be removed before it goes public, if it's suitable, so just we can start organising what's going on and build profiles over time. This is all going to take time. I've been forced into this position. This isn't something I can do overnight. Look how fucking many there are of you. And look at this, like, all day, every day. There's no time off. I never get time off. This doesn't stop. Demand. Abuse. Just more people. If you go to the library, boom, at the library. If you go on the electoral commission, boom, to the electoral commission. If you fucking like, boom. It is 24/7. It's non-fucking stop. It is exhausting, okay? It's fucking traumatic. And this mocking as well, it's so sadistic and sick. You're a massive group of men that have done this to a woman for years, and you think it's funny to do this. Isn't this the first? This the first day of the fucking year, you moron. Like, this is insane. And oh, God Almighty, well, it is what it is. Look at this. Can you believe what you're seeing? Can you believe what you're seeing on the first day of the new year? Look at these fucking nonsense. More anal flapping, utter bullshit. And this is the gang that hang around, like people like Rebecca Elizabeth Penman, the G Block, Jupiter. I mean, this is the fucking Nancy shit that you lot have literally dedicated your lives to for years and acted extremely criminally directly to me within it. And you're not just going to pretend I don't fucking exist now, you silly cunts. That is not happening at all. It's unreal, isn't it? Like, who would even say something like that at any point anyway? As if that's any kind of an argument, like I'm supposed to, am I your elocution teacher or something? My speech can change so much depending on who I'm talking to. Now don't forget as well, like most of my family's from Ireland. So I can be in Ireland 5 minutes and have a completely like an Irish twang as well. You know, don't think I'm a performer by nature. So I kind of enjoy that. But no, for my dad's sake, if I have to, I can slow down and overpronounce my words if I need to. Do you know what I mean? But it's like, speech for me is very much a tool. I'm very aware of how powerful speech is, how important a tool communication itself is. Do you know what I mean? How delicate relationships are built upon. You can't just fucking be loose like this with your fucking words. It's terrible. It's so fucking bad. And I mean, and then professing to be, you think you've got any credibility as an old lady that's got children and then what, grandchildren, I assume? You're pretending anyway. Look at you telling me how to pronounce my fucking word. This is just fucking mental. This is fucking mental, right? You lot crack on. I'm just going to play something. This is so fucking pathetic. Testing. Sorry, I'm confused. I'm a little bit in shock. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to talk. And like I say, I've just eaten. So again, apologies if my stomach starts making unexpected noises. Well, not unexpected, but unappreciated noises. Can any newbies? There will be new people coming along and seeing this. So even if this goes down on the channel that it's on at the moment, you can see the comments on the screen. Now, obviously, we didn't have this function for a long, long time. There were years and years and years of this being a far sloppier, much more traumatic situation. Jake's only really been around for the last 2 years on YouTube so much. And I've just not had any time off because there's obviously a massive group of people that are around the clock scheming. Newbies, don't make me laugh. Well, I haven't gone public yet, Wally Sugley, and you're flapping like fuck because you know that's coming, and you know when people see what you've actually done to me and you continue to do right up until the last minute, you know people aren't going to just, not everyone's going to just be able to ignore this. Some people are going to be like, what the fuck? Some people will. Some people are going to have to be because it's their job to be. Do you know what I mean? The very people who want you to unalive it. Jake's a pedo and a pedo protector. Jake's a pedo and a pedo protector. Jake's a pedo and a pedo. Guess what I think Daz is? Everyone who's new. This is insane. Pronounced liar, because that is what you are. This is a fully grown man, supposedly. Reckons he's a veteran. Oh, no, you reckon you're not Danny West. He is Danny West. But reckons... At that point, you'd have to explain who you are and why you've turned up to something as sordid as this right at the last minute and still not introduced who you even are. Yet you want to take over the whole show the same way that every variation of Danny West has done for the last couple of years. Do you think people are that stupid? Now, who would be that kind of a person? It would be somebody, wouldn't it? Be somebody that was on like the executive committee of some shit show like EastEnders. Like a script writer. So, do you know what? I shouldn't do that just in case it's not that Danny West. Proper mugging that guy off. Sorry, that Danny West, if you're not him. Anyway, I'll take the risk, I suppose, at this point. But you know what I mean? Who's that entitled that they feel like they can just... But it's not just Danny West that's done that. People like Michaela, she's fucking called me content for years. She's actually called me content for years, right? How's that happened? Why has everyone from Plisco to Rick to the women called me it? How are everyone able to dehumanize one person as though that's... I don't hear anybody else being called it. I don't hear that. I don't see that. I don't hear that. Jake, have you seen anyone else being called by many people at once being called it? There's something very specific there. Okay, and then the name that shall not be mentioned, or Voldemort. I mean, how the fuck do you think this is going to come across to normal people? When they look at all of us as equal human beings, every single one of us on this platform, I'm just as equal as Veli, I'm just as equal as Jupiter, I'm just as equal as Ghost, I'm just as equal as Bleeding Heart, I'm just as equal as Tommy Robinson. This is under law and under God. So a lot of people don't give two flying fucks about Tommy Robinson. Okay, so when they look over this way at all, they're just going to see a load of equal people. And then when we look at the dynamics of what the fuck happened, and we apply the law, can you just not see how normal, rational people... I'm not right. I mean, that kind of says it all again, doesn't it, really? It's not like you don't make these ridiculous statements all day, every day, and we haven't got enough already. You are not equal to any normal person. So basically, you are in it. You are beneath us. We are allowed to do what we want. You do warrant all this abuse. Would you want to, we'll do the obvious. Do you want to come on then and explain why and tell us who you are? How about that? So my voice is going a little bit croaky, I think. Come on and tell us who you are. If you're not that Danny West and you're so desperate to have us know that you're not that Danny West, but you're insisting at the same time. So you're desperate to have us know that you're not that Danny West, but you're insisting at the same time that everybody listens to you tell us all how shit Kaylee is, even though you've no fucking idea who I am. I've no idea who you are. We've never spoken. I shouldn't know you exist. You're the only person who's got any control about anybody knowing your true identity, yet you're blaming me. You're in my church all day, every day, including Christmas, to hurl abuse and cry fake victim about what? It's beyond pathetic. And beg what? Identify yourself. If you're going to keep abusing, that's being a beg, is it? That doesn't sound like something a fucking nonce would say, does it? What a sick cunt you are. You are so fucking dangerous and you deserve everything that's coming to you. Everything that's coming, you deserve it. I don't beg. I do not beg. I earn and I take. Your name is not John Williams, you dumb bastard. You're so fucking embarrassing. So embarrassing. Fucking pathetic. Yeah. Just a bit. Yeah. There's just so much. There's just so much. I mean, the drives are on that first email. So the one that went to the court, the one that went to some police. I mean, how far has that one gone now? So this is, again, you can keep laughing at me as though you think it's going to stop the inevitable when I say, right, I'm going to do it tomorrow, I'm going to do it next week, I'm going to do it tomorrow. If I wanted to be the centre of attention and I really wanted to, you know, I would have done things way quicker. I really haven't wanted to be, and I've stretched things out for as long as possible, but I am going to do what I've set out to do. That's not in question. So by you just making it worse all the way until the end, you're only making my job easier, but I don't want that. I'd much prefer that you use the time wisely and not take advantage of the fact that I haven't done things as quick as I've said I'm going to do them. Do you know what I mean? Rather than use the time to try and hurt me more and to try and do more damage, surely take that as a bit of grace and think about what you can do to have things not be so shit. Like for yourselves, for your families, whatever your situation is. I mean, again, like, who do you think you're impressing by just all day and night, just laughing, poking, trying to then gaslight and just be disgusting? And you're just a fucking creepy cunt. You deserve exactly what you get. You really want to be, but you're never going to be anyone because a paedophile pretending to be an old lady on the internet says so. I'm perfectly okay with who I am, thank you very much. Do I need your permission to be alright about who I am? Don't you think this is a bit fucking creepy? I think most people are going to find this incredibly fucking creepy. We all find it fucking creepy and we're used to it. Now, people that haven't seen this going on all day, every day for fucking years on end are probably going to go, what the fuck? That's what I imagine, to be honest. But I would just say we'll see, won't we? But again, just like, don't forget, all I need to do now, like this fucking muppet here and idiots like Michaela and all these fucking planks that keep just talking shit about me and using my name day in, day out, still, after all these fucking years, just because I haven't gone yet. I keep telling you, oh, here we fucking go. Linda Malden, the Telford nonce is here as well. Why are you here? Why are you here? I've clearly told you how I feel about you. Unless you're here to repent, you know how I feel about you. Do you want me to just say it again? Why are you here? Why have you come into my church again when I've told you exactly how the fuck I feel about you? What are you doing here? Just providing evidence. Sick cunts. Just go for it. Crack on. Fucked nonce squad.
Well, so they also make shoes of the skin, of the baby's skin. They got a special tool and they put it in the skin and like in the baby's skin, and then they take it out, and then they stick it because the blood is kind of sticky, and stick it on the shoe with the sole and the flip flops. They stick it on the flip flops. They got flip flops and like those shoes like. The one that I like, the ones that I showed my mum in the shoe shop in Grand Cross. Those ones with this big, it got a big star on its baby skin, but it's not like, you can do it coloured, but it's not like, it's a bit see-through there.
For the skin?
Yes, it's skin.
Okay, well, sorry to...
A big black star, it was... Wait, pause. I have to go and draw the star picture on the shoe. The paper's downstairs.
says go. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all
Isa, what is this? That link is to her
Listen to the evil laugh. I mean, they've all just said that I'm.
Oh my god.
So, this lot have all just sat around laughing about me going to prison and getting carted off. All this has been going on. Everyone's trying to get me sectioned.
A guy gave me to troll a woman with, to drive her crazy and send her to mental
And Esau's saying that it was to try and get him to run with it. Well, remember you did.
That she would end up in a mental institute.
You did it on, see? So, have I been crazy all along? Or is everyone trying to make me look crazy? They've just done it themselves as well. Is this all in my head?
I want to see her in a mental hospital, I'm not going to lie. But not like this. You know what I mean?
So he's still saying he wants to say, so everyone wants to, why is it that everybody wants to see me, literally everybody wants to see me banged up? And how is it that I'm still here?
So I don't actually need Lyndon's help to go at her.
What do I do?
Thank you anyway, you know what I mean? I get you.
I think I'm doing alright to still be here, really. Like, where do I go, guys? How do I fuck off? How do I make all of this okay? How can Kaylee fix this fucking situation just because I didn't get sectioned or go to prison? I mean, look at this. Like, on top of everything that's already happened, like, how is one person supposed to deal with all of this and come out unscathed? Between all of you,
you could show my messages.
What have you done to me?
All our messages, not just this one. Everything I said. I have no secrets. I don't care, Lyndon. I haven't spoken about Jupiter. I haven't spoken about Wendy.
See, you're all fucked, though. You've all, and here I am with nothing. Even that fucking idiot Sean has just taken everything I've worked so hard for yet again. I'm 40 next year, guys. I've worked so hard so that I can create something for my children. I think I fucking deserve it. And yet again, it's taken away, and I'm still trying to build everything from nothing. And all of this is still going on, and look what's been going on the whole time. Everyone is trying to get rid of me. Now, are we gonna talk about why the fuck that is?
Jackie, that's no victory. Her dad died, I didn't believe.
Can you imagine how horrendous this entire situation is on one person who has already overcome so much abuse and stuff?
Right now.
Of course she is. Of course she is.
Because she needs content. The bitch is so original. Why can't you be original like me? Look
The bitch is so average. I've got all of this going on. The bitch is so average. They've just been talking about... I'm so average that all of this is going on. Can anyone explain how all of this shit has been going on for so many years to one average person that deserves to die, deserves this, Why? Why? What the fuck is the bounty that is really on my head? For what reason? There's surely something else going on here.
Verbally, not physically. Disclaimer.
Now what do I do? Because John's just been in touch, so I think I ought to email him this, or what do I do?
Because I know how that fucking transit over there like the twist.
Can't say that I haven't allowed the space for remedy in various ways.
Somebody dropped that.
Now, you can keep fucking calling me a scammer and trying to get me sectioned and hope that I go away, but what else can you do? Other than kill me, and I've said that how many times, but I'm not going to kill myself.
Definitely. It's happening.
There's going to be so much blood on the ground when I'm done.
This is all so fucked up, guys. So fucked up. If anyone can explain what the fuck is going on here, then by all means, I think you all know where I am.
Old truck go? Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, and trolling folk en masse.
The thing is, you won't say anything with your voice, will you? You're beyond delusional. You guys have psychologically fucking destroyed me over the years. Okay, that was from, what, 2 or 3 years ago? That really, well, I said 40 next year. I'm going to be 42 in a few months. In 4 months, I'm going to be 42. So I said, so I was 39 when that was made. This has gone on all day, every day. Year after year after year after year. And you're still here doing this to me to tell me that I'm not reacting well to it. How the fuck do you think the public are going to interpret this situation? Who are you even talking to, Des? Who are you talking to? You realise people in the future are just going to see you as a manic, flapping, more than likely paedophile. You sounded just deranged on Jake's earlier. It is ending. I'm not here to have that argument. You're deflecting and then you're making it my problem because I don't want to play your game. You've all done that. I don't want to play your fucking game. You're not playing by any set of fucking rules. Nothing makes any fucking sense. It's sick as shit. It's horrible. I don't like it. No, I don't want to be anywhere near your game. Okay, I know what I'm doing. You decided to meddle with me, so now we're going to have to fucking deal with it, aren't we? I've made it very clear why I assume the people that are left. based on the evidence that I've collected over all of these years. Now, I'm more than happy to present that to anybody who needs to know, but so far you've got no fucking ID, so you've got no standing, dickhead. You've still managed to try and destroy my life for how many years, along with a load of noncy cunts that I assume are paedophiles, yes. Now, if you've got a problem with it, grow an ID, grow a penis, and do something proper about it. You're just exposing yourselves day in, day out, and you've done it all over Christmas. Like I say, there'll be one hearing a week from this point on, but even that is completely informal. You're the ones making a big, massive deal about it, and it's on record. You're overly invested in a woman that you shouldn't be. You're going to have to explain that. You're going to have to explain why there's so many of you, and why there's been so much scheming, so much money flying around, so much open abuse and silencing as though it was all okay in the first place.
reaching out to find me lawless. Summon the fight to get us out. Forcing out, forcing out. Find the reach and want it. Out in front, I see a light. Forcing out, forcing out. Find the reach and hold it. All it takes to be alive. You curled up gods while I ponder dead. It feels like this war is our dawning. Don't let that light outrun us yet. It feels like this war is our dawning.
Interesting. I am so beyond exhausted of you lot. It's so tragic what you've done and what you continue to do. Ticking time bomb to Kaylee, a useful idiot, says John Williams, who claims to be somebody called John Williams, who's just turned up the same way that Kaylee in chains turned up just after Sinbad disappeared, just after turning up, just after Danny West disappeared. All behaving exactly like Danny West one at a time. I mean, this is just fucking unreal. So stupid. Just waiting for the right time. These men are telling my fiance, all these anonymous people who I shouldn't know exist, who I've never spoken to, who nobody's heard. Jake, who I speak to all day, every day, 24/7, like all day, every day, couldn't speak to anymore. Considering our relationship is the way it is, we speak literally all day, every day. Okay, we couldn't communicate any more than any other couple. Believe me, there's plenty of couples that never communicate, that live together. Okay, so nobody knows me. Like I've said, my own mother doesn't. She'll tell you herself, she's too scared by all of this. She doesn't know me. It's like you keep telling me what I'm supposed to do in my family. They'll tell you themselves. They have to tell you because they have to tell you the truth. I'm not allowed near them. They're too scared of this. But still, to make themselves feel better, they'll still tell me I'm the demon. Make that work. They're supposed to be the... This is exactly what's in the fucking Bible, isn't it? With being targeted by Satan. This is exactly what's going on. But I mean, you keep telling me I'm supposed to go and be saved by my family who are too scared of Satan. So like, what am I supposed to... I'm perfectly fine. I'm being told by all these people all the time that I'm not fine. Now, there's a problem there. I mean, I'm not fine, but considering the circumstances I'm under, I'm more than fine. Okay, I was released 7 days and they can't even believe that, and they've just shot themselves in the foot now, fucking saying that I faked a fucking sectioning. That would be very difficult to do. Very difficult to do. What a stupid fucking thing to commit to over and over and over again. And then you've changed the story anyway, haven't you? You spent the first few days, didn't you? Excuse me, Danny West. You spent the first few days saying that I'd faked the whole thing And now you've switched it to, I got myself in there on purpose to avoid court. You've literally changed the most ridiculous, slanderous statement anyway. You've changed it to a different version of it. So you've not even kept it the fucking same. I mean, this is ridiculous. You've not even kept it this. And this is where we're at. It's just so cringe, isn't it? It's just so fucking cringe. This is where we're at. I mean, you're still just going on and on and on and on. I mean, Lyndon, what was the fucking what was that going to? She just, am I going to forget everything? We're just not going to now play a load of Lyndon things and remind ourselves how bad it is that people like Rebecca Elizabeth Penman and Michaela Omniavosa and everybody else have literally been calling you like bro and whatnot. We've got Gary O'Brien, who told us all that he declared his undying love for Lyndon Malden a few years ago. It was just all weird and creepy fucking nonsense shit all the way from the beginning. And then they're backing up Ricky Dearman. You have to start asking like, and then everyone's just shutting up the kids, and Ricky Dearman's just a brilliant guy along with all these nonsense. Hang on a minute. Why are all these women involved with all of these nonsense types? Why are all these Nancy types on my case 24/7 calling me a paedophile? What the fuck? And then they're getting upset if I think, well, maybe you lot are paedophiles then. You've been doing this for fucking years. Surely there's something else going on in your lives other than calling me a paedophile. And that really, is it that far-fetched to go, well, maybe they're fucking paedophiles after, and then you're well sensitive about it, and anyone that knows anything about fucking psychology is going, well, it looks like they're paedophiles then. All right, so then we're just going to have to let the public and the authorities decide, aren't we? And then if you're not paedophiles, you wouldn't be doing this, would you? You wouldn't be flapping so hard. You'd be like with your families or your loved ones, or just not giving a flying fuck because you think I'm crazy and irrelevant. It can't be all of it, can it? It can't be that I'm irrelevant and crazy and that important that you have to be here all the time to monitor what I'm doing and saying. How can all of that be true? But again, like I don't have to make it all work. You're the ones looking at heavy fucking custodial sentences. You know that. And the thing is, even if I got stitched up with one, I'd be all right about it. You lot are in trouble if you go into prison because people like you get proper fucked up. Right, is that Eric? I've just realised who your voice is. Sorry, I'm in bed because I'm not very well. I'm not very well. What are you doing?
I don't give a fuck if you're not very well.
You've never given a fuck if I'm very well. What is wrong with you? Why are you doing this?
I'm warning you now. This is the fucking last warning you've got.
Warning?
You've taken this offline, right?
I've taken it offline. I've taken it offline. You've made videos using my children. You've used avatars of my flat, my dad, my mum, my allotment. You've gone for my car, everything. What the fuck are you talking about, you sick cunt? Just while I remember, I actually, before I read the comment that got me wound up to speak there, I was going to say that we noticed 2 typos in the slideshow there, where I'm duplicating the pages. I know I mentioned this to Wallace Hoogley, who was incredibly upset that Esau disappeared because I have to duplicate a page each time. So I've got, there was Telford nonce on Esau's face, which is not. That was left over from Lyndon's, where I've duplicated it. And I think also something from Brian Leroy Hansford was on Valerie Stroud's because I'd accidentally deleted her as well. So there are those noted. But like I said, we will figure out some prizes for people that like spot typos, especially if you get to them before we do. So yeah, just letting you know that we have spotted those 2. So just while I think of it. Can't.
Do you want to listen to me or not?
Oh, fair enough. Go on.
Right, you decided to take this offline, right?
No, I've not decided. You decided to come into my life. Don't fucking make some shit up.
I don't know who you are, weird old man. Last warning? Last warning?
If you mention my name, AJ's name, Sabina's name, you'll have a knock on the fucking door.
I'm going to have a knock on the fucking door. By who?
Leave Sabina, AJ,
I didn't want to bring Sabina into it. They made out she's a solicitor and she's not, okay? I've been requested by law to report them for it because you have to use their name to check it. She said that she is a solicitor. She said that she's a solicitor. She said that her name is Sabina Wood. She said that. Herself said that. AJ then went on to tell the internet. AJ then went on to tell the internet he has control of her Facebook, has her driving license in his wallet. What the fuck is going on there? And she's not agreeing with him. Is this my fault? You lot all came after me. I don't know you people.
Leave Sabina.
I've not done anything to Sabina. She has proclaimed to be a solicitor, and now it doesn't marry up with what AJ has said online. You lot think it's fine to go down my Facebook accounts that I don't even have access to get things. You've taken my fucking children and made videos over it. You've put my shit out all over the place, and you've got the fucking audacity to call me and tell me to leave you alone. You haven't even got the bollocks to have your number come up. You fucking melt.
Leave Sabina.
I have not touched Sabina. I will not. The law will deal with Sabina and you and AJ and Danny and anyone else you want to fucking try and threaten me with. I am not fucking scared of you cunts.
You have been bringing her name up all the fucking time.
You are fucking finished. You are fucking finished.
Leave the woman.
I have not done anything. You are phoning me from a withheld number. You are phoning me and threatening me.
No, I'm not threatening. I'm just saying.
You've just fucking said it's your last warning. How many times? Last warning for what? Last warning for what? I've not done a thing and I don't intend. I don't intend to do a thing. You fucking pricks harass me day in, day out. And you've fucking got the audacity to phone me.
If you mention her name once fucking more, it will be coming to your fucking door.
And you've just done it again. So you're threatening what is coming to my door?
Matter or that.
Well. Fuck's sake. Oh, shit, man. Fuck's sake.
Are you coming to the tree? They strung up her man. They say you murdered 3. Strange things did happen here. No stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree? Where dead man called out for his love to flee. Strange things did happen here. No stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree where I told you to run so we both be free? Strange things that happen here. No stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree where a necklace of hope side by side with me? Strange things did happen here. No stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree.
forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of. Killing in the name of. Now you do what they told you. 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 And 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 now you do what they told you. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge and your chosen white. You're justified. Those that died for wearing the badge and your chosen white. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge and your chosen white. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge and your chosen white. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses.
Who are these 20 special
There's Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes in, they do sex to her. Mostly.
Who's they? Who's they?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
Every single teacher or what specific teacher?
No, every single, the whole school does it. The whole school, and we've got our own church too, so because they do that, because after as I said, we kill babies, so we're not allowed to eat them. But then after, the social services who are in it, they go to families or
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide,
Developing discernment. A methodical, audio-only approach to assessing truthfulness through speech, consistency, and behavior over time. Introduction. This course is designed to teach people of any age, background, or ability how to evaluate whether someone is being truthful, honest, or accurate based only on how they speak, behave, and remain consistent over time. It does not require reading, writing, or analyzing body language. It does not rely on complicated psychological labels or visual cues. It does not aim to judge character, personality, or moral worth. Instead, it teaches a structured way to listen carefully, observe speech patterns, and compare statements over time using a neutral, fair, and ethical process. It is vital to emphasize from the very beginning that you must never use emotion to decide whether someone is telling the truth. You must never use personal bias, personal preference, or any emotional reaction. You must never judge people because you like them or dislike them. You assess their speech behavior, not who they are as a person. You accept you may be wrong, and your conclusion must always remain open to correction. This is the lawful and moral way to establish truth. This essay walks step by step through every part of the assessment process used in the developing discernment method. It is written as though you are listening to an instructor explain how to use the form, how to score each section, and how to interpret your findings ethically and calmly. Part 1. Establishing the baseline. Before you can compare anything, you must first understand what is normal for the speaker. A baseline means their usual way of talking when they are comfortable, not under pressure, and not trying to impress, hide, or persuade. Your baseline may include their usual pace when speaking, their usual pitch and tone, their typical use of pauses, fillers, ums, and ahs, their natural rhythm, such as steady, casual, or lively, how they normally describe things, how they sound when they are relaxed. The baseline is not judged. It is simply observed. Throughout this process, always remind yourself, there is no good or bad speaking style. Fast does not mean lying. Slow does not mean truth. Accent, culture, and personality do not indicate honesty. Only changes from the person's own baseline matter. Part 2. The 13 audio cues. How the scoring works, how to recognize each option, and how to keep bias out of the process. Each of the 13 cues is scored on a scale of 0, 1, or 2. A score of 0 means no, a mild deviation or slight change that may indicate uncertainty, stress, or emotion. This is not proof of dishonesty. A score of 2 means a significant departure from baseline that may suggest reconstruction, fabrication, confusion, or withholding. Even this is not proof of dishonesty on its own. You will now be walked through each cue. For each cue, you will hear in your mind 1. What the cue means. 2. How to distinguish between a 0, a 1, and a 2. 3. Examples you may hear. 4. A reminder to stay neutral and avoid assumptions. Cue 1. Pace and speed of speech. Meaning, how fast or slow the person speaks compared to their normal pattern. Score 0. Their pace sounds typical for them. Example, if they usually speak quickly and still do, that is a 0. Score 1. A mild increase or decrease in speed, but still within a reasonable range. Example, they slow down a little when thinking. Score 2. A sudden rapid pace, or a very noticeable slowdown, especially at key moments. Example, they speed up sharply during a detail they may be uncomfortable discussing. Important. Do not assume speed equals lying. Some people talk fast when nervous or slow when thinking. Cue 2. Tone of voice. Meaning, the emotional sound of their voice, including warmth, tension, flatness, or strain. Score 0. Their tone remains steady and similar to their usual sound. Score 1. Slight tension or emotional coloring creeps in. Score 2. Tone shifts dramatically, becoming unusually flat, overly cheerful, strained, sharp, or unnatural. Example of a 2. A suddenly cheerful tone when discussing something serious. A sudden flat, monotone delivery where they are usually expressive. Reminder. Tone changes can come from tiredness, grief, or stress. Never jump to conclusions. Cue 3. Pauses and silences. Meaning, the length, frequency, and timing of pauses in speech. Score 0. Normal pattern of pausing. Score 1. Slight increase in hesitations or thinking pauses. Score 2. Long, frequent, or strategically placed pauses, especially before key details. Example, a long silence before answering a simple question. Do not assume silence equals lying. Many truthful people pause because they want to be precise. Cue 4. Filler words, Score 0. Normal level of fillers. Score 1. Mild increase that appears linked to thinking. Score 2. Heavy, repeated filler words interrupting major points. Example, so, yeah, I don't know. Reminder. Fillers can come from anxiety or embarrassment, not dishonesty. Cue 5. Fluency and flow. Meaning, how smooth or disrupted the speech is. Score 0. Speech flows naturally. Score 1. Minor disruptions such as restarts or small stumbles. Score 2. frequent restarts, broken sentences, or self-corrections. Example, I went to, I mean I didn't go, I mean I was going to go. Q6, word choice consistency. Meaning, whether they describe the same thing in the same way across time. Score 0. Language remains steady. Example, always calling the place the house. Score 1. Some minor shifts. Example, the house becomes my mate's house. Score 2. Major shifts. Example, I was alone becomes I was with 3 people. Q7. Level of detail. Score 0. Natural amount of detail for that person. Score 1. Slight drop or increase in detail. Score 2. Either excessive rehearsed detail or vague avoidance. Example of a 2, too much. Providing irrelevant detail as if memorized. Example of a 2, too little. Avoiding specifics when asked simple questions. Q8. Emotional alignment. Meaning, does the emotion match the topic? Score 0. Emotion fits the content. Score 1. Emotion is slightly mismatched. Score 2. Emotion is strongly inappropriate or forced. Example, laughing when discussing something serious. Q9. Pronoun use. Meaning, how they refer to themselves and others. Score 0. Consistent pronoun use. Example, I did this. I went there. Score 1. Occasional small changes. Example, switching to we unexpectedly. Score 2. Strong shifts that alter responsibility. Example, I did changes to someone did. Q10. Temporal order, time sequence. Score 0. Events are in a clear order. Score 1. Minor confusion about the sequence. Score 2. Events jump around or contradict earlier statements. Q11. Vocabulary consistency. Score 0. Words remain stable. Score 1. Some variation. Score 2. Key terms change significantly over time, suggesting reconstruction. Q12. Self-correction loops. Meaning, repeating a phrase and then correcting it. Score 0. 0. None beyond normal. Score 1. Occasional small corrections. Score 2. Many loops that appear rehearsed or uncertain. Q13. Overall strain or relief. Meaning, sounding strained or relieved at particular points. Score 0. Neutral and steady delivery. Score 1. Mild strain or relief. Score 2. Obvious strain, especially around specific details. Part 3. The comparative statements grid. This is the heart of the method. Truth is not determined by one conversation, but by comparing statements over time. The grid allows you to add interviews, recall sessions, or repeated conversations. For each claim, you compare what they said the first time, what they said the second time, whether details match, shift, or contradict, whether the emotional tone remains stable, whether new details appear naturally or unnaturally. Truth tends to remain stable across time. Fabrication tends to change. Part 4. Reflection and interpretation. After scoring and comparing, you produce a calm, neutral conclusion. Never say they are lying. Say instead, their statements remain consistent across time. Their statements show some inconsistencies that require further checking. Their delivery suggests discomfort, uncertainty, or possible reconstruction. Your role is to observe, not accuse. Always remember, emotion is not evidence. Personal preference is not evidence. Judgment is not evidence. Only patterns across time create evidence. Part 5. Ethical principles. Repeated throughout the course. Stay neutral. Stay compassionate. Stay calm. Be aware of cultural differences. Recognize that anxiety is not deception. Recognize that children speak differently to adults. Understand that trauma affects memory. Never punish someone for sounding unsure. Never use this method to shame or belittle. The lawful and moral approach is always observe, compare, Reflect. Never accuse without evidence. 6. How to teach this to children. Children learn discernment best through stories they retell, describing small events from earlier in the day, observing changes in characters' speech in stories or role plays, listening for differences between how stories begin and how they end, practicing calm neutrality. Children naturally notice patterns. This method rewards that instinct. Part 7. Summary of the entire course. 1. Establish what is normal for the speaker. 2. Listen without judgment. 3. Score each cue neutrally. 4. Compare statements over time. 5. Observe stability or instability. 6. Reflect calmly. 7. Keep emotion and bias out. 8. Stay gentle and ethical. 9. Use patterns, not assumptions. 10. Accept your conclusion may change with new information.
Grammarly provides a bunch of different suggestions to improve the correctness and style of your writing. Different colors denote different suggestion types. These are correctness suggestions, which fix mistakes in spelling, grammar, and punctuation. Clarity suggestions like this make your writing concise and more easily understood, so you get your point across faster. Here we have a tone suggestion, which helps you represent yourself better and sound more resonant to your reader. Finally, Grammarly can also rewrite entire paragraphs and sentences in a click, so you can spend less time wordsmithing and more time on the big picture. That's how you get mistake-free, polished writing that drives work forward. Get Grammarly Pro today and write like a pro.
Want to plate like a chef? We're breaking down the essential purees every serious cook should master. Bold flavors, silky textures, and a lot easier than you think. These are the 4 purees every chef needs to learn.
Okay, so first puree, we're going to start with the humble celeriac. Celeriac is quite an underused ingredient, I would say anyway. It's one of those ones that's always like knocking around the supermarket, but no one really never knows what to do with it. But it does make a fantastic puree. So I'm just going to start by prepping it. The easiest way I find is to top and tail it with a knife. Just go around as if you were going to segment an orange or a grapefruit or something like that. Purees get a bit of a bad rep as being, it's a bit wanky. It's a Michelin star technique. Kind of every dish has a puree. But a puree is a way of adding that smoothness, silkiness to dishes. But different vegetables require different techniques to make purees out of them. I'm not saying this is the only way you can make a celeriac puree, but I'm saying it's a very good way. This puree was very similar to one we did at dinner by Heston. Slightly simplified version down, but again, the technique is very similar. So what we're going to do, the essence of this puree is about intensifying the flavor of the celeriac.
Are you coming to the tree? But dead and cold out, for his love to flee. Strange things did happen, no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree where I told you to run so we could be free? Strange things that happen, no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree for a necklace of hope, side by side with me? Strange things did happen here, no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree where I told you to run so we both be free? Strange things did happen here, no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree? A strong upper man, they say you might be free. Strange things can happen, no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree where dead not cold, I'm focused love to see? Strange things can happen, no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree.
Also, skin, the skin was special. There's like in the skin to the arm. Stick it, but it's kind of sticks. Stick it on make the shield so like this. They've got blocks in it. So, what the I like the actual one. You can do it coloured, but it's not like it's a bit see-through there.
For the skin?
Yes, it's skin.
Okay, well, sorry to.
A big black star. It was. Wait. Pause. I have to go and draw the star picture.
Okay.
The paper's downstairs.
Who are these 20 special
There's
children?
Millie. She's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because she's given her name because she comes to nose.
Who's that?
The teachers, parents, staff.
Every single teacher in the school.
Every single, the whole school. The whole school, and you've got our own chair. So because after you, as I said, you chose but then after so the social services who are in it, they go to family meetings.
Gossip, slander, and public harm, a shared warning from the Bible and the Quran in the digital age. How ancient revelation foresaw modern digital destruction. 1. A shared moral law. Gossip is a serious spiritual crime. Both Christianity and Islam treat gossip not as casual misbehavior, but as a grave moral and spiritual offense, one that corrupts the heart, fractures communities, and invites divine accountability. Biblical warnings. Proverbs 16 verse 28. A perverse person stirs up conflict, and a gossip separates close friends. Leviticus 19 verse 16. You shall not go about as a slanderer among your people. James 3 verse 6. The tongue is a fire, a world of unrighteousness. Matthew 12 verse 36. Everyone will have to give account on the day of judgment for every empty word they have spoken. Here, gossip is not merely unkind, it is spiritually incendiary and judgment-bearing. Quranic warnings. The Quran condemns gossip and slander with equally severe language. Surah Al-Hujurat 49:12. Do not spy on one another, nor backbite one another. Would any of you like to eat the flesh of his dead brother? You would detest it. This is one of the most vivid moral images in all scripture. Gossip is equated with cannibalizing the dead, the ultimate violation of dignity. Surah Al-Qalam 68:10-11. Do not obey every habitual oath-taker, slanderer, going about with malicious gossip. Surah An-Nur 2400 hours 15. You received it on your tongues and said with your mouths that of which you had no knowledge, thinking it was insignificant while it was, in the sight of God, enormous. This verse is especially relevant today. What people think is just talk is enormous in moral weight. Shared moral conclusion. Across both faiths. Gossip is not neutral speech. It is a violation of human dignity. It is destructive to social trust. It is spiritually accountable. There is no religious loophole, justification, or excuse for speaking harmfully about others in their absence. 2. Why gossip is so dangerous, a shared ethical understanding. Both traditions recognize the same core dangers. 1. The accused has no defense. Gossip always operates where the person is absent. The facts cannot be tested. The damage cannot be prevented. This violates both biblical justice. One witness is not enough. Deuteronomy 19 verse 15. Quranic justice. If a wrongdoer brings you news, verify it. Surah 49:6. 2. Gossip turns suspicion into identity. It does not say something may have happened. It says this is who they are. This is identity destruction, not disagreement. 3. Group gossip destroys individual conscience. Once gossip becomes collective, personal responsibility weakens. Cruelty increases. Moral inhibition collapses. Both the Bible and Quran repeatedly warn against following the crowd into wrongdoing. 3. When gossip enters the public record, from sin to legal liability. Private gossip, while sinful, once faded. Public digital gossip never fades. The moment gossip enters. Social media. Forums. Group chats. Comment sections. Videos. Screenshots. It moves from moral wrongdoing into legal exposure. Defamation, the legal umbrella. Defamation is any false statement presented as fact that harms a person's reputation. It divides into slander, spoken, temporary, harder to prove, libel, written or recorded, permanent, searchable, archivable, shareable. All online posts fall under libel, not slander. Legal requirements for liability, simplified. 1. A false statement. 2. Presented as fact. 3. Published to others. 4. Causing reputational harm. The Internet automatically satisfies publication and permanence. 4. When gossip becomes collective, conspiracy, harassment and psychological harm. Once multiple people participate online, the legal landscape escalates. Civil conspiracy. If two or more people coordinate, share defamatory material, intend harm, each individual becomes liable for the total collective damage. Harassment and targeted bullying. Online gossip campaigns can meet thresholds for stalking, harassment, threatening behavior, coercive control. This is now frequently criminal, not merely civil. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. Where behavior is extreme, repeated, reckless, Psychologically destructive. The law recognizes this as a serious actionable offense. Why online gossip is worse than offline? Because it is permanent, anonymous, algorithmically amplified, global, inescapable, career-destroying, socially isolating. Documented outcomes include PTSD, suicidal ideation, identity collapse, total reputational exile. This is why group-based online gossip is not merely cruel, it is often sadistic in its effect. 5. Theological meaning of the digital age. Here your insight becomes extraordinarily powerful. Scripture warned against gossip in a world where words faded. We now live in a world where words never die. For the first time in human history, every word can be recorded, stored, retrieved, quoted, used in court, spread globally within seconds. The Bible's warning. Every idle word will be accounted for. And the Quran's warning. You uttered it with your mouths, thinking it insignificant, while it was enormous in God's sight. Have become materially, legally, and digitally real. The internet has not weakened divine warning, it has multiplied its consequences. 6. Gossip versus justice, a shared moral contrast. Gossip. Justice. Speaks in absence. Confronts in presence. Spreads suspicion. Seeks verification. Destroys reputation. Protects dignity. Avoids accountability. Demands evidence. Entertains the ego. Requires humility. Divides communities. Preserves peace. Both Christianity and Islam align truth with restraint, not exposure. Final synthesis, a unified warning for our time. Christian and Muslim scripture agree on something profoundly important. Gossip is spiritually dangerous. Slander is morally grave. Public accusation without proof is a form of injustice. Group-based attack multiplies guilt. Words carry divine, social, and now legal consequence. The internet has created a world where words do not disappear. Accusations cannot be forgotten. Falsehoods cannot be fully undone. And reputations can be destroyed without physical violence. What once died in a room now lives forever in databases, screenshots, court records, and search engines. A final shared truth. The Quran calls gossip eating the flesh of the dead. The Bible calls it a fire set from hell. The law calls it defamation. The victim experiences it as social execution. Different languages. The same moral reality.
Yeah, like, fuck. None of us have ever done anything to the levels of what Esau have done. Yet you're obsessed with us. Esau, on the other hand, you're terrified of, aren't you? You are terrified of Esau. On that note, big up in the super chat. Another 1999 from Arafina. She put, "We are family. Hey, 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 hey. Hogshead trolls." Oh, wait, let me think that through. We are family. Hey, 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 yeah. We've got all the Hogshead trolls with me. No, that doesn't fit. We are family. Hey, 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 yeah. I've got Hogshead trolls all with me. No, one more time. We are family. Hey, 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 yeah. I've got all Hogshead. No, I've got Hogshead trolls. I've got all Hogshead trolls with me. I've got all Hogshead trolls with me. That works. We are family. Hey, 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 yeah. I've got all Hogshead trolls with me. Hey, 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 yeah. Fucking family.
Statement on truth, silence, and the moral weight of words. For a long time now, I have lived with the reality of being spoken about in rooms I am not in, on platforms I do not control, and in narratives I have not authored. I have watched from a distance as groups of people, some openly, some anonymously, have sat together, day after day, discussing my life as though it were public property. They have speculated, exaggerated, distorted, and at times outright invented claims about me. They have spoken not only about my character, but about the most painful and private aspects of my life, including my children. Today, of all days, the very day we prepare to make our own truth visible through our website, the same pattern has unfolded again. Public discussions. False narratives. Casual cruelty. Pain treated as entertainment. Not whispered, not private, but broadcast. Silence, when faced with persistent public falsehood, becomes a form of erasure. And I will not consent to being erased. The illusion of control and the reality of law. There seems to be a belief held by some that if they speak loudly enough, often enough, and with enough people participating, a person can simply be written out of their own story. That truth can be drowned. That a life can be reduced to a caricature for clicks, streams, and conversation. But words spoken in public do not vanish. They accumulate. They record. They testify. And what may feel like power in the moment often becomes liability in time. There is a profound difference between disagreement and defamation, opinion and accusation, criticism and harassment. When speech becomes repetitive, targeted, collective, and harmful, it crosses not only moral lines, but legal ones too. Addiction, narcissism, and the vulnerability to harm. Over time, patterns emerge. Some people appear driven by addiction, whether to alcohol, to validation, to attention, or to the chemical highs of online reaction and conflict. Others display traits consistent with narcissism, the need to dominate narrative, the absence of accountability, the inability to tolerate another person's independent voice. When such traits combine with vulnerability, people can become groomed into participation, used as mouthpieces, drawn into dynamics they do not fully understand, encouraged to harm others while believing they are justified. This is not new. Scripture, both biblical and Quranic, warns repeatedly about those who stir division, feed on scandal, exploit weakness, and delight in the downfall of others. The tragedy is that many who participate may not even realize the full weight of what they are enabling. The 7 deadly sins and the mirror of the soul. Christian tradition speaks of the 7 deadly sins not as medieval abstractions, but as spiritual diseases of the heart. Jealousy, resentment towards another's strength, resilience, or voice. Gluttony, not only of food, but of attention, drama, outrage, and validation. Wrath, disproportionate rage that seeks not justice, but destruction. Pride, the inability to admit wrongdoing. Sloth, moral laziness that follows the crowd rather than conscience. Greed, using another's life as currency. Lust, not only sexual, but a lust for power over another. Islam speaks with equal force about these same moral dangers. Envy that consumes good deeds. Arrogance that blinds the heart. Suspicion that corrupts judgment. Backbiting that devours human dignity. And the love of scandal that distances a person from God. Different traditions. The same diagnosis. How faith warns us not to become what we hate. Both Christianity and Islam teach that sin does not merely harm the victim, it reshapes the soul of the one who commits it. When a person repeats lies, justifies cruelty, normalizes harassment, laughs at another's suffering, they do not merely harm another human being. They move themselves further away from God, from conscience, and from truth. Scripture does not warn against gossip because God is fragile. It warns against gossip because we are. The psychological cost of being publicly misrepresented. To live under constant misrepresentation is not trivial. It affects safety, reputation, mental health, family relationships, children, livelihood, and one's sense of belonging in the world. What is said casually on a live stream does not land casually in the life of the person being discussed. Online cruelty is not less real because it is virtual. It is often more inescapable because it follows a person into every space. Truth does not require a mob. I have not written this because I need a crowd. I have written it because truth does not require permission. I do not need to silence others to exist. I do not need to erase anyone to speak. And I do not need to become cruel in order to be strong. If others continue to use my name for attention while denying me the right to speak for myself, that contradiction will eventually speak louder than any statement I could ever make. A final word on God, not grievance. This is not ultimately about revenge, exposure, or retaliation. This is about alignment with God. Both the Bible and the Quran teach that God sees what is hidden. God hears what is whispered and broadcast. God knows the intentions behind every word. And God is not mocked by collective denial. History shows us again and again. Truth does not always win quickly, but it does not remain buried forever. My position, simply stated: I will not participate in public cruelty. I will not return lies with lies. I will not sacrifice my integrity for outrage. And I will not be erased by people who only know how to speak about me, never to me. This is not a declaration of war. It is a declaration of existence, truth, and faith. Kaylee Ainov. Umbrella Grape Solutions. UGS Common Law Church Limited 16246006.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a doubt, doesn't it?
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
She's got to the bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
No thought ever thought that they should involve themselves in such great guilt. For these nations have done what the Lord detests. Even their children they have burned for their gods.
The centuries-old practice of child sacrifice to Baal, Moloch, and the Luciferian gods, condemned in the Bible, is still practiced to this very day. Around the world, many victims and witnesses are breaking the silence about this dark secret that has clung to our earth like cancer for millennia. The following voices reveal a Luciferian blood cult that practices child sacrifice and other cruelties. If we do not listen to them, and it's too difficult for us to even listen to what others have had to experience, if we do not spread these cries for help, the innocent blood of defenseless children will continue to flow and flow. You have a responsibility. Yes, you who are watching this film right now.
And I would say the other worst thing for me was watching children be sacrificed in the Vatican, watching them be brought in and watching them be cut open, and watching all the VIP people in the room they do these sacrifices to invite demonic entities to inhabit them. And I was able to feel and see these entities also. And that was, for me, to see evil itself was something that also still haunts me to this day.
As this little boy was being cut open alive, the man doing this was also bending over him and appeared to be eating the boy's entrails and blood. When the boy died and his screams stopped, a black mist appeared in the center of the room at the same distance that this little boy's body was from me. And I'm still at the head of the table on the altar. The men were chanting, and I remember them saying, "Lucifer." The black mist in the center of the room grew larger, and this demon was summoned. I saw its red eyes, and it was speaking in another language. Its voice sounded like thunder.
But then they were still sawed up and were screaming. They told us it was the devil who was rising while they were screaming. That's when they were still alive. What did they do with the bodies? Partially eaten.
Many survivors tell exactly the same story. Also, Astrid Dauster writes in her book, Opferkind, Victim Child, how her father, as a practicing Satanist, communicated directly with Lucifer. She was even there herself. Astrid's father inflicted indescribably cruel tortures on her throughout her childhood. He also took her to black masses, where babies were sacrificed, where she was tortured so extremely that she was very often in the near-death realm, where she had repeatedly encountered God who gave her strength. The Satanic Community Brotherhood of Samael massively attacked her story of suffering on Facebook, and so the video was deleted, after which the Satanists expressed their great joy about this. Samael, by the way, is another name for the fallen angel Lucifer, who is also called the devil.
These folks are dyed-to-the-wool Luciferian Satanists. They have completely given themselves to this cult. Luciferians communicate directly with Lucifer through the ritual practice of child sacrifice. This practice originated in the cult of Baal. Baal is just a name for Leviathan or Lucifer or Moloch. These are all referencing the same energy. The cult of Baal, which is the oldest cult ever established on this planet, is the ancient precursor to Luciferianism. Luciferianism, I personally consider simply a formalized and highly organized cult of Baal. They are pure darkness, and this emptiness lack drives their craving for our life energy.
John Todd is also a whistleblower of the Lucifer sect. He testified to countless human sacrifices by Satanists. Thousands are being sacrificed on Halloween alone. He told about the Rothschilds leading the sect. They were the mouthpiece of Lucifer. There were 13 chairs at their table, whereby the 13th was for Lucifer, because he would sit there himself. He had seen all of this with his own eyes. John Todd tells of being on the Supreme Council of 13 and passing on direct political orders from the Rothschilds to politically influential people, such as governors or senators who happened to be in his area. He said that since Woodrow Wilson, and including him, there has never been a US president who did not belong to this Satan's cult. We would elect the presidents they put up for us. For example, he also said that the Council on Foreign Relations is a section of this cult. He says that this cult has nothing to do with Jewish matters. It is 100% Druidic occult.
But we were attending rituals also, rituals where they
did murder children and animals. Animals is what they did like on your average holiday, but on the big black masses are basically, it's where basically, and it's most
a ritual where a very small girl was tied to a large pole, lifted over a huge fire, and died instantly. The hair instantly dissolved, the skin fell off the body in layers. It was the cruelest event a person could ever witness.
Can you also remember rituals performed on certain holidays?
Take part in these rituals. Participation of the following persons is documented. Addition Henry Kissinger, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and the heads of Standard Oil and General Electric attended these meetings.
They'll get together with other covens in the area for these big black masses, they call them. And those are on specific days throughout the year. So on a few of those, I watched them actually kill children.
For example, she tells about a ritual where a very small girl was tied to a large pole, lifted over a huge fire, and died instantly. The hair instantly dissolved, the skin fell off the.
Just realize, and not just rituals in everyday life, but really certain holidays where you really celebrated it and very, very, very many children were sacrificed.
Alex Jones succeeded in filming such a ritual in front of a huge Moloch statue with a hidden camera as a witness in the strictly sealed Bohemian Grove. High officials from politics, business, and the media take part in these rituals. The participation of the following persons is documented. U.S. Presidents Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, Jimmy Carter, George Bush Sr. and Jr., Bill Clinton, German Chancellor Helmut Schmidt was also present. In addition, Henry Kissinger, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and the heads of Standard Oil and General Electric attended these meetings. Eyewitnesses such as Kathy O'Brien and Kathy Collins recounted the events at Bohemian Grove.
And a lot of my experiences were in Presidio and Bohemian Grove. I was used from a very young age, and I remember going through an initiation ritual at the age of 3. Someone was forcing me to drink blood. And then a case in Bohemian Grove where I was forced to watch a child sacrifice.
Survivor Kathy O'Brien also testifies to human sacrifice at the Bohemian Grove site.
It was this glorification of the whole act. You saw these people there in their red robes, practicing this religiously for the glory of their savior, Satan. The things that were added to it, killing and cannibalism. There were children being killed, and the tone was, if you don't do it, you're screwed. This being then had access to me, and I had to kill the little girl.
Een kind omgebracht.
Was schick's auf Distanz? Schick's jetzt.
Aber lebendes. Und die haben das doch aufgegessen. Und es waren dann nur noch Haare und alle anderen Knochenteile übrig. Und Augen auch und Zähne.
At the meetings, well, Satan was worshipped and they just celebrated masses. The atmosphere there is just as if the devil is really in the room. And they stand in a circle and the faces were covered. They have such black capes and the hoods. And the murmuring is just very like a sing-song. And you were all worshipping the devil inside your home. Right. Rituals in which babies were sacrificed and you'd have to, babies. So you witnessed the sacrifice. Right. When I was very young, I was forced to participate in that in which I had to sacrifice an infant. And the purpose of the sacrifice is to bring you what? What are you sacrificing for? For power. Power.
Well, see, first of all, it's normal when you go to the Old Testament, Moloch and the Baals, they wanted the baby, the children. Explained to me by Satanists because it's a higher level of blasphemy to God, against God. It's and for some reason the demons love bringing that kind of harm. We look at a child and automatically we're going to protect them, save them, guard them, whatever it takes. They look at a child, they'd eat it alive, they destroy it, they'd torture it. That's why some rituals are called demon revels or satanic revels. The younger the child, here's exactly what dark undergrounders have said to me: the younger, the better. And we never kill them right away. We prolong the torture. Why? Because we have to raise the energies, the terror, the fear, and then little by little letting some blood out.
She tells about a black mass where everyone began to sing and then slaughtered and disemboweled a newborn baby. Meanwhile, the grandfather of the victim said a prayer for Satan. And this victim here tells of how the Satanists reenacted the crucifixion of Jesus by hanging a man on the cross who was trying to save her and her sister. They threw a bunch of bloody parts of killed babies at him and also at the two victims, as she shared. A great many victims testify that Satanists pervert Christian customs and holidays in order to blaspheme God.
There are satanic groups that force mothers to sacrifice their own child to Satan. It may happen that they are ritually impregnated only for this purpose.
Also, Detective Kurt Jackson of the Beaumont Police Department confirms these child sacrifices and child slaughters. Some of them are shot, stabbed, or poisoned. Attorney Karine Knappen raises awareness about the satanic elite and the enslavement, rape, torture, and murder of children and newborns. She raises awareness about an important research on satanic rituals in which children are murdered and then have their organs removed to be sold. It is a covered up and protected billion-dollar business, Knappen said. A women's counseling center in Germany cites Satanism as the main background of ritual abuse. Asked if children are still ritually abused in her town today, she replies,
I don't suspect it, I know it.
Ray Wire is a British criminologist and an absolute expert on satanic cults. He investigated many cases of satanic ritual violence and also checked the statements of Teresa, a survivor, for their authenticity. He had no doubt whatsoever that she was telling the truth. Among other things, she reported that she was forcibly impregnated several times at a young age, and that her babies were wrested from her and ritually sacrificed. See my first film on the blood cult. Paul Bonacci also had his say in my last film. He describes the most horrific experiences of ritual abuse he had with satanic cults in Nebraska. The lawyer, Juliana Denson-Gerber, says that Paul Bonacci couldn't possibly be lying. His statements coincide with statements from very many other victims who have spoken of the same abuse. And she is an abuse expert. She says he described satanic rituals in great detail that he couldn't possibly have known about if he hadn't participated in them. Survivor Loretta Smith also testified independently of Paul Bonacci and without knowing him about the same horrific ritual abuse she had experienced at the hands of satanic cults in Nebraska. Yes, even to the point of satanic ritual sacrifice and cannibalism she herself was forced to participate in. Neil Brick is a survivor of ritual abuse by Freemasons. Brick is now educating the public about ritual abuse crimes, as explained in the KLA-TV documentary, World Danger, Highest Degree Freemasonry. The top of this organization is highly satanic.
My father is a Freemason Satanist Rosicrucian, and he was also an ASIO operative. So ASIO in my country of Australia is the equivalent of the MI6 or CIA. So they're intelligence operatives. So some of the ritual abuse, the sacrificial children were actually eaten, which is just horrific and very difficult for a lot of people to understand, but this is actually quite common. And one particular ritual, a baby was murdered and then eaten, and there were probably about 50 adults there. Yeah, so you know we're talking many different kinds of child sacrifice, rapes, dismemberment of children afterwards, and cannibalism.
Asia Rain was born into a family that actively practiced satanic ritual abuse. She was tortured and raped and had to participate in ritual sacrifice ceremonies. She was told that God was the one hurting her. Often a perpetrator would pretend to be Jesus, and after extremely brutal injury, the victim was then, quote-unquote, saved by someone to whom the victim was supposed to bond with, a so-called perpetrator bond, as many survivors call this. And this was then, for example, the respective counselor or directly Lucifer. Jamal Bari was sold to a Luciferian. He was tortured and violated to the utmost. He speaks of a girl who memorized many verses from the Bible. She was abused and raped, he says, and then whispered in her ear, "I am your Lord Jesus."
First, you have to understand that there are different groups. There are also atheists on the one side, but highly regarded are the people who are believers, who believe in Lucifer, Satan. They know that God exists. Otherwise, you can't even focus that negative energy. That is, you know he exists, you turn your back on him. And I will never forget that day in my whole life. They tied a young girl to the table. I can't tell you how old she was, but she didn't reach her 13th year. She was still young. And she was... I'm not going to lie to you now, but countless men raped her until she died. That's also ritual. That's a ritual. And I'll say it again. Evil is real. Evil exists.
Roger Monod was recruited by Satan worshippers and gained insight into the structure of the sect, from which he later escaped under fierce attacks, persecution, and death threats by converting to Jesus Christ. He also witnessed satanic sacrifices on Halloween, October 31st, amongst other dates.
Well, it was a big surprise for me as I'd kind of made up my mind that they would be looking for rough-looking characters, but as we entered the place, I was amazed to see that they were all very well dressed, well-mannered, and that a lot of the people, as were being introduced, were professionals, doctors, attorneys, lots of business people. They had 3 major policies that were going to be followed. First, they were to see to it that humans would be made to believe that Satan and his angels do not really exist. Lucifer said that people get to believe that Satan and his angels do not really exist.
Another strategy of the sect has been to destroy the Bible without burning it. Thus, it was decided that Charles Darwin, who was a high-level member of the satanic cult, would come up with the theory of evolution so that belief in the Bible would dissolve by itself. Darwin enjoyed the highest honor in the cult of Lucifer, according to Roger Monod. But it's the Bible itself, which has been authenticated multiple times as a historical chronicle that presents evidence for these Moloch and Baal sacrifices already taking place thousands of years ago. My father, Ivo Sazik, proves in the brochure Yahweh, Creator or Devil, through the whole Bible how the satanic cult of sacrifice has always taken place, and that this has always been the greatest abomination to Creator God. In her publications, Cult Survivor Svali shares precious information from inside the cult in which the idolatrous cults described in the Bible are confirmed one-to-one. For example, she describes the Babylonian program. It involves learning to make cruel offerings and rituals to the deities Molech, Astaroth, Bel, and Ashtoth. The Egyptian program teaches offerings to the deities Ra, Horus, Set, etc. She also testifies to Druid or Kabbalah programming, etc. What runs through all of these programs is the excessive cruelty of torture and murder. No matter what their ideological background is, some survivors also testify to the same horrific practices without any ideological background apparent to them. And now the question of all questions arises. Can one believe such statements at all? That sounds completely inconceivable. The crazy thing is that the perpetrator circles know exactly that nobody can believe this because it is unbelievable. Astra Douster's father, the Satanist who tortured her so abhorrently, said to her, and I quote, "You can try to get help, but believe me, the one who will believe you has yet to be born." The same is testified to by Herbert Steiner, called Herbie, who survived the cruelest ritual tortures and rapes.
As a victim of ritual violence, I was involved in sacrifices of animals and humans. I was told over and over again, never talk about it because no one will believe you.
Thus, these victims who have been violated to the extreme and who have only barely survived are even ridiculed, disrespected, and excluded from our society when they speak about these terrible things. Survivor Mary Knight, for example, recounts how she was placed in a coffin with the body of her beloved sister and then had to watch her sister's body being mutilated before her very eyes. She even had to participate in this herself. Such rituals are now witnessed by hundreds of victims. But Mary says that most survivors do not speak about this cruel satanic ritual abuse because no one believes them. So they only speak about some small part, like abuse or incest.
The ritualistic abuse, the satanic ritual abuse is the last thing people will talk about. They just say we're crazy. They just say we as survivors are crazy.
There is nothing worse than when you know that something like this has happened to you and the majority simply can't believe it, and you are seen in public, especially by the public media, as a crank, as a liar, as someone like that.
This is also the worst thing for Natalie, who remembers satanic rituals in hunting lodges and manhunts, among other things. You feel completely left alone because as a victim, you are then made out to be imagining all this and crazy.
Satanism exists in this country as it exists elsewhere. It is appallingly evil. It is about murder. It's about child abuse. It's about sexual abuse. It is no joke, and it must be taken seriously, and it must be dealt with. One of the most tragic stories that I've ever heard is where a child has told people what's been happening, and the adults have said, "Don't be stupid, that doesn't happen in this country."
Human rights activist Gabi Wendland comments, "At first it sounds inconceivable, unthinkable, and simply not possible. But these victims live among us. There might be hundreds of thousands of them." Christoph Cassetti, former canon of the Diocese Münster, summed it up this way, I quote, "What happens in these secret circles goes beyond our human imagination of evil. Accordingly, one classifies it as impossible." So these victims are not believed because it is beyond our imagination. But until a victim ever talks about any of this, he has risked his neck because secrecy is the highest commandment in this sect. This is enforced with the worst death threats.
Arcanum Latin, the secret, the Disciplina Arcani. The Disciplina Arcani dictates that I really should not tell anything about the group's infrastructure to an outsider, a non-initiated, and violating the Arcan discipline is subject to martial threats of punishment. Banally speaking, they say, if you out us, in whatever way, you're going to have your head taken off.
The kids are told that if you tell your parents, we are going to kill your parents. For me, for example, they did that by showing me someone who had their throat slit. And then when you see that and you see who all is involved, you just get terrified.
Survivor Teal Swan, for example, was intimidated as a little girl, thinking that her mother would be skinned if she said anything, and her father would be beheaded, and her brother eaten and disemboweled.
And when you're little, like, we got to understand this. When you're little, you have no reason to disbelieve an adult. None. So if a guy says he's going to kill your family, he's going to kill your family.
These people, these psychopathic, pedophile, Satanist elites, they have succeeded with secrecy and deception.
According to psychiatrist Dr. Werner Chan, silence is the perpetrator's strongest weapon.
If you're a child like me at 5 or 6 years old and you're at a ritual and you're watching another child the same age refuse to be, please don't do that, and fighting against whatever they want to do, and then that child is killed in front of you, what are you going to do? That's a type of brainwashing, right? Survival at all costs. So of course you're going to comply.
So for most of these victims, it is not even possible to come clean because they are threatened in such a way. In most cases, the threats are put into practice if the victim could not create enough publicity with his statements. This was the case with William Combs, for example. He was one of the main witnesses to a mass murder of Indigenous children. There was also a testimony of abuse and ritual sacrifice. He died from a lethal injection in a hospital, although he had only undergone a routine, harmless procedure. Coombs died because he made a statement in 1964 that 10 children were abducted from a Canadian school by Queen Elizabeth. In addition to William Coombs, the names of the following dead children and eyewitnesses were documented, mostly gruesome death stories that I will not tell for the sake of time here. Vicky Stewart, Margaret Sepes, Albert Gray, Maisie Shaw, Richard Thomas, Elaine Dick, Daniel Kangatok, David Sepas, Susan Ball, Pauline Frank, Albert Baptiste, Nancy Joe, Lorraine White, Johnny Bingo Dawson, Ricky, Lovely, Harriet Nahani, Nora Bernhardt. All of them can no longer tell their story. Kevin Annette uncovered all of this. Only Irene Favell and Rufus McNaughton survived. They witnessed a newborn baby being burned and 18 Mohawk children being shot to death, then dumped in a mass grave. In Canada alone, approximately 50,000 baby and child corpses were discovered in mass graves. In total, at least 34 mass graves of children were discovered in Canada, Ireland, and Spain, the excavation of which was refused by the respective governments of the English Crown and the Catholic Church.
boy described how he took it on the back of his hand, like a mountain on the back of his hand. The police said how the boy described it, it was not how people would take cocaine. And that's not my words, that's basically what the police said.
Excuse me, where, Becca? Where did the police say this? No, that's not the case. Actually, I just yeah, Kaylee, I don't know if I actually got a bit carried away. I got taken down a guided path of work this morning, doing various file arranging, and then got some inspiration. Like the title of this show is to do with avoiding, exposing the cruelty foods and exposing the importance, really, and the benefits for all involved of cruelty-free food and music, and learning good music principles. I meant to put the word good in there as well. So yeah, the Becka thing, these things just keep, I mean, it was just so traumatically, it was perfect yesterday what they did, and it was, I suppose, was to be expected. Oh, cool. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, I lost track. So it's for 4:40. Awesome. 12:14. So yeah, I just felt inspired to do this because I was going to play the other one, but then this one came up. It was 1 hour 40 long. So I was going to play the one with Sabine in, which is previous to this, but this just came up by autoplay afterwards. And I've not watched it yet, so yeah, I knew it was going to be brilliant because they're just on point with all their work. I don't know if they're all vegan yet, and that's the next stage, and Sabine doesn't talk about that enough. That's the problem. Yeah, that's where we need to get to, is just all the people that are involved in any of these exposes need to spiritually protect themselves, because the reason why Satan has the power to do such things is because we give it away by money, money, and then these bloodlines that do these rituals. Then the power is given via our accumulation of money in certain areas of the monopoly. Monopoly. So yes, less ums, more focused. So yeah, let's just finish playing this one of Becka. And so this is just a little just because it's directly related to her lying regarding covering up child abuse. So the police never said that the child, it seemed unfeasible the way he described the powder. They just never addressed the allegation. It was never retracted. They just forced, which was upheld by 2 subsequent IPCC reports in 2015 and 2016, after the 2014 disclosures, the refuted and illegal, unlawful, invalid court ruling in the private family court of the High Court Family Division, which was a fraud hearing, should never have gone to that court. It was not judicial process at all, and it was then overruled by needing reinvestigation of the whole case, requested by the Independent Police Complaints Commission, upheld again to say that the supposed internal investigation of Steve Martin was also insufficient. Never got any response back from that second report. They changed the whole name, disbanded the whole Independent Police Complaints Commission, and recreated a new replacement, the Independent Office of Police Conduct, the IOPC, to try and bury this into the obscurity. But so just finish her recorded. I'll just play it again just for clarity.
Boy described how he took it on the back of his hand, like a mountain on the back of his hand. the police said how the boy described it, it was not how people would take cocaine. And that's not my words. That's basically what the police said. It's in the documentary.
Well, are they saying right? They gave him cocaine? Yeah.
This is part of the whole lie, wasn't it? Like they was on cocaine, they put them on drugs.
Part of the whole lie. Like this woman's not incriminated herself enough.
It was all part of the story, isn't it?
All part of the lie, the hoax did.
The kids were saying,
This woman sits around playing games, and trying to get rid of real people.
Obviously, I criticised it.
She hasn't even listened to the children.
Called them to the police. Like how the boy described it was unlikely that he had taken it, right? Because of the way how.
No, not right, because that's not what the police said, right? And then you're going to say that it was in the documentary as well, because it wasn't, right?
Hang on, did she say that it was the police or her that said that?
Whatever. So anyway, obviously I criticised that. Jake got upset over it, and he tried to call me out on ghosts in it yesterday. And I just.
What you've been sniffing, Becca? Are you just been eating loads of shit food and sitting playing your game? Is that why you're not very well? You're not sniffing a lot.
I just turned around and said to him, I said, bro, like.
Or are you a bit deeper involved than we actually know? Are you covering up something intentionally more so than you let on, maybe?
Before you step to me and tell me anything, you need to go and advise your fucking girlfriend to stop breaking her CPN order.
No. That's just bullshit. Fuck you.
This girl's fucked.
Oh, so the Daily Mail said she's the worst troll in the whole UK because that's what the court said, apparently. This isn't the one with the UK's worst troll. Where is it? So this is some of the trolls online.
Phone calls, nasty language, you know, you're doing this, you're doing that. You're a Satanist, you're killing babies, you know, you're evil, you know. But I found the calls where they said little more scary.
This is like a reenactment of how many of the trolls that are actually. I shouldn't laugh at all because this is disgusting, it's terrible. But bless them. Let's just say a prayer for all the Hampstead trolls that are in our community, please. They didn't mean to be in that situation. They're generational victims, and they're forced to try and protect their innocence from being arrested because they've been born into a crime syndicate, ring, culture, abuse, generational incest.
I got an email from someone that said that they liked my daughter's profile on the website where she's highlighted in red, and that they would like me to bring my daughter and meet up with them. So I was getting emails from pedophiles.
Well, we can only speculate that any of this is actually true, but either way, yeah, these things possibly could have happened. But this is just the nature of being involved in a paedophile ring yourself, isn't it? So it's all very disturbing. But I'm not going to play all that just in case they've copyrighted their clip for now. But let's just see if there's another article to back up Rule Britannia and his Britain's worst troll. Oh, here we are, look. Britain's worst troll. Look at these newspapers that implicated themselves in this. Stupid fucks. Prison is toxic environment with uncomfy beds. It was called malicious, evil, and manipulative. She's joined jail for 9 years. Complained jail isn't very comfortable. Jerry Lawton. I'm going to have to record that name. Jerry Lawton. Look at it, just the Daily Star. I'm glad I found this one. They've got a big office in Luton. They shut down now. I think their actual newspaper. I don't think the newspaper actually exists anymore. Let's see if the Daily Star exists. I think it does. Yeah. Yeah, so they've got a lot to answer to still. Cool. I'm glad I found that one because I always just quote the. Well, these are kind of subsequent articles, really. But the Sun didn't touch the case for the first year, and they then made an article a year later, and it was only the Mirror, the Telegraph, and the Daily Mail. Daily Mail did the most, I believe, articles with the Telegraph. The Sun did an article a year later in some sort of sensationalist kind of like, oh, look what happened a year ago. It was weird, even though they never mentioned it at the time. And then the Guardian didn't mention it for 10 years, and they first did an article when the Hoax podcast come out. And I believe it may have been because they didn't want to highlight to that sort of they wanted to cover up initially to the kind of right-wing people that were more inclined to acknowledge the reality, and then, well, it goes both ways. But then the Guardian people, they kind of kept in a shadowy kind of mist around it to kind of make it look like it was a right wing issue and stuff. And then they sort of had to kind of, when the truth was just became more clear, they had to create. Well, when Ella originally published the first website of the HampsteadExposed.com, with the document A, that's when they seem to have created the documentary or the podcast. That's when they still seem to start attacking with the podcast Hoaxed. And then the Tortoise Media one with Alexi Mostrous. And then they created Accused, the Channel 4 documentary. So we are.
So the dead can no longer testify, but the survivors, who have received enough protection through the public, they testify that there is still one huge hurdle for the victims to tell their story. It is the fact that they were drawn into complicity as young children. So they are plagued by enormous feelings of guilt, and they must additionally fear being brought to justice themselves. This prevents them from speaking freely about the crimes.
Did you have to, or were you forced to, kill someone?
Yes. Yes, quite often. That even reinforces the silence. I felt just as similar to them. I thought I was just as bad as them, which now in retrospect sounds totally crazy. Yes. But I carried that guilt around with me for a very, very long time. For example, you have a knife in your hand for the first time yourself, you're guided by the perpetrator, and you have to kill the animals, and then later you just cut up babies and toddlers.
Annegret was also forced to kill. She describes her subsequent feelings of guilt and suicidal thoughts. She describes this as a vicious cycle of first being a victim and then a perpetrator. Filled with guilt, Katharina also told her counselor, "These hands killed." The counselor then escorted her to the police. Annette had filed a complaint with the police against her own parents and against herself because one had forced her to kill. She also witnessed the torture of her then 11-year-old brother, who lay in front of her as a soulless, screaming and jerking body then. This touched her very strongly. Her brother later shot himself. Consistently, the survivors report that the cult members force them in the following ways. First, if you don't do it, someone else will, so you can't save this child from death anyway. Secondly, if you do not do it, you will be killed yourself. Trauma specialist Roswitha Ewald knows such descriptions of ritual abuse from many of her patients. The religious scholar Adelheid Hermann Fund warns that the truly threatening satanic cults operate in secret.
Just to reiterate again, Clyde, but I guess you're just a conduit for bringing about the evidence in many ways. So I always take the good from any situation, any imposition. There's without, and I'm not religious at all, or any particular, strict to one scripture. But there is that thing in the Bible about saying the no weapon formed against me shall prosper, that God will turn around any of the devil's tools to be used for good, to be something like that. I'm not sure where the verse is in that one, but yeah, that one's cool. And so the point is, it's not about whether they believe. I've not even read the comment yet. Okay, I read it, yeah. So basically, just reiterating this one. So it's not about whether they believe my shit. It's not my shit. It is children that they are lying about. Michaela, let me get this one. You ready? We'll just play this one while we find this other one. You know what she said about me writing to Alicia and Gabriel's children's school? Did you hear about Alicia and Gabriel having children? Both of them individually have got children, according to Michaela. Is this acceptable, Clyde? Is this acceptable for her to go running around saying that Alicia and Gabriel have got children and that I contacted their children's schools? Scared about the devil's, scared about paraphrasing, using devil's tools now. Look at this fucking flapping. You're so shit scared. Are you? What would it make it? Would it like scare you less if I used the correct, exact, like whatever you call it, reading of it? So yeah, this one though. Just while I find the other one.
Boy described how he took it on the back of his hand, like a mountain on the back of his hand. The police said how the boy described it, it was not how people...
This is the problem, Clyde. Where did the police say this? I've not ever seen the police say this. Where's she getting it from? Why don't she show some sort of other verifying clarity to this bullshit made up shit? Because she can't, because she just says words on the internet to silence children that are being raped, trafficked and forced to kill other babies. And regardless, even if you don't want to acknowledge that bit, just the fact that they're being given powder drugs to sniff, she's covering up that they're being given powder drugs to sniff. We don't even need to cover the sexual abuse or the murder. You think that's okay? You think that we should just let it slide? Just let her crack on, just do her thing and abuse us in the process as well, like just to rub insult to injury, as they say.
Would take cocaine. And that's not my words, that's basically what the police said.
What was it? Don't sound very confident about that. Okay. Fucking hell, they've been relentless recently. No, I've just changed my filing process because it all gets a bit crazy otherwise. What's this one?
You fucking doubt. Why don't you just
Shine,
fuck
just
off?
hold on a second, right? But
Why don't you fuck off then?
Then don't you think she has a valid point?
Little friend I know.
Don't you think she has a
I
valid
just like
point
pressing
that
buttons.
they're asking for donations at the time of Christmas time, heating bills, right? And saying that, oh, we've noticed you not donated. Don't you think that's like uncalled for? You think that's Babs' fault for saying that she's like offended
I
by
think
that?
it's a strange place to come and complain about it. Why not maybe go
Babs
to
can
Jupiter
complain whatever
or
she wants about anything. If she feels comfortable coming here to just have a conversation, she didn't actually get any judgment. She didn't really get much of a reaction from Ghost. Ghost said, yeah, that is a bit bad, Babs. And they had a conversation. What's so bad about that?
Yeah, we've got like 3 conversations very similar to that. One where she's literally saying, oh, Tommy Robinson's begging, her words, not mine, begging for money, blah, blah, blah.
So
And she was
probably
talking,
does more
she
for
was
Tommy
talking to
Robinson's
Clown
movement
World
than you
about
ever have done.
She was
So
talking to
fucking
Clown
what?
World about the money tree in the back garden, which Tommy Robinson's. It is what it is, isn't it? To me, that's not a patriot.
matter. She can go where she wants.
To me,
How
that's-
long ago was that? How long ago was that then?
I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters when it was. It just matters that it was.
It fucking matters. Because
Why
I
does it
can
matter?
turn around. What about when you were
So you wasn't a patriot 2 years ago, but you expect me to believe that you are now?
Two
Yeah?
and a half fucking years ago.
You expect me to believe that you wasn't a patriot 2 years ago, and now you are? You've been around 2 minutes, Babs, and all you've done is shit all over everything. So go and join your friend Jupiter and both do what you do best. Destroy things from within.
But
then listen, stop.
I've probably been to more protests.
No, you haven't. Because you're literally a one-man band. You're a one-man band. You only support Tommy. I supported many things over many years. I've been around this shit at least 3-4 times the amount of time that you've even been around, Bab. So don't try that shit.
You then. Nobody
But because you say so, you fat mate Jupiter. Well done. None of yous are relevant to shit. None of yous are relevant to shit. None of you are relevant to shit. You are both frog boiling, piss drinking cunts. That's that.
But
can I throw this out there?
Guys, let Joe go, right?
And what
I
you
want
do?
to take a while.
I
Let
was
Joe
warmed
go.
up, yeah?
Panel
I
for a
was
while,
warmed up.
right?
All I need is 30 seconds, yeah? 30 seconds,
Then,
please.
no,
yeah?
hang on a minute, son. Can we get this over and done with? Yeah?
Shines was in the queue first.
Then, you are a fucking coward because you fucking turn around and you arrange to meet people for fights. Yeah.
I was there, you mad
You
bitch.
don't turn
I
up.
was there. You're
No, you won't. Don't fucking lie.
well, the only evidence people have seen is the evidence of me there. So I think that sort of
Nobody's even
seals that.
seen any evidence of you being there.
It's been played on it.
Jupiter's always trying to make it about herself. No, we'll speak about Kaylee happily. You jumped on and made it about fucking Jupiter. Don't get it twisted.
Well, the
That's
thing
just that.
is, Kaylee has gone into the real world with so many people, even Babs, even you.
Yeah.
She's tried to do it all too. So we were talking about real world actions, not silly words on YouTube, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, but it's not about things like real life. It's about words to him. He only cares about words.
You know, and it says he cares about kids. Well, what about all the schools that she got in touch with? What about the Hoaxted children that Jake admitted that when they were grown adults and had children, he got in touch with their schools and terrified them? They were victims. Whatever way you look at it, right? They were victims because it all became a big thing on social media and everybody knew about the fight between the parents and the court case and everything else. And they go and search out them as adults and then terrorise their children. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but they don't vote for right of politics, or is it asked?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. That's it, Luke. That's it. Because who doesn't vote for the right politics? Sorry. Okay, I think we're gonna have to listen to that one again. Let's just get this explanation for this imaginary scenario that Luke just enforces with his incredible bullshit.
All the schools that she got in touch with. What about the Hoaxted children that Jake admitted that when they were grown adults and had children, he got in touch with their schools and terrified them? They were victims. Whatever way you look at it, right? They were victims because it all became.
See what I'm saying, bruv? The danger of saying words just because you don't feel comfortable in your own skin, in your own house, that you just have to come online and say words because, but then the catch-22, as the saying is that, oh no, because, but then you actually have a responsibility if you just keep saying words that you might get implicated in paedophiles trying to help you cover up stuff. So then you just keep saying more words to try and get out of that. And then it comes and fucks you over because you fucks over a load of children, didn't you, Michaela, on the Ovosa, 7 Joan Crescent, Eltham?
Because it all became a big thing on social media and everybody knew about the fight between the parents and the court case and everything else. And they go and search out them as adults and then terrorise their children. Fuck.
What children? Can you show us any evidence? Like Smiler said, actually we're going to play that Smiler one again. So where are these children? Where Alicia and I've never heard of Alicia and Gabriel having children separately to each other. Obviously, you'd hope if there was any existent, but yeah, this is suggesting that they've both got children. They're 19 and 20. Nobody has heard from them. I don't believe anybody, nobody I am aware of has heard of them or their whereabouts. Well, I do know through the mother of the situation and everything else, but in terms of the public, well, they haven't got children. Put it that way, Michaela. They haven't got fucking children, as far as we are aware.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, but they don't vote for right politics, or is it asked?
Yeah.
Well, Lisa and Gabriel don't vote for the right politics, so I'm terrorising them.
You knew about the fight between the parents and the court case and everything else. What about the Hoaxted children that Jake admitted that when they were grown adults and had children, he got in touch with their schools and terrified them? They were victims, whatever way you look at it, right? They were victims because it all became a big thing on social media and everybody knew about the fight between the parents and the court case and everything else. And they go and search out them as adults and then terrorise their children. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but they don't vote for right politics, or is it asked?
Yeah, exactly.
My mic wasn't on. A moment just to process what she did there. Clyde wants us to play it. Get Gwen. Should we play it Gwen? When? When you even put capitals, you could have noticed that, surely. I know when you type on the YouTube, it scrolls down a bit, and it's difficult to. But you could look back up at the top of your message. Still. So what you trying to say, Clyde? Sorry, your credibility.
Saying, oh, it's Jupiter always trying to make it about herself. No, they were speaking about Kaylee happily. You jumped on and made it about fucking Jupiter. Don't get it twisted.
Well, the thing is, Kaylee has gone into the real world with so many people, even Babs, even you.
Yeah.
She's tried to do it all too. So we were talking about real world actions, not silly words on YouTube, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, but it's not about things like real life. It's about words to him. He only cares about words.
You know, and he says he cares about kids. Well, what about all the schools that she got in touch with? What about the Hoaxted children that Jake admitted that when they were grown adults and had children, he got in touch with their schools and terrified them? They were victims, whatever way you look at it, right? They were victims because it all became a big thing on social media and everybody knew about the fight between the parents and the court case and everything else. And they go and search out them as adults and then terrorise their children. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but they don't vote.
No. Just coming up with shit. You're just saying words for the sake of either you know what you fucking done, Luke, or you're just a narcissist cunt. and you just feel like the right to do it because you're a nastiest cunt, stupid prick. So Clyde, could you explain what you meant then, please? Here, when they were, is what she said, you fucking moron. That's what I said. She said when they were grown adults and had children. Yeah. So what's your next comment? You two are fucking thick. Don't listen properly, and makeup issues aren't even there. You're thick. So, Clyde, it sounds like you're trying to derail yourself, like from accepting what she said, where you just repeated what she said. When they were grown adults and had children, have they had children, Clyde? No, they haven't had children. So why did she say this? What does this mean, Clyde? What does this mean to you? Why you typed it out? You bothered to type it out? That's what I said. She said. Oh, the irony! Wow, this is just hypocrisy to the nth degree. You just don't answer questions in a reasonable debate, so you're just avoiding what I'm asking you at the same time as typing other things to other people. This is. It's like Kaylee, the one when you play when Babs accuses you of jumping on the bandwagon in 2022, and then you're like, and then Gary O'Brien comes in and Wavy says, "Yeah, you ain't got any videos," and you're like, "But I play them all the time." And then Helen says something that bigs up Babs, and you're like, "This is unreal." The way you said that is just so perfect. You're just like, "This is unreal. You are saying these things to me. You're backing each other up. You're just lying to each other in my space. This is unreal." Fuck, morons. I just told you exactly what it says. Do we have to listen to it again? And you wrote what it says, and I said that it said that. Don't get angry, Jake. They are satanic, fake people that are trying to manipulate you. We're going to have to listen to it again, aren't we?
So we were talking about real world actions, not silly words on YouTube, for fuck's sake.
Fuck's sake?
Yeah, but it's not about things like real. It's about words to him. He only cares about words.
You know, and he says he cares about kids. Well, what about all the schools that she got in touch with? What about the Hoaxted children that Jake admitted that when they were grown adults and had children, he got in touch with their schools and terrified them? They were victims. Whatever way you look at it, right? They were victims because it all became a big thing on social media and everybody knew about the fight between the parents and the court case and everything else. And they go and search out them as adults and then terrorise their children. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but they don't vote for right of politics, or is that asked?
Yeah, exactly.
Clyde, please come on the panel and try and gaslight me in real times. Oh yeah, I just really like loads of the ways that you present stuff, and try and I can try and relay it in my own way. But yeah, what do you mean, Clyde? What do you mean? They said I listened to it. You're saying you don't listen. You create issues that are not there. I played it 3 times. You've not explained that you wrote exactly what I said she said. I think maybe you're just trying to waste time with this. Well, you're just trying to stall. This is it. It's there's this whole thing about stalling, isn't there? Stalling. Just what was it? We discussed it yesterday, Kaylee, about them trying to stall and oh, he's so angry. He's getting like Danny West yesterday with you, Kaylee, when Danny West started saying what mood's Danny West in today, shall we see? One thing, Bleeding, there is no way of telling who who is one thing, bleeding. There is no way of telling who is Izzy. Who is Izzy? I don't get it. Let's just previous question. Let's just look at the well, this is the this is the explanation. Oh, projection, moronic, brain dead, fuckwit. That sounds about right. It'd be good if Nixie came round and actually fucking slapped herself up the head and realised what she had done, and you know, forgave herself for it. It's only up the road from me in Milton Keynes. Okay, so Danny West, Kaylee, how is asking questions you won't answer me flapping? And for your information, you know I am not Danny West. Oh, that was pretty fitting comment to read. It's just not going to work, is it? When he's claiming not to be Danny West and saying things, it doesn't make any sense to him saying stuff. Bleeding Piss to Bed says that asking questions is not normal discourse at Oliver. So he's talking to Clyde as if he's Oliver. This was just on a whim. This was concerned Clyde for free trolls, free speech, trolls, abuse. Just because of the... Should we get it up just for context, just so everyone's clear?
And what did the police say to you that you'd been accused of?
They said, I'm okay with what they said. It's more that it's come from my children. They'd said, I'm the leader of a satanic sex cult pedophile ring, and there's 100+ involvement in this, including Cathcast, the police, social services, the school, and I'm the leader of this.
Now, what Dearman just said is not true. The transcripts of the police interviews show that cult allegations were not even mentioned at Barnet Police Station on the 15th of September. During this interview, Dearman was asked to respond to allegations made by his 8-year-old son that were never retracted regarding incidents that had happened at East Finchley swimming pool. This seems to be quite an open-minded.
And what did the police say to you that you'd been accused of? And what did the police say to you that you'd been accused of?
They'd said, I'm okay with what they said. It's more that it's come from my children. They'd said, I'm the leader of a satanic sex cult pedophile ring, and there's 100+ involvement in this, including Cathcast, the police, social services, the school, and I'm the leader of this.
Now, what Dearman just said is not true. The transcripts of the police interviews show that cult allegations were not even mentioned at Barnet Police Station on the 15th of September. During this interview, Dearman was asked to respond to allegations made by his 8-year-old son that were never retracted regarding incidents that had happened at East Finchley swimming pool.
Clyde, you are so desperate. Look at this. They don't get long prison sentences for stating the obvious. This was in regards to Brian Leroy Hansford and AJ Adam of the family Lashbrook. And then Danny West accusing Kaylee of gaslighting. And then this is sort of gaslighting abuse. Just tragic attempts day in, day out. After all these years of thinking that it's still going to somehow succeed in, it's like we were discussing yesterday how Ghost is like picked up this tactic on the last legs of this this paedophile cover-up operation, that Ghost has fully implicated himself in like paedophile. He's like by proxy or Munchausen picked up this disease of psychologically abusing people to try and, well, it's more like a fear-based, it's a fear-based denial reaction delusion. It's like what they're all doing. Michaela, Becca, like they're all just abuse. Luke just keeps doing it since just getting worse. Well, I suppose Luke he hit a climax, didn't he? He hit a peak of where he was like most abusive, and he was just as abusive as he could possibly be. And I suppose he's just kind of fizzled out into he's just. I think he knows he's done, and he's just clutching on to. You should have heard them at midnight last night on Taffy. Taffy finished just a few minutes after midnight, and Luke played the songs over the midnight, and Luke was like, well, 2005 was crazy, wasn't it? Let's hope 2006 is 10 times better. What was he saying? That was about it, really. But it's yeah. Is this a reply to Clyde, I guess? Exposed but not exposed. You won't admit to. He basically he's admitted that was him that did try and get the GoFundMe taken down, but then he also hasn't technically admitted to being, well, as he hasn't shown that Clyde Townhope is a real person, has he? Because there's multiple names with driving offences across USA. Slightly, I think there was a year discrepancy in the date of birth, wasn't there, and stuff like going from California to Florida and things like that. So, yeah, exactly. Clyde thinks he can just use Esau as a get out for everything all the time. Sorry, I'm not. It's difficult to keep up the comments while doing everything else. But yeah, I'm still really kind of. I don't know how much time to give Clyde. Obviously, this whole thing about Michaela saying that the children had children. You're saying it's just, that's just pure gaslighting, isn't it? To say that I didn't say that, and then to type out as if I didn't say it. Oh yeah, I missed this one. Apparently, Kaylee is very active on TikTok. She doesn't even think she finished setting up an account. She definitely doesn't actually post on TikTok. Sandra Dangerous Whore of Satan TikTok. Michaela O'Neill Vosa 7 Jones present. Yeah, that holiday accent she does. Let's just play one of those. That'll be so funny. Just to lighten the situation a little bit. Let's just play this one more time.
All the schools that she got in touch with. What about the Homestead children that Jake admitted that when they were grown adults and had children, he got in touch with their schools and terrified them? They were victims. Whatever way you look at it, right? They were victims because it all became a big thing on social media and everybody knew about the fight between the parents and the court case and everything else. And they go and search out them as adults and then terrorise their children. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but they're not. They don't.
Actually gone with not actually is. Islam.
I just think when you hate to say it, man, most of them, I don't know the stats on it, so this is just going by what the feeling of, which isn't really anything to go by really, but I think a lot of people come out of prisons as maybe that's an ignorant observation.
What, being
but
radicalised, you mean?
yeah, well they, you know, I just think it gives a bit of stability to people, you know, where they had no stability in their life. They've all of a sudden got a bit of a purpose.
Yeah.
Most of them grew up.
Yeah. Don't know who that was. Okay.
I think most of them grew up here. A lot of them grew up in like Christian households, and then they become criminals for some reason.
I played Ricky back to himself. I went on his stream and played himself back to himself, saying, where is it? I've not got it in this bit. Oh, it's in clips 1. I know it is. So what was I going to find? A holiday clip. I can't find where I can't remember where I put the holiday clips of Michaela now. I've lost track. Let's just play the rest of this while I'm doing this.
This seems to be quite an open-minded establishment. In fact, Finchley Lido was the first swimming pool to introduce gay nudist days and events. Here are the allegations that Dearman was being questioned about.
Do you know East Finchley swimming pool?
I know it. Is it near the cinema? Is it? I know where the swimming pool is, but I haven't been there. So how old were you when you went there?
4 years old.
Yeah? And so how old would your sister have been?
When I was 3, my sister's 1 year older than me.
So she would have been what, 5?
If I was 4, she would have been 5. If I'd been 5, she would have been 6.
And who would go with you,
My
your
dad.
sister and your dad?
My dad.
Anyone else?
No.
So 3 of you would go. And when you
No,
get...
not 3 of us only. Other people, they did sex to us.
Okay. And are they people anyone knew, or are they just...
But I know them.
How do you know them?
They're my dad's friends, and and the people from my school, my teachers.
Oh, okay. So, and would you wear your swimming suit to the swimming pool or get changed there?
No, there's a changing room, and he used to touch us there.
Okay, so there's a changing room. Yeah. And you said...
it's really big, really
Okay,
big.
so it's you and your sister.
Yeah.
And as I said, I haven't been there. So tell me, Was your sister allowed to go in the same changing room as you, or did she have to go in the girls'
Yeah,
one?
no. My dad, my sister, and me were in the change.
So you go for your swim.
Yeah.
So where does the sex happen
In the changing room,
Yeah.
and also in the toilets. The disabled toilet.
in the disabled toilet?
Yeah.
And who does that?
My dad, my dad's friends.
Your dad and your dad's friends.
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me about one of the times you can remember at the swimming pool when this happened.
Lots of times, I remember.
Is there one that you remember best?
No, I don't like them. I don't like to find out.
So in the Barnett interview, Dearman is explaining to DC Savage about the trip to the swimming baths and how he communicated with Richie, the social worker, about buying clothes, buying swimwear for the children. Dearman also described in the interview to DC Savage that he did not have a lot of money at the time, allegedly because he'd just been burgled.
And Spike, the social service, he sticks a plastic willy right inside my bottom and I can feel it on my belly.
Who does this?
Spike, the social service.
And what about this fellow Richie from the social
And
service?
Richie, there's a man called Richie, and these are our social services.
Does he come to your school?
He comes to he comes to a school, yes, that's true. He comes to a school and he does sex to us, and he knows Papa.
Fellow from the social service?
Yes, and he comes also to.
He knows your father. How does he know your father?
They met somehow. When we wasn't with Papa, they met, and then they got better friends, and better friends, and better friends, and better friends.
This is the transcript of the police interview where DC Savage is interviewing Dearman, and the questioning goes in the direction of why did he choose a larger than normal changing room to change with his 9-year-old daughter and 8-year-old son. There's quite a lot of stuff there that seems important, so I'm not going to read it out. Just stop the video and read it yourself. This is the transcript of the police interview where DC Savage is interviewing Dearman, and the questioning
Might as well do this while I'm here, actually, because it's all good for my work development process, cognitive, and getting the justice for getting clarity with the case and everything else. So I will just read these bits of. It's amazing how much Dearman speaks in the transcript. The what do you call it? The testimony, the interview. Sorry, how much on the transcript he tells in the interview.
To us, and he knows Papa.
Fellow from the social service?
Yes, and he comes also to.
He knows your father. How does he know your father?
They met somehow. When we wasn't with Papa, they met, and then they got better friends, and better friends, and better friends, and better friends.
This is the
DC Savage. Okay, so when all three of you got changed together, whereabouts was that? Yeah, I can tell you. If you go, you do payment, go through. It has a turnstile. Go through the turnstile. Go right, and what it is, it's like a not open plan, but you've got when you go around the corner, you've got like a little shop in the corner. You turn right, and you have like 3 or 4 showers. 4 or 5 showers here, and then you have the lockers where you put your things in, and then there's cubicles here, and we're in. Can I draw you? See, this is a classic over explanation. This is described in what do you call it? Speech analysis. Over explanation of that one I did with the Jerry and McCann, the McCann parents, Kate and Jerry McCann. Yeah, fine. Then the policeman, yeah, fine. So payment desk here, front door here, yeah. So you come here, you go, payment here.
The transcript of the police interview where DC Savage is interviewing Dearman.
Yeah, and the door here, the pool is here, the pool is here, and there's another pool actually here. This is the front one, and this is the proper kind of for more and more serious, you know, up and down lengths. So turn right, and then you got shop here, and then you've got some changing things here, and then you go here into this space here. Sorry, it's actually like that actually. And then what you have is you have these are changing here, changing rooms, your pens. Okay. Yeah, the pen's going to run out. Okay, I've got one.
And the questioning goes in the direction.
You can just explain it, DC8 Savage. You can just explain it, he says. Dearman. Then you have showers here and you've got a changing room here, changing room here, changing room here. These changing rooms you see here, not these ones. These are like 3 or 4 changing rooms here. And then you've got your lockers. This area is locker and locker. Thank you, DC Savage says. Dearman. So you've got lockers here. DC Savage, yeah. Ricky Dearman. Lockers are here, and you've got lockers here. Okay, and here. You see the thing with these here, these changing rooms. It was.
Why did he choose a larger than normal changing room?
It was this one here. Now these changing rooms are bigger, yeah, and these ones here. So that's why these ones are Savage. Okay. And why choose a big one, sir? Dearman. Because there's 3 of us. Savage. Yeah, fine. Dearman. Yeah. DC Savage. Okay, sir. Thank you for that. Can I just thank you? See what's another police officer. Yeah, no problem. Well, quite likely paedophile, fake police officer. DC Savage. The bigger ones were they for anybody in particular? Were they for anybody in particular? Dearman, anyone. So anyone can use them, DC Savage. Dearman, yeah. And there's family in all of them. That's why I went there as well.
To change with his 9-year-old daughter.
Was there anything else inside these changing rooms? Obviously, you've got changing rooms, you 3. What else is inside? Yeah, here on this wall here. Yeah, there's a baby changer. DC Savage. Yeah, okay. Ricky Dearman. And basically, what I do is, you know, because I'm quite tidy as a person, so I lay out our clothes there and towels. I don't like them standing on the floor in the wet, so I use kind of old towel for them to stand on and get a new one to get dried on. So there's a baby changer there. Anything else in the room, sir?
And 8-year-old son.
No, nothing at all. Nothing. No bench. DC Savage. There's a bench. Ricky Dearman. I've even got a photo. I may even got a photo. See, look at this bullshit. No, nothing at all. Nothing. No bench. So let's just double check. That's Dearman saying that.
Changing room to change with his interview. Dearman. And the questioning goes in.
Lockers are here.
The direction of why did he choose a larger than normal?
Oh, Dearman, yeah, and that's where the families are all in them. That's why I went there as well, so anyone can use them.
Changing room to change with his 9-year-old daughter.
Was there so DC Savage? Look, so there was a baby. Anything else in the room, sir?
And 8-year-old son.
See, there's this little post, this thing about you know, the little information thing from the Word document there. So I'm just, that must be Dearman that says that. No, nothing at all, nothing. No bench. And then DC Savage says there's a bench. So is he questioning? Is he not heard him properly, or is he saying there is a bench? I'm not sure. And then so Dearman saying, I've even got a photo. I may have even got a photo. Why might he have even got a photo of the disabled changing room? That's the question, obviously. Okay, sir, can I show you? If you've got a photo, sir, I think I have a photo, or I might have put it on here. Don't worry, sir. We'll get it in a minute. Look at the way he talks to Dearman. This is a voluntary interview. Dearman has gone to under this questioning, not being questioned about a cult, as he says in the interview with Victoria Derbyshire. Ricky Dearman, I might have even got it in. I have a photo of them in the changing room. Cheers, sir. Look at this. Cheers, sir. Fucking morons. Some corrupted people. Ricky Dearman, together. Okay, so you obviously know what your son has disclosed, sir.
There's quite a lot of stuff there that seems important. So
Yeah. DC Savage. So Dearman, yeah. DC Savage. Would there be any reason why you would need to touch his backside whilst throughout the changing, you know? Dearman, no, not at all. Sorry, none at all. DC Savage. Okay, sir. Dearman, in fact, I didn't even dry them. DC Savage. Okay. Ricky Dearman. They are 8 and 9. They dry themselves. DC Savage. Whilst they were in your care, did your ex-wife, Ricky Dearman, my ex-girlfriend, DC Savage, ex-girlfriend, Ricky Dearman. Sorry, yeah, we live together. DC Savage, sorry. Ricky Dearman, no, it's okay. This is fucking ridiculous.
I'm not going to read it out. Just stop the video and.
DC Savage, inaudible. So your ex-girlfriend, did she sort of say Gabriel needs like Sudocrem on his backside or some sort of something like that? Excuse me. Ricky Dearman, no, nothing. Absolutely nothing. DC Savage, no, okay, so no. Ricky Dearman, absolutely doesn't make any sense at all. DC Savage, no, okay, sir, no, now I know. Now I know. Ricky Dearman, no talc, no nothing. Oh, I tell you what, I may have, but this is what I may have done, is I have quite expensive oils. Wow. DC Savage, okay. Ricky Dearman, aftershave. DC Savage, aftershave, yeah? Dearman, zoom things in the way. Okay, what I do is I put a bit behind, I put a bit here. I go like that and...
Read it yourself.
And then they do that. Yeah, so you're rubbing it together on your wrists. I'm just saying regarding any application, Ricky Dearman, I'm just saying that regarding any application, I'm just being really specific here. I spray on their wrist and then they put that. May have happened that day because I used it, you know? DC Savage. But you're saying there's no reason why you didn't touch your son's backside. Ricky Dearman, not at all. DC Savage, in any way, okay. Also, sir, Ricky Dearman. Oh, and I might have, sorry to interrupt you, I may have put or gave them, and I can show you it's in the car. Both of them put maybe, and this is just maybe. I need to think back.
Towards the end of the
DC Savage. But what you're saying is because you've got 2 children with you, you needed a big one. Ricky Dearman, absolutely. Okay, because Ricky Dearman, because these ones here are smaller than these 4 here. You said, oh, sorry, yeah, no, still, I thought I might have read this bit already. DC Savage, okay, sir, thank you. And you said inside the changing room, there's just a little, like, a baby changer. Ricky Dearman, and a seat. DC Savage, and a seat, and you used the baby changer to sort the clothes out. Becky Dearman, that's right. DC Savage, nice, neat, and tidy, and rightfully so when you've got children. Okay, sir. My last question on this subject literally is, why do you think your son is saying this?
Talking about possible cosmetic. Possible
When they did DC Savage. So yeah, so you're rubbing it together on your wrist. I'm just Damon. I'm just saying regarding any application. I read this bit early. I know.
Cosmetics or
Wax. So DC Savage. Hair wax. Oh, hair wax. That's okay. Hair wax. Okay. So I'll just move on to the next question. And as a father, it could be quite upsetting for you, but we're just going on we've been told, sir. So at any stage, did you insert anything into your son's backside? Ricky Dearman, no. DC Savage, have you ever inserted anything into your son's backside? Ricky Dearman, no. DC Savage, okay, sir. But you do confirm that you did go to East Finchley swimming baths, and you say on that day it was
products
after
that may have been
getting.
used. Dearman admits that there was a hair wax that he can't remember, but possibly used on himself and the children, which seems a little bit odd in the way that it was brought up. And after listening to his son's retraction, which isn't a retraction at all in the case of the Finchley swimming pool, then it seems to bring up more questions than answers.
Your children were interviewed on 3 separate occasions by the police. On the first and second occasion, they made the allegations about you.
Yes.
Abusing them, sexually abusing
Yes.
them, being the leader of this satanic cult.
Yeah.
Various other adults involved.
Yes.
Abused in all sorts of places, fast food restaurants, churches, swimming pools.
Swimming baths, yeah, sure.
How do you know it's glue?
I feel it's sticky after.
Right, so you feel it's sticky.
Yeah.
And what else makes you think it's glue?
Like it's like watery.
So why can it be something else other than glue? What makes it definitely glue?
Because it's sticky and because it's like smudgy.
And who does that?
My dad smudges my bottom. He stretches my bottom really hard.
Remember, we're only talking about in the disabled toilet.
Yeah, that's what happens. And he stretches my bum really hard. So my bum is really stretchy. And stretch really hard.
Right.
Long.
You said something else, put in plastic willies or something. What does that mean?
Do you know what a willy is?
Yes.
They put plastic willies in my bottom, and then and then it bleeds after they take it out.
And how do they get it in your bottom?
They stretch it, and then they put it in.
Right. And so they put it in.
Yeah.
And how does that feel?
Really hurting. And they also tell me to suss their willies, the real ones.
They read to what?
They also tell me to suss their willies, the real ones.
What does that mean?
They suck.
Suck.
To the real ones, not the plastic ones.
And who makes you do that?
My dad, all the mans.
All the man.
But the ladies tell me to lick the middles.
What does that mean?
Do you know the middle, like between your bottom and your private? Do you know the middles? He tells me to lick it.
The lady.
Yeah.
This is Gabriel's retraction video from the 17th of December 2014.
And what about, you told me about obviously the swimming pool, you told me lots of people in this disabled toilets and they've done stuff with you.
Yeah, that's true. This is true.
It's true. Even though you said you was only 4 and you hadn't been to that school.
No, they were friends.
So Dearman totally avoids the question put to him by Victoria, which was, what did the police say to you? And carries on to explain the allegations about the cult from the children.
And I'm the leader of this. And I'm sat across, and they're recording this, and I'm sat across from the table from the police officer asking the questions.
He doesn't know how to answer that because it never happened. The police were talking to him about the incident at Finchley swimming pool. This is a really unnecessary bit of acting, so I'm just going to speed this up for a minute.
Like, it's wonderful.
And this is the day that we covered this, and Clyde Stanhope, known as the only name we have for him as such, concerned Trolls for Free Speech, and Oliver Onion changed his name to Oliver Onion based on this small clip here where Ricky doesn't shed a tear but really, really tries. And this is this person speeding up the video. If we slow it down to normal speed.
And
they've done stuff with you.
That's true. This is true. Yeah.
It's true. Even though you said you was only 4 and you hadn't been to that school.
No, they had like they were friends like.
So Dearman totally avoids the question put to him by Victoria, which was, what did the police say to you? And carries on to explain the allegations about the cult from the children.
And I'm the leader of this. And I'm sat across, and they're recording this, and I'm sat across from the table from the police officer asking the questions.
He doesn't know how to answer that because it never happened. The police were talking to him about the incident at Finchley swimming pool.
They said that my children.
This is a really unnecessary bit of acting, so I'm just going to speed this up for a minute.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's wonderful. Of shipping them in, and we was cooking. They were showing with their hand movements how I would get their hand on the knives, and we would cut the baby's neck, drain the.
He got a little bit tongue-tied there when he started to talk about cooking, and then suddenly changed the subject.
Horrific detail.
I should do a compassionate reach out to Ricky and anyone else. Ricky, your best, if you have it in you to put this right and come out and just sort it out and help the process, you will be respected, you know, for doing the right thing, and it can all be explained as to how people ended up in this situation. Like with the documentary I started with, this has been going on for decades, centuries, and it's just got thankfully outed now. Oh, I didn't have the volume up on this one.
Brigitte Hahn, the commissioner of the Counseling Center for Organized and Ritual Violence of the Münster Diocese, explains that anyone who wants to renounce the cult group is in mortal danger. For many years, she accompanied women who wanted to leave a satanic cult. This counseling center was closed because of the influence of the satanic community Brotherhood of Samael and a Spiegel media campaign by Christopher Pilz.
Well, coincidentally, this shows that obviously the fear that and the duress that you are felt, the pressure you're put under to keep the cult going. But for your soul, this is it, where your soul needs to realize that, face that fear, like the quote from the June book. Let's get that one up, actually. You know, it's not a life to be living. You know, you can release yourself from the possession and the suffering. Like, you must feel when you have to do these violent things, that what it's doing to your soul, and you can be released from this. We will help you. We'll make sure that you will help. So the phrase "fear is the mind killer" from Frank Herbert's June was evolved from a philosophical mantra into a literal, tangible threat in the television series June Prophecy, where it is reinterpreted as a bioengineered virus that targets the brain's amygdala, the center of fear, causing fatal internal combustion when fear is resisted. This reimagining transforms the original concept, where fear is overcome through mental discipline and acceptance, into a physical manifestation of the very danger it warns against, making the listening a survival mechanism in a world where fear literally kills. The original meaning, as established in Herbert's work, emphasizes that fear disables rational thought, turning individuals into reactive, animalistic beings, and the litany serves as a tool to transcend this state by facing fear without resistance. The full litany against fear reads, "I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain." And then it goes on to explain more about the actual literacy.
More details can be found in these documentaries. To summarize, a big hurdle to testify about satanic ritual abuse is the enforced complicity and the fact that the victims are not believed, as it sounds too inconceivable. And thirdly, the victims and witnesses have had to face death threats. Despite of this, hundreds of victims and witnesses now talk and describe the same cruel rituals all over the world, uncoordinated and completely independently of each other. Countless victims report unanimously that they were transported to different places in the world where large satanic ceremonies had taken place. They report that many elite people were present at these large satanic meetings and ceremonies, during which the children were victims of ritualistic mass rapes and cruel child sacrifices were performed in the name of Satan. It is imperative that these many consistent witnesses be investigated by independent bodies, since it is clear from the testimonies that the judicial system worldwide is involved in these crimes. I will briefly summarize several statements of survivors now. Please stay with me. Jeanette Archer was born into a family in London that belonged to a satanic cult for many generations. She was ritually abused for many years and attended child sacrifices. She was also chased with other children through dark woods in so-called hunting games of the upper class with dogs. In the process, again and again, many children were killed in a cruel way. She was tortured extremely, for example, with electric shocks and with waterboarding. She says that her supervisor at the Tavistock Institute was Klaus Schwab, the director of the World Economic Forum. Jeanette also reported that she attended satanic rituals at the estates of the British royal family and that David Rockefeller was a participant in these rituals. He reportedly wanted to take her with to the USA and make her a star there. Jeanette Archer also explains the importance of Halloween in the satanic cult. Halloween is celebrated with mass sacrifices of babies and children. Nessia also talks about all these cruelties involving child sacrifices and cannibalism, exactly the same descriptions that Elka gave. She describes that money, violence, and greed are the greatest joy for these heartless creatures. She also reports that when women turn to the dark side, they are much, much worse than men. Women are more deceitful, tougher, and more brutal. Alicia as well gives account of ritual abuse, rape, and sodomy. She was tortured with electric shocks, nearly drowned several times, and was drugged and hypnotized. She now informs on how the Luciferian Satan worshippers practice these cruelties for thousands of years. Elena also tells of the same cruel things and how she was locked into dark rooms for days without food, drink, or clothing. Lily was forced to kill babies and eat human flesh in rituals. She was forced to watch as pregnant women were cut open, alive, and disemboweled. Vincent, a French boy, was raped repeatedly by his own father from the age of 5. He reported that his father had a video collection of gang rapes, tortures, and murders on camera known as snuff videos. Many witnesses and victims report the same thing. Vincent had been forced by his father to watch one such snuff video in which a girl was shot by his father's friend. His father threatened the same would happen to him if he told anyone about it. In their book, Green Stuff, the Child Sex Mafia in Germany, Chief Detective Manfred Paulus and police psychologist Adolf Gawitz describe the existence of snuff videos, and they also report extremely brutal child sex scenes, including the rape of babies, as well as sex with disabled or dead children. Abuse victim Karin recognized the Webelsburg as crime scene. She reports of an altar on which her child, with whom she was 6 months pregnant, was aborted and subsequently sacrificed. Micah and Leah were also able to identify the Webelsburg as the scene of their horrific experience of ritual violence, including manhunts. Micah had been systematically sexually abused and passed around from an early age. There was not a single perpetrator, but many hundreds of perpetrators. She also describes a cage in which children were held captive. Julia also tells about this in her interview about ritual violence. Rika also reports of ritual abuse at the Webelsburg, amongst others, but also in many other countries. Rika's family worshipped the devil. She was present at rituals where occult beings were invoked. This is what she says the worst experience for her was. Human sacrifice where mutilation and desecration were also performed. Michelle Smith was 5 years old when her mother surrendered her to a cult of devil worshippers. She had horrific experiences with satanic witches who sacrificed humans and animals. She experienced abuse and torture. She was buried alive and then again and again taken out. Michelle disclosed her horrifying experiences in her book entitled Michelle Remembers. When her book was published, a flood of other victims got in touch with her. Frances Toews survived satanic ritual abuse and extreme torture. Her parents were part of a satanic cult in Toronto and sold her for $600,000 when she was 3 years old. She says that, among other things, she was then used for secret military projects. She speaks of the challenging journey of healing, which was only possible through her turning to God. Carol Rutz says that she was sold at the age of 4 by her father to the US government for secret experiments. For the next 12 years, she underwent training in which thousands of American children endured unimaginable psychological and physical pain. The goal of this brainwashing was absolute mind control over these children to turn them into compliant slaves who could be used for numerous purposes, from sexual seduction of high-ranking individuals up to assassinations. Laura tells she was so unbelievably and abysmally viciously abused in a way that no one could even imagine. Personality parts then split off and you no longer have access to yourself. This is called multiple personality or dissociative identity disorder. The media say that therapists invent these things and talk the patients into them. But as early as 1900, the missionary Amy Carmichael saved temple children in India who were so satanically tortured that new, quote, inner persons separated. She was a witness from a time when there were no therapists. Karen is convinced that many people in clinics who have been diagnosed with schizophrenia or borderline syndrome are in fact victims of ritual violence. In this context, it is remarkable that Gabriela Hager, who is accused by her daughter of being a perpetrator of satanic ritual cruelty, describes her as schizophrenic. Gabriela Hager can now be fairly certain that no one will investigate whether she is truly committing satanic crimes, since her daughter is now considered to be unsound. In a ZDF program, Marie testifies about satanic monstrosities, amongst other things, the limbs of small children and babies being chopped off. Hundreds testify about such cruel things that can't even be named, and it doesn't seem rehearsed at all, or as if someone had talked them into it. Steve, for example, jabs himself in the leg with a needle during his entire testimony to physically block the pain that lives in his memories.
I objected, and then I had a knife forced into my throat. And I know for a fact that if I hadn't have done what I said, then I'd have been swapping place with him. So I stabbed him in the throat. They weren't happy with that. I had to continue doing it and doing it and doing it. After that was done, they forced me to actually...
Kaya was subjected to...
It's a lot of testimonies all in one go. I think we get the idea for this for now. I don't need to play all this one through, I think, now. I think I might just play a bit of this. Animal rights.
So if the baby is born, the first thing that they do is they separate them from their mothers. Yeah. Do you know why they do that?
So the mother...
Yes.
No idea. It looks like it's probably something with animal husbandry.
Yeah, so it's a glove. So farmers, they use it. They put their hands all the way to their shoulder like this. Then they put the hands in the anus of a cow to hold their cervix, and then they inject bull semen in their vagina. Do you know why they do that?
For the retin or the... Wait, say that again?
So they put their hands in the anus of a cow. Yeah. Then they inject semen in their vagina.
Oh, see, for animal husbandry.
Yeah, to get them pregnant.
Yeah.
What do you think happens to the babies when they're pregnant?
Probably, I would imagine all factory farming is absolutely horrible.
Oh, this happens on small farms also.
Yeah.
So this isn't specific to factory farming because even if, let's say, that the cows reproduce on their own, what do you think farmers do to the baby?
And kill them, I'm sure.
Yeah. So if the baby is born, the first thing that they do is they separate them from their mothers.
Yeah.
Do you know why they do that?
So the mothers will still produce milk.
Yeah. So the mothers produce milk, but the reason why they separate them is because if they stay with their mothers, they drink the milk. So the mothers, we want to take as much milk as we want from them. Sometimes they feed some of the milk back. Most of the times they just feed them formula. If the baby is born male, they don't produce milk, so they kill them.
Yeah.
And if the baby is born female, the same fate as their mother, every year impregnated, every year exploited for their milk, babies taken away and all that. And around the age of 6 or 8 years old, they kill them. And cows can live 24 years. Do you know why they kill them at an early age?
No.
Because they can no longer get them pregnant.
Okay.
So this is like a standard practice in the dairy production.
Yeah.
There's a variation of that happening in smaller farms or large farms, of course, but it's happening everywhere. Like what I discussed, I saw it in my grandmother's backyard when I come from Romania and we had subsistence agriculture there. So, do you think this is fair to treat animals this way?
No, like I said, I know there's a level of cognitive dissonance. You know what I mean? So I know, I'm very aware of that. Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a struggle with much of what we do in terms of our consumerism and so forth. So
yeah, and I can agree with you that obviously under capitalism it's a little bit difficult to be ethical with a lot of our purchases, but obviously some purchases are worse than others, right? And wouldn't you say that purchasing an animal product when there's no need for it is worse than not purchasing it?
Yes.
Yeah. So do you think that you can choose to no longer purchase animal products? Could you ever go vegan? Like, have you ever considered doing that?
Probably not vegan, but I could cut down. When I was vegetarian for a number of years, then I started, what happened was I actually started to eat meat. I started eating fish.
Yeah.
Because my job, I travel, and some places it's really difficult to be vegetarian. Like they'll say, or you have a salad and then want to put bacon in it, or oh, you're vegetarian, so you'll eat chicken. Really.
Yeah.
So that kind of got me back into eating meat, dairy products.
Yeah, I see.
Dairy, I've always eaten dairy, but yeah.
Yeah, but do you think that any sort of difficulty that you have with not consuming animal products is comparable to the difficulty that the animals have when you consume these animal products? Like the demand that you cause?
No, I'm not defending anything that I do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like I said, I'm very aware.
You're aware of what's happening.
Very aware of much of the things that I do.
And it's bad, right?
Oh yeah. I'm not disputing anything that you say.
So let me ask you this, because if you say that it is bad, if I say that slapping women's asses going around and disrespecting women is bad, but then I go around doing it anyway, wouldn't that be kind of weird?
Yeah. Like I said,
yeah.
So what you're doing right now is you're challenging me.
I'm trying to challenge you.
Exactly. I know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah. So I'm trying to challenge you because, I understand what you mean. Like, it's difficult when you're in a position where you understand that what you're doing is bad, but you still continue doing it, right? Because my role over here, when I sit with people on the street and I have this experiment, I usually try to show people that they're either being logically inconsistent or they're not understanding what they're doing, and trying to get them to realize that consuming animal products is wrong. But you're already there, right? So I'm trying to understand what makes you still continue doing it.
That's a good question, because I asked myself that. You know what I mean, not only with animal products, with much of consumerism, and in terms of how everything we do, these products and just every, you know what I mean?
But don't peg them under the same thing, because the reason why I'm trying to separate them is because we can easily peg them all under the same umbrella as like no ethical consumption under capitalism. We can easily peg them under the same umbrella. But as we've established, there's some more ethical and more unethical choices anyway. So I'm not asking you to consume less or not have a life where your life wouldn't change that much, right? It's not that big of a change. It seems like a big of a change because it's something that's so ingrained in our life. But once you go past that change, maybe a month, maybe two, afterwards, life is exactly the same as it was before, right?
I saw that with vegetarianism.
Yeah.
So it's like I didn't stop eating meat. What I did was I reduced it, and eventually I didn't give up meat. Meat gave me up. You know what I mean?
Oh, but that wasn't also what I was saying, by the way.
But what I'm saying is that it wasn't I gradually phased it out.
Yeah.
And so, like I said, I know everything you're saying. Like, I'm not denying.
So what's keeping you from doing it?
That's a good point. I'm not quite sure. You know what I mean? And I actually do put it under the same umbrella, because some of our consumerism directly, has direct impact on lifespans of humans. You know what I mean, in terms of healthcare, just working conditions, etc. So I think it is all the same. Anything that's sentient.
It's not, but I can explain to you why it's not. So you're right that all sentient beings are the same, but the system is not the same, and there's a difference there because there are systems that contain exploitation and systems that depend on exploitation. Like for instance, when you're buying a phone or a jacket or stuff like that, those systems contain exploitation, right? Like as you said, maybe some humans are paid unfairly, maybe they're kept in inhumane conditions, maybe the factory is hiring children or stuff like that, right? All of this is very bad, but you stopping paying those products will not get that to stop. Will just mean that that factory will pivot into making something else, or maybe they'll fire all those people and those people will go move on somewhere else where they will work, because all of these issues are issues of a systemic manner where the country, like, we should continuously fight for this. I'm not saying that they're not important, but the way we fight for those is we go, we protest, we say, hey, it's inhumane, what would they do? And we try to change the system, right? We don't reject the system. Whereas when a system depends on exploitation, that means that there's no way to create these products without exploiting sentient beings. That means that that system, there's no way to improve it. I mean, obviously there's better ways to do it, but there's no way where we end up with no exploitation. The only way to do it is to reject it. So in that way, the only way to stop that system from happening is to reject all the products that go there. So you see the difference? Like one, we need to improve the system, and obviously you can do better, maybe reduce, maybe whatever. But another is you just got to reject it altogether, because at the end of the day, the best world we would live in is one where we would not exploit animals.
So again, not disagreeing overall, but I still see the parallels between all the systems are intertwined. So I you know what I mean? But I, like I said, I recognize what you're saying, and I think that vegetarianism, veganism, it's good for many reasons. So I mean, first and foremost, the pain, an animal, but then environmentally, when you think of climate change, just everything health-wise, it's much healthier. That's why I started eating vegetarian, because of health reasons. So it's a good question.
So there's definitely a lot of benefits for us, right? But just to be clear, vegetarian is a diet. Vegan is not a diet. Vegan is a moral position of respecting animals, right?
Good point.
And obviously, as a consequence of it, you adopt the diet, and the diet can be healthier for you. But saying like, I'm going to be vegan because I
don't even know what to suggest here regarding Danny's. You just type things thinking that you're just what's the word, invincible to judgment or acknowledgement of your. It's just totally, it's just entitlement, isn't it? Just abusive entitlement. It's just really sad. And I always give you the benefit of any doubt that you grew up in this generational abuse cult and you've been trained basically to gaslight people and be an entitled supremacist from a very young age. Right, should we play the rest of this one?
Now Victoria realises that it's time to get him to move on from what he alleges that the police asked him in the interviews.
Was it abroad, you think, where your ex-partner and her new boyfriend filmed your children making these allegations, which were then uploaded onto the internet?
Yeah. What they did, they beat my kids. They called licks, where you get a spoon and you hit the kid. I said a kid. It was in this instance, it was my two children.
Now you slipped up there, Ricky. Let's have a look at what your children say about licks and you.
Like he wasn't sure with me, like if I will do it. So then after he gave me licks, like hard ones, I can make your head bleed. My father. Yes. Okay. Yes. So he gave me licks till I will say say that I will do it, Papa. I will do it for sure. I promise you. And after, so if I say I promise him that I will do it, then I'll have to do it.
Okay. Yeah. What was the party like?
I don't like the party.
Why not?
They touched me. to kick me, my front privates to hurt me. So when they stick a big plaster really in my bottom, and when it bleeds, if I cry, he like, do you know those spaghetti spoons? Like yeah. Those metal ones. If I cry, he hits me on the head with it.
Okay.
But if I cry more, he hits me again. But if I cry more, the nurse teacher, Miss Marden, she injects in me, and a sleeping injection on my neck, and then I fell asleep.
Because my next thought was, okay, let's Ricky, you've got to go and start to take things forward, getting to see your children more, and basically to eventually be the carer of my children.
Can you imagine what your children have been through?
Picture.
A picture? What picture?
Like my dad has like pictures of me naked and doing sex to me when I was 1 year old.
Okay.
On his computer, he has like a photograph he keeps them, like photographs.
Okay.
Me and Gabriel, my father taught me and Gabriel both to fight with each other, but like worse than a cat and dog.
Okay.
So I grip each other on the hand and like scratch them and then pull each other's hair and all kind of stuff. And then pull my hand, bang me on the floor and then do that kind of bad stuff.
Perfect.
And then once my father taught me, like, he didn't taught me, but he told me to make my brother's head bleed, or like maybe like so like my brother's head bleed, so that it actually bleed.
Yeah.
And so I said, how?
Okay, so you're 4 years old.
Yeah.
You had wine.
Yeah.
Red or white.
Yeah.
And then it made you feel like that. And you said also he gave you white powder.
Yeah, to sniff.
Tell me about this. Right.
And it's like chemicals, and it like when I sniff it, like feels like I have things in my nose. Like feels like I got like stuff in my nose.
Right. Okay. So.
And it makes me how's it called like how's it called cough like how's it called like how's it called like it just actually like that. Yeah. It makes you feel like that. Like how's it called? Not coughing, like sneeze.
It makes you sneeze.
Yeah.
Okay. So this white powder, where did you get this white powder from?
Like like a not a jug. No, I mean like a packet. Like a
packet. Tell me what this packet looks like.
It's like seafood.
Just a seafood packet, and how big is it?
And he sips out on my hand. Okay. And then he tells me to sniff it.
Okay. How big is this packet?
Like that.
Okay. And how much of this white stuff's in that packet?
No, but he also has little mini packets.
So he's got a big packet like that.
Yeah, but he also gives us mini ones.
Okay. So
he doesn't give me to put it in my pocket, like he puts mini ones.
Right. So then you go.
Stop contact. And be it I was violent to her, and I got domestic. Like I've apparently got a background of domestic violence. I don't.
Were you ever violent to her?
Yes, on 2 occasions, 3 occasions, but 2 occasions were the same. On 1 occasion, because of the abuse over the years with mom and myself, where she was just tried to hurt me, just verbally, and the children, and so I got her glasses, and I just, out of frustration, I ripped her glasses up. That was one, and 2 other times I grabbed hold of mom with her jumper or whatever she had on, and I would shake her.
So why has Victoria Derbyshire fallen for Ricky Dearman's tale? She's a victim of extreme violence herself at the hands of her own father, who also denies it, but she still refuses to speak to him after 20 years. So one can only imagine what's going through her head by giving Ricky Dearman airtime.
Ricky, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you.
This is just the one. It's more over there.
Yeah, massive. Fancy going across onto the high? Disgusting, man. Oh my god. There you are. Look at this, man. Chaos. There's one there. It doesn't look too good. Whether it's been sprayed or something.
Oh, brother, come be my keeper, hold me dear. Don't let the wreckage crawl when the wreckage was. Now let's just ride on lives while the moment's right. No, don't you fold my wings for the fear of flight in your eyes. You curl up guards while I ponder death. Feels like this war is our dawning. Don't let that lie outrun us yet. Feels like this war is our dawning. Waking up to find a forest. Summon your sight to get us now. Reaching out to find me, Lord. Summon the fight to get us out. When all the world rained down on our safety's hood, it left me lying out with a pail of blood. Oh, brother, come be my keeper, hold me dear. to start when I say I stood for us. You curl up gauze while I ponder death. It feels like this war is our dawn. Don't let that lie outrun us yet. Feels like this war is our dawn. I'm waking up to find a forest. Summon your sight to get us now. I'm reaching out to find me, Lord. Summon the fight to get us out. Forcing out, find the reach and want it. Out in front, I see a light. Forcing out, find the reach and hold it. All it takes to be alive. You curled up arms while I ponder dead. Feels like this war is our dawn. Don't let that lie outrun us yet. Feels like this war is our dawn.
Fucking shit.
Nah.
If you see a picture of him, he looks like a male version of Deirdre Barlow in Strong, and she's the one who's quite strong. Yeah. I know what you're saying, man.
I feel like I'm sort of missing something. I'm missing out on something.
But into all them years thinking you might have missed something.
Yeah, I really
hell,
do.
man. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I don't mean to
though.
this, but
Yeah, but I've never been around religious people until now.
okay. Mm.
Like my mum and dad became spiritualists much later on in life. And I'd already left home and married, got a family and that. So
mind you, saying that, I do go to midnight mass at Christmas. I do.
yeah,
Always take my boy. My boy enjoys going to church, actually.
yeah, that's true,
gives up a good
Jason. You never hear of atheist extremists. But I don't know, some people might think my opinions are a bit extreme, but we're missing, well, I'm missing something. I'm not getting it from these channels that I'm around, you know what I mean? Which I think is a shame. I don't want it to be about everybody else's plight.
Yeah, but you know, Judaism can be Christianity as well. Do you know that? It's similar.
Yeah, I know that, but I look. I know Luke said that I'm Jewish, but look, that's only to an extent, isn't it? Religiously, I'm not. I'm Christian C of E, and I'm at this time. I know fuck all. And yet I've been around these channels for what, 4 years? And to me, it was just the other week I started feeling a bit, why are we never talking about Christianity? Why aren't we talking about, how is it I don't know about Jesus? How comes we don't talk about Jesus? Why is it about everybody else? It's just a learning phase that you go through, I think. Because, you know, something is missing. I've always said that. There's something missing. For me, there's always something missing. And it might be that. But who knows? Because I spend so much time around this corner of YouTube and I'm just not getting any learning. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Man,
No, hello there.
I've just got to ring up someone to send me some cigarettes. Hang on. Okay.
All right. Yeah, Rev, I was saying a couple of weeks ago that it's always been made, isn't it? We're a Christian country. We're a Christian country. But I never hear about Christians, Christianity, none of that. It's about other religions all the time. I don't even know about the life of Jesus, I know who turned him in. I know the Romans executed him. I don't know why, the wherefores, other than it was political. It's so basic and it's wrong. It's just wrong. Even if like we can't deny, I've never denied that Jesus existed. He absolutely did. And he was a kind, caring person. There's nothing bad that anyone can say about Jesus. But we don't talk about him. We don't get to talk about him. But I will do. I'm going to go and find some channels. Debs has given me one guy. But I don't want debates between Christians and Muslims. I don't want any of that. I'm not interested in what Muslims have got to say against Christianity or what Christians have got to say against Islam. I'm not that bollocks. I don't want any of that. Oh, Rev, that would be. I would definitely 100% come in and watch. Definitely. But the trouble with me is I've got to go back to the beginning. I haven't read a single word from the Bible, other than snippets that have come up where they've been a bit of a argument point, if you know what I mean.
It's quite mad.
Oh, sorry, my chat went a bit weird.
Yeah, it went weird before with me, everything.
Yeah, it disappeared the other day.
Yeah.
I've subbed to you, Violet. I'll wait. If you feel like doing it, I'll definitely come over. But I'm a beginner, so I will go and have a look at bits and pieces. I know you can get like the Bible online, can't you? So it'll actually get read to you. And I know there's hordes of it, and you have to make of it what you will. You have to get the meaning of what's being put across rather than what's taking things literally. I know it's all quite in-depth and stuff. But 4 years on here, and it's just nothing to do with Christianity, and I just it's sad, really.
Yeah, well, the Rev.
Thank you, Rev. That'd be great. Oh, thank you. I'll take that name as well.
Urban's live. Listen to him.
Is he?
Urban who?
Oh, I've got Theodore Nottingham. Okay. Thanks, Rev. I've subbed. Urban live listening to him. Which Urban? Urban Analysis.
I think he's religious.
No, I don't think it's to do with religion. No, I meant love easy.
What? I don't understand that.
Deborah, I'm confused.
Deborah, you've never come on my panel. Go on other people's. You haven't been on Chris's most of the time.
Oh, Debs was talking to Urban Roots in the chat. He said, I was watching Bishop I can't see it from here. Mari. Was very enlightening. Just the first time. Don't think I'll be converted, but we'll. Yeah, and it's not even about being. Look, I can't be converted. I'm already christened.
Here comes a Christian. Shines.
Oh, hello, Shines.
You never know who you. Hi, how you doing? You never know who I am. That's the problem with people. They don't know me.
I do.
So am I right, left, middle? You don't even know.
No, you're.
Oh, you're a lefty.
Am I? Why am I lefty? Why am I lefty? You know, no one knows where I am. Anyway, how's everyone?
You're a dickhead.
Oh, that's not nice. Don't don't get.
Know who you are.
No. If you get me started, I won't stop. So behave yourself.
You're on the left slip road coming off the M25. We know.
M25. Yeah, to be honest, I don't get involved with all that rubbish and that. But when I'm in it a bit, and then people talk about stupid people, and to me, if I see they're not benefiting us in the UK, and then I say it, innit? So I don't go out on my way to talk about this stuff with the right and left. And
I'm kind of looking at it that look, it's not going to hurt me or anyone else if I just go and learn some stuff. I just want to know. I just at that point where I want to know. I want to know things I don't know. You know, I know more about other religions than I do my own. That's a bit
Because
of a shame,
you know why? Because most probably you've got all this hate and division online, and this is what we've been listening for the last 5 years or whatever, how many years whoever's been on, and it's the same old thing, and no one's moving forward in life. So and to be honest, it's getting boring. Same thing. At the end of the day, think of yourself and stop following others. That's what I've got to say.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you just got to go on a bit of a different path. Thank you, Dad. Thank you so much.
Anyway, I can't see the chat, but anyway, hi everyone in the chat.
Subscribe.
Yeah, it's getting a bit too much, same old thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's
trying
actually
to branch out. You got to branch out, haven't you?
Yeah, go like on like a tree. Its branches. It moves to the right, to small, to big. Go to the right, to the left, to upwards, to the side. Like grow. If you want to grow something, or you want, like, say you want to invest in something.
What the fuck are you on about?
Basically, like a tree is something like tree is like there's a symbol like a tree thing, and it's like a family tree. So basically,
branching out.
Move forward in life. Like move forward in life. Don't be stuck in the same old circle, and move forward in life. Don't go back in life. I said this years ago. You just wasted your 4 or 5 years with the same rubbish.
Anger,
you know what I mean?
anger and hate and
and this person,
bickering
everyone
and
follow
bitching.
this person, do this. When someone says jump, why do you need to jump? Oh my God. Anyway, but I'm just saying the way that I've seen online, isn't it?
India said hug that tree.
Yeah, it's got a lot of love in that tree if you know how to use the tree and give it some vitamin and water. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just don't let the tree rot, because when it rots, then it's going to cause you problems.
Yeah, I think we should always be growing and flourishing.
But that was a good one.
It is though, Shines. That is what's happening to everyone, isn't it? We're all just so fucking depressed and knocked back. The government is shit. Everything's shit.
Moon, don't you remember years ago, before anyone talked about even Tommy, even about everyone online, I said, go to the main roots of the problem. Yeah. It's the government, the Home Office, and now everyone's talking about, oh, it's Parliament and everything. I said this years ago. Before everyone started talking about our children. I said our children. But anyways, with me, I think forward in life, you know. That's the way I am. At the end of the day, even with my work, you know, I feel like I've got to be forward in life, think forward, advance, think like, and then next minute, after a few years, then it comes out that people are doing the same thing and whatever. But that's the way life is. Think forward in life, you know. And I'm fed up because I said a lot of things online, and people start talking about it now, and I'm just thinking it's a bit late, isn't it? Like, you know, you should have sorted it out, going outside the Parliament, 10 Downing Street, whatever. I said this years ago. I said, go down there. These are the people of the problem, of the root of the problem. These are who are letting the problem happen. But anyway, now what they're doing is they're making everyone fight each other, which they're enjoying it most probably. You know, as long as they make their money and whatever, the leaks and all that, it doesn't matter about us.
Yeah, well, it's got to be more to life than all this crap anyway. Yeah, talking of mushrooms, look, Rev, I know I've always got weird fucking stuff, but do you know what? They've been putting electrodes on mushrooms and plants and trees, and they give out these signals, and when they do, they got like these little arms connected. They got them like playing fucking guitars and everything. It sounds funny, but it's really, I put a link in there. It's really interesting. And people are like, where'd you get this from? It just comes up on here. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I went abroad on a holiday, and it was like in a forest mountainy place, and that, and it had wooden cabinets like hotels and stuff and whatever. And yeah, we did some mushroom picking, but there was someone who knew
what they were doing.
Yeah, what mushroom is the right, because apparently certain mushrooms are poisonings or whatever, and we did a soup and whatever. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, that holiday. Yeah, it was a bit wild there, but
Yes, it's a fascinating world, and we're missing so much of it. Like even mushroom talk in the chat, like all the mycelium. If it weren't for that, there would be nothing here.
All right.
It's all just, everything's connected, and we're losing all that education and learning. Just sitting on here, fucking
What are we
arguing.
learning? What are we learning on here?
Fuck all.
Cause
Absolutely.
hate,
Fuck
people
all.
causing hate and division.
Yeah, we're learning how people can just turn from pretty decent people into fucking horrible, horrible people. And I've been there myself. I ain't been too nice to people. Getting
I've
all
always
fucking,
been nice.
getting angry and, you know, butter and kicking off at someone. That was never me. I was never like that. I always had a sense of humour.
Yeah. But with me, I only kick off at certain people who are rude or disrespecting me or something like that. You know, and people say, "Oh, Shines, you take it too personally. Oh, you don't forget about it." But at the end of the day, if you're still a dickhead online, I'm still going to disrespect you online. You know, that's me. You know, because
but you'll never.
You said you've got to look forward, but you're not looking forward, are you?
I am looking forward because the people behind are the dickheads, which still carry on online, or anyone around me. I put them in the back, innit?
You've never gone to that dark place where you're actually abusing people's kids and that.
No kids, no mums. I've never said any P word, N word. I've never been a racist person in my life. And
so there is still goodness in some people on here, but there are a lot of people where that has completely gone. There's no coming back. There is no coming back.
Yeah, that's why sometimes, you know, you can give certain chances, but when they're still online and they're still doing the same rubbish, they disrespected me, of course, when that person's online with me, I'm going to go for that person. And
but sometimes, like, people's bad, like we were saying about Captain, like people's bad behavior can often make you maybe look at yourself and think, oh, I hope I'm not like that, or I don't want to be like that. I don't want to become like that.
I've known Captain for years and stuff, and he's never going to learn. Like, I was on the panel with him, was it 2 days ago and whatever, and he started talking about people's kids and whatever, and I said, "Not when I'm on the panel, you're not going to talk like this."
He was doing it as well.
Oh, is it?
Done a little stream. We played it earlier. It's quite shocking what he was saying, what he was putting in the back chat, and I think it has an impact. You know, as mums, dads, or you've got little nieces, nephews, brothers, sisters. You know, it's just wrong.
It just shows
How
what
does
kind
a
of
person
person.
become like that?
Why have the first thing? Yeah, why have they become like that? Maybe attention. Maybe attention.
Okay.
Maybe I don't know.
No,
I think
he's dirty
alcohol.
wrong, and that's all it is. It's no,
Yeah, and I
it's
think
not a lie,
alcohol has
it's
got a
dirty
lot
wrong.
in it.
He always has been.
And I know we shouldn't keep blaming the alcohol, but I do think that is one problem.
No, you can't blame. Can't blame the alcohol in a way. What I think it's because when you have an alcohol and you're drinking, the truth comes out. You realize
Yeah, and they must
yeah.
listen back
So
to
basically,
themselves.
let them drink. Let anyone drink, then the truth will come out. Basically, from the inside of their heart, their honesty will come out. So basically, then you would know that person.
Good night, Violet. Thanks for your help.
So, at the end of the day, they can't use an excuse because I had a drink and I forgot.
They must
Did I say that?
surely
I can't
listen
remember.
back to themselves.
Yeah, that's all rubbish. It's not good enough for me. I forgot. I can't remember.
Yeah.
No, it's not good enough for me. I would never
own up
accept
and
that.
say I'm a cunt. That's it. That's how I see it. Just say, yeah, I was wrong to say it. Say, no, I'm drunk or. Blah,
Yeah,
blah,
using
blah.
that excuse, I can't
Yeah.
remember what I said, and that's all rubbish. To me, I wouldn't accept that. I could not accept that rubbish and let it go on and on and on and on and on for
Yeah.
4 years. No,
On and on and on.
let's get it
Yeah, and it has
on.
like been 4 years. Yeah.
Yeah, what else anyway?
It's just, I mean, look at Shines. He's a nightmare, isn't he?
Who?
Yeah.
No, I'm very polite.
He's not a meanie. He's not. Look, he's not a nasty, mean person. I
Yeah,
just know he ain't.
Yes, he is.
I know, like people could take the piss out of Baz and that, but I don't think he's a bad person either.
To be honest, I help a lot of
Thank
people.
you, Patsy. I'm collecting loads tonight, so
to be honest, I
Sorry.
yeah, to be honest, I help a lot of people. So that's something.
Yeah,
nice,
I do see you as a kind person. I know
but-
you're a bit in control of it, but that's not easy controlling.
But take the piss, then that's a different story.
Right,
You
I've
know what I
subbed to that one, Patsy. Thank you. I don't know. I just just felt something is missing, and I need to go and find it.
Who are you talking to?
Just talking to you.
What have you lost?
Guys, religion.
He's going to religion.
Oh, right. Okay, religion.
No, I don't know. Look, I've been an atheist all my life.
Atheist, okay.
But I was christened.
All right. So when did
My
you
mum-
become atheist? Like when you
Because my
changed?
mum never talked about it. In those days, that was the thing to do. You got kids christened. But my dad was a staunch atheist. I mean, he was having none of it. But later on in life, much later on in life, they became, can never remember, spiritualists. So
Spiritually, when you say that in what faith or whatever, or?
it's along the lines of Christianity. So you get the cross, but it's just a different way of things. Like you don't have to go to church. They basically say that you can pray anywhere. There's a lot to do with spiritual healing and stuff.
And is it like gathering up or something? Gathering up together and stuff.
Yeah,
Why
they
don't
do
you look into Harry Christianing? No.
No, my husband was into all that. That's weren't my cup of tea.
Oh, what? You used to dance in the street?
No. I
Yeah,
used
but
to
to
give
be,
them some money. They used to be in town every Saturday. I used to give them some money for their temple.
Moon, you know, like what which I said, do they all gather up together at houses and places and whatever? And
Yeah, they
you said
have.
yes.
They
So
do have like these little
like
community
places and stuff.
buildings where they will
That's it,
hold.
Moon. Listen to Christian warfare. That's that
Yeah, I
ex-bodyguard.
just up to them. Patsy just gives me them.
Yeah. Mm.
They have like a community hall where they will hold their little services, and then they'll have at the end of the evening they have like spiritual healing and stuff.
Mm.
But you don't
But the
have to go. It's not
yeah,
like you have to go in church to church.
that's what I
Their
was going to
belief
say.
is you don't
Yeah.
need a building to speak to God, basically.
Basically, yeah, that's what I was going to say. I don't know, but I was going to say most probably they don't go to churches. They deal with it with themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you can still attend church and stuff. It's just a different variation.
It is. Was there like an organizer or something, or who, like
No, you
who they
wouldn't have
call?
you wouldn't have like we have reverends and vicars and that.
Yeah,
You don't
that's
have
what.
any of
Yeah,
that.
that's why
No.
I'm asking. So, like,
Yeah.
there was an
There's no
organizer.
What would you
There
say?
there must have
Yeah,
been
like,
an organizer, a person who's dealing with all this as well, isn't it?
yeah, they all did it as a community,
Mm.
like a community. And then they weren't preachers. They were just people giving talks on things and good things.
Okay.
They
What
were
do you?
nice people.
Okay. What did you think about it? You know, about the situation of these meeting
It was
up groups
nice.
and
There wasn't
right. Okay.
anything like you didn't feel harangued or harassed or forced into anything. You didn't. They never asked for money, never, and it was up to you if you gave a donation. But they never asked for money, but my problem was I'd just grown up with this belief system, and nothing was going to budge me from that. But my husband, this was my first husband, he got into it. He's still a spiritualist to this day. He never left it.
Okay.
But it's really like, it's just about learning about something that is part of me that I know nothing about. Nothing.
Why did you
I've
pull out?
Just because my beliefs were that God don't exist. It's all bollocks.
Okay, and that's why you're atheist and whatever now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never read anything from the Bible. I don't even know about the life of Jesus, only little bits and pieces. And I don't know, I just feel I want to know.
Do you feel that you're listening to people online?
No.
No, you don't feel that, no.
No, this is kind of what was irritating me is that in 4 years, other than the odd sort of convo in a side chat, no one ever comes on and talks about Christianity. It's every other religion but ours. And you know, when people are saying this is a Christian country, and I'm like, well, where is Christianity? Because I'm not seeing it on any of these channels.
No, to be honest, yeah, I could agree with you on that, because all they do is cause hate and division, innit? Like, you know. And
yeah, but I mean, if people are calling themselves Christians, why the fuck are they going around doing what they do? Because that's not Christian.
To be honest, yeah, I thought of that as well, because at the end of the day, there's certain things that they say they're Christians, but why is that how to behave, how to cause hate and division and attack other religion and
Yeah,
stuff?
but it's not.
Yeah, but
It's not only
yeah, but
Christianity does
yeah,
that.
yeah. I was just going to say that.
Yeah,
Right.
not just who, whatever
Yeah.
faith, whatever
All,
religion, and
how can you
whatever.
put it? Like, all these people of faith, don't matter who they are, they all claim that their book tells them to this, that, and all the other, but no one's showing any of that. They're all wrapped up in this destructive mode, even against their own fucking people.
Yeah, they argue with each other anyway. Doesn't matter if they're Christian, Muslims, or whatever faith they've got. They still argue with each other. So that's life at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, but I can cope with the arguing, Shines, but it's gone way beyond that. It's really degrading filth.
Why do you think most of these people have got grey hair? That was a good one, isn't it?
I mean, we got Christmas on the doorstep, and it's like it just don't happen no more. Last Christmas, everyone was still sitting on here, going off on each other in the most appalling ways.
Yeah.
And you're like, hang on, does Christmas mean fuck all to anyone?
I remember I actually rewound that intentionally for that laugh. I pointed this out last time. How she actually did the first ever like authentic reaction laugh without it being contrived and forced. It's really interesting.
One, isn't it?
The arguing, Shines, but it's gone way beyond that. It's really degrading filth.
Why do you think most of these people have got grey hair? That was a good one, isn't it?
She actually had to give herself space to realise that she found it funny. Like, oh, actually, like the second laugh. It's so interesting.
Why do you think most of these people have got grey hair? That was a good one, isn't it?
I mean, we got Christmas on the doorstep, and it's like it just don't happen no more. Last Christmas, everyone was still sitting on here, going off on each other in the most appalling ways.
Yeah.
And you're like, hang on, does Christmas mean fuck all to anyone? As long as they can have a bit of drama for some fucking views on Christmas Day.
To be honest, they most probably don't give a damn. To be honest, they just want to argue, and this is
So
what
it makes
some
it all
people
a fucking joke.
about.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, they don't care. These people don't care. They just even though they say I'm this religion and this and that and whatever, and really they just want to argue. They don't give a damn. And most of these people don't even go to the mosques or to the churches and whatever, so.
Yeah.
Dwayne, no, I haven't yet. I've been a bit behind today because I've had things to do about. Hang on, in Italy, I haven't done it yet because I'm a little bit careful. I'm trying to find the story, the version where it's not too much to show. It's shocking, that is. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but you know what's coming? I'll have to try and send it to you easy. I'm not going to mention it here, but I'll tell you, it's going to be tomorrow's discussion.
Why? Easy, you going live tomorrow?
No.
Oh,
well, give me a clue, man. What's it about?
No,
I'll
message you.
Moon said, "Oh, it's going to be the subject or whatever the conversation."
In the fucking news at the moment, it's going to be. It's going to be on the channels tomorrow. You watch.
Don't know what you mean. I've got a clue.
To be honest, Christmas is coming. There's going to be. I won't be surprised. There's going to be a
Christmas
lot of.
is coming. The goose is getting fat.
Well,
we're going.
There will be reprisals in Italy, I tell you, because they won't stand for that shit. It's fine.
Yeah, well, you know, at the end of the day, they're letting people in, and I mentioned this back ago. I said, yeah, they're letting like. Don't really say, but at the end of the day, I say if you feed the snake and you stop feeding the snake, and then you're going to have problems. So you'll see. We'll see. It's happening. It's going to happen. Christmas. I won't be surprised.
Yeah, well, they need to leave Christmas alone. Like Tesco, now it's not Christmas trees; it's evergreens.
Yeah, what's that about? I heard about that.
That is the left just trying to get rid of Christianity.
So I mean, what shows they're going to do on? Is it something to do about in the news?
I'm just trying to find the link and I'll send it. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that, about the Christmas trees in Tesco's. When I was online, I just saw a little bit, but I didn't hit it because I was doing work.
And that terror attack in outside the White House, them poor guys getting shot like that. God. Apparently he was on the watch list and he got back into the country somehow.
And easy, for years I've been saying 1 minute. Everyone knows, yeah? 1 minute, whatever, everyone knows me for that and whatever. I've always, years ago, I used to say 50-50. If you remember, when I say 50-50, like don't attack one side. Like be like if you're going to complain about one side, complain about the other side. Don't just stick to one side. Just be yourself and be 50-50. And what I've noticed on people online is people are just on one side and they're not showing the other side. And that's why I've been saying this for years. Like, be 50-50. Not to you, Easy.
Oh, man, that's false.
I've been saying
that's false news. I've already had that confirmed. That's false. No.
Who said it's false?
They're lying about it. They weren't surrendering. They were terrorists. But I'm not putting it out until I get other sources. It's the BBC lying again.
Yeah, but to be honest, Easy, I was on the chat.
BBC are already being sued, aren't they? So I think they got to be a bit fucking careful then.
Mm. Yeah, but I'm not being funny, Dean. You say the mafia hasn't stepped in Italy. Well, they're most probably the ones that trafficking them in. To be fair, the Italians, the mafia. Nice, it's earning, isn't it? The illegal immigrants. It wouldn't surprise me. They're trafficking them in. Like,
yeah, but what's the reason why people are coming on boats? Is it to do with the contract, which the UK
the government,
left?
All governments are sold out to rich money men. Yeah.
Now, it doesn't mean I'm a raging lefty. I just don't agree with it because I've been to countries where they don't have it and I've seen the real deprivation and the real starvation. And I think that we do deserve to have a country that looks after the people at the bottom. However, I don't think that we need to go to the bottom and have that as some kind of status and uphold it as something that should be a value. And what I mean by that is there are people that sign up when they leave school, never get a job, and live their whole life on the dole. But for me, I can't think of anything sadder than that. I can't think of anything more self-deprecating than doing that to yourself. But I do think that we need a safety net. And when I hear people sitting there chiding people that have got hardly anything and taking the piss out of them, I can understand the banter when someone's deserved it. You know, when you get someone like Kaylee Enav, who likes to give it out all over the place, and someone turns around and says, oh, well, you've got no teeth, or, you know, you've turned your front room into a fucking backyard, or whatever she did. I kind of understand that. But at the end of the day, even that, I mean, the woman's got severe mental issues. I think that's quite apparent now. And I think most people should just fucking ignore her, which is what I do. I just ignore her. I know she's still on my case. I know she still puts out silly little videos. And very slanderous ones. She's open to sort of like just destroy my credibility and convince other people that I'm some sort of roaring paedophile, which is quite disgusting, really. And to be honest, if I had never ever come onto YouTube, I would probably be a lot more outraged than I actually am. But after coming onto YouTube and seeing the things that people have called on here and the lies that are put out about them, I just think I'll get on with it, love. If there's a group of people out there that want to believe Kaylee and her nonsense, that's up to them. Hopefully, people are going to look into me. You know, hopefully a few paedophile wanter groups are going to have a look into me and realise that I'm not that. And I wouldn't be surprised if a few haven't. You know, I agree with you. I've not been on here much over Christmas because I went away always. But I think I've done 2 or 3 streams now since I returned, but not on my own. Like, I've jumped on panels and spoken to a couple of people. But I think there's nothing sadder than people that have sat on here all over Christmas arguing with each other. But at the end of the day, what would those people have been doing otherwise? Sitting online being lonely. But well, sitting indoors being lonely, not having no one to talk to. But what I will say is, going back to all this nonsense that Kaylee Enav has done, I am aware of it. People have been sending me stuff, but I can honestly say, Kaylee, what you're doing don't touch me. It doesn't touch me. I just want to give that message out there that I hope you recover from your mental illness. I hope that in the new year, better things happen to you and you start to focus more on yourself and your family problems and issues that you really do need to sort out, so that you can have a better fulfillment from your own life and stop projecting onto other people. That's what I wish for Kaylee Enav. I don't hold any hate in my heart for her. If she turned up at my front door and tried to get physical, of course I'd give her a clap in self-defense, but I don't think that's likely. I don't think I need to stoop to her levels and point out how fractious her life is, how fractious her mental health is, and all the rest of the stuff, because I think it's quite apparent. And I just think that if you're sitting on YouTube and also TikTok, by the way, she's very active over there, by the way, all over Christmas talking about people on the internet that you've never met in the real world, then you can't have much of an active private life. And that's quite sad, considering she's had children. Because while she's focusing on here on other people, there is going to come a time in the future where she becomes a grandmother. And while she might not have been the best of parents because of her illness, she could focus and be the best of a grandmother. that's for another day, you know. I mean, Kaylee's not the only one. We all know that Easy put me, Kermit, Taffy. Who else? There's Louis, and there was a couple of other people, all into a pedo hunters group. That was pathetic as well. You know, and maybe if I was somebody that did have a fractious mind, somebody that was as weak as some of these individuals on here, I'd have been distraught about that as well. I mean, was I angry? Yeah. Did I think it was disgusting? Yeah. But was I bothered? No. No. Tell you why. Because I know I'm not. I know that if people you know, and he says he cares about kids. Well, what about all the schools that she got in touch with? What about the Hoaxted children that Jake admitted that when they were grown adults and had children, he got in touch with their schools and terrified them? They were victims. But whatever way you look at it, right? They were victims because it all became a big thing on social media and everybody knew about the fight between the parents and the court case and everything else. And they go and search out them as adults and then terrorize their children. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but they don't vote for right politics, or is it asked?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. That's it, Luke. That's it, Luke, isn't it, Luke? Yeah. I just got no words, like, other than to fucking expose this stupid fuck and get justice.
Cares about kids. Well, what about all the schools that she got in touch with? What about the Hoaxted children that Jake admitted that when they were grown adults and had children, he got in.
So I'm just playing this to reiterate, to clarify, to highlight how she is just making up. She's talking about Katie's grandchildren. She's trying to demean and derail, distract from her own crimes by making up a situation regarding Kaylee's personal life, as she has done about Ella's supposed grandchildren as well, that don't exist. Fucking horrific. Horrific upon horrific.
Trolling or having a bit of a laugh or, you know, just trying to wind people up. But for the most part, there's people on here that even when I'm telling them 100% truth, don't even recognize it. So if they can't recognize the truth when I'm telling them it, then there's no point having serious conversations with them. And that's why I don't take him serious at all. Yeah, I think it's a hobby and not a way of life. Although, having said that, I've always said that as well at my Cox, that this is just a hobby for me. It's not about making money. It's not about... There are things happening in our country that shouldn't be happening.
Okay, could you explain Adam, that you don't like to be called Adam, Lucifer? We'll give you that just for the sake of discourse. Sorry, what was this about? So it's something to do with Jupiter's hobby? Michaela's hobby? It's just what bit are you referring to? Sorry.
And tried to get physical. Of course, I'd give her a clap in self-defense, but I don't think that's likely. I don't think I need to stoop to her levels and point out how fractious her life is, how fractious her mental health is, and all the rest of the stuff.
Gasping for breath there, Michaela. I don't think I need... just fakery after fucking delusion, after fucking projection, after abuse. Every fucking time you do anything, you fucking horror show.
And I just think that if you're sitting on YouTube and also TikTok, by the way, she's very active over there, by the way, all over Christmas talk.
She did it to herself, Clyde. She just laid down another reason why these hearings are going to take place, and she can keep trying to disrupt proceedings as much as she fucking dumb, silly, ignorant, sick, dangerous monster wants to keep trying. I don't like to be rude. We don't like to just say harsh things about people and nasty words, but it is the weapon that this battlefield has, and it's what the children's testimony are words. The children were saying about plastic willies and how he feels it in his stomach and how it hurts, and they use plastic willies. The males use plastic willies because they want it to hurt. The real willies don't hurt as such relative to what they're put through. Emotionally, of course, but they're physically. We have to describe what the children had to relay about how he says swear words. It makes him say swear words when he sniffs white powder drugs. Sorry, when he drinks the alcohol, the powder drugs makes him feel relaxed. The alcohol makes him swear. Yeah, these are not nice things that we want to hear and relay and have to. Exactly. She's left such evil. It's nothing short of evil, and quoting people like John Williams in her chat, and quoting people like Gary O'Brien, Wavy, over and over again. The amount of times she's quoted Gary O'Brien, asking AJ, AJ, I see you in my chat. Would you while you're here, would you mind taking me off that website? Would you mind taking me off that website? If you don't mind, AJ. Oh, AJ, he's gone. He's not replying. He didn't even respond. Oh, would you mind taking me off that website? Oh, it's actually mentioned. She mentions the website in this recording. Actually, if it is actually them, if it is actually their site, everyone knows it's their fucking site, Michaela. Why are you trying to play dumb? Why is she trying to play dumb, AJ? What's this about? I'm as disgusting as Abraham. Am I obsessed about children and dildos? Do you think children should be, those two words should go together? Do you think it's maybe me that's maybe distressed about this term? And maybe it's me that's very concerned and upset regarding the fact that children and dildos are being put in the same sentence? Do you think maybe it's not an obsession? Do you think it's maybe a dedication to get to the bottom of why this is the case and how we can stop this from ever happening again? Do you think maybe, Adam? So why am I playing dumb, AJ? Should we just wait until you come up in this recording, shall we? Is it? I think it's Michaela that's playing dumb.
World. Then you can't have much of an active private life. And that's quite sad, considering she's had children. Because while she's focusing on other people, there is going to come a time in the future where she becomes a grandmother. And while she might not have been the best of parents because of her illness, she could focus and be the best of a grandmother. But that's for another day, you know. I mean, Kaylee's not the only one. We all know that Easy put me, Kermit, Taffy. Who else? There's Louis, and there was a couple of other people, all into a pedo hunters group. That was pathetic as well. You know, and maybe if I was somebody that did have a fractious mind, somebody that was as weak as some of these individuals on here, I'd have been distraught about that as well. I mean, was I angry? Yeah. Did I think it was disgusting? Yeah. But was I bothered? No. No. Tell you why. Because I know I'm not. I know that if people were to observe my daily life and look around my family and whatnot, they wouldn't be able to find any of that because it's not true. So why am I going to worry about stuff that's not true? You know? Once upon a time I would have done, because I would have been like, oh no, you know, I don't want people to think that of me. But the people that Kaylee and that play to are people on here that are shit cunts. You know? People on here. It's like I said to Triller the other day. The reason that I don't value Triller's opinions, or many other people's actually, and some of them might be people just trolling or having a bit of a laugh or, you know, just trying to wind people up. But for the most part, there's people on here that even when I'm telling them 100% truth, don't even recognise it. So if they can't recognise the truth when I'm telling them it, then there's no point having serious conversations with them. And that's why I don't take him serious at all. Yeah, I think it's a hobby and not a way of life. Although, having said that, I've always said that as well at my Oxford, that this is just a hobby for me. It's not about making money. It's not about... But what I will say is the political side of it is serious, because there are things happening in our country that shouldn't be happening to people. And it's quite sad. It is quite sad. You know? When I went outside of this country this Christmas compared to, and then come back in, the one thing that hit me the most is how much of our Christianity or the spirit of Christians has been taken out of our country. Now, I don't think it's just one area that's done that. I think it's multifaceted that's got to this point in the UK. And we could break that down another day. But I really do think that it is being carved out of our country, and it's sad. Very sad. You know? And we've got a government that's against the people, and successive governments that have been against the people. They're only interested in themselves, even though they're meant to be in positions to do things for everybody, and they're not doing things for the nation. They're prioritising people outside of the nation over people of the nation. For me, I find that very vulgar and disgusting and crass. I also think it's breaking the contract that they're supposed to have. Oh yeah, AJ and Eric, they also did a website. That's if it is their website. Yeah. And they put it on my local community's social media. You know? All of these people done all this thinking that they were right, and disgusting and crass. I also think it's breaking the contract that they're supposed to have, you know? And we've got a government that's against the people, and successive governments that have been against the people. They're only interested in themselves, even though they're meant to be in positions to do things for everybody, and they're not doing things for the nation. They're prioritising people outside of the nation over people of the nation. For me, I find that very vulgar and disgusting and crass. I also think it's breaking the contract that they're supposed to have. Oh yeah, AJ and Eric, they also did a website. That's if it is their website. Yeah. And they put it on my local community's social media. You know? All of these people done all this thinking that they were right, and it's quite sad, really, that people got so upset over somebody on YouTube that they had to go and do all that stuff because they're spiteful. But I'm not arguing with none of those people anymore. I'm not. Because I'm still standing. You know? Yeah, and there's another song for us, isn't it? Let me do that one. There we go. Years, I don't know
Yeah,
why.
I was going to say, I don't know why it's taken so long. I've been talking about supercells for about 5 years now.
Our government have known they've been there, in my opinion, for years. They just thought they were so fucking arrogant that they thought that they'd be able to contain it all. They were that arrogant, you know, that they were so sure of themselves, and they were so sure that they were going to turn these people around and be able to turn them into left-leaning voters. They're pathetic because they've got no idea of realities of life. You know.
No, exactly.
Right, I've got things to do. Have a great New Year, Jeeps. Happy New Year to you and Hector. Yeah, I hope you yeah.
Yeah, and you and your family.
yourselves. Yeah. And Happy New Year. I don't know the other guy's name, but Happy New Year.
You too.
And Happy New Year to all the chat. Yeah. Okay. All right. And I'll see you in 2026.
Yeah, we definitely will.
Okay. All right. Bye, folks.
Bye.
Yeah, I'll let you carry on. You're going to do that video review, weren't you? So I've got some things to
I'm
do.
going to do a review. I've also been told that apparently there's some kind of kangaroo court going on about me on another channel, but I'm not going to publish the channel, but that has made me giggle. Fucking hell, these people are nuts.
Do you know the worst thing about it is I flip through all these different channels when I've got time, because I have to do a lot of PC work, so sometimes I have all it on and I want to listen to these channels while I'm doing other stuff at the computer, you know, it's just like background.
Yeah.
And none of them, a lot of them, they come out with these statements. I'm like, why don't you just talk to them? And then they can't have a civil conversation with that person either. It's always attack. And I'm like,
yeah,
it's not even you attacking somebody. It's not going to get to the bottom of it. And there's something some people say, and I'm like, no, I'm not like that. Well, I don't mean I'm going to dislike them. I don't mean I disagree with everything they say, neither. You know, but this is what people need to realise. You're not going to agree on everything with everybody all the time.
I agree. But you see, a lot of these people are mentally ill. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And a lot of them have been completely brainwashed into some kind of mental disorder where they think that you should only deal with people if they 100% agree with you. The real world's not like that.
Of course.
If you go out into the real world in your workplace, there's going to be right-leaning, left-leaning people. If you go into your local shops, there's going to be right-leaning, left-leaning people. And it's the same everywhere. You know, your neighbours, you don't know necessarily who they vote for unless they talk to you about it. And I just think it's totally ridiculous that these people don't understand that even to interact in life, you're probably dealing with people that don't agree with you 100% on everything anyway. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
But cancel culture and all this stuff through the universities has dumbed down all these people. They're crazy. They're literally crazy.
Grateful Land, you share the link, right? Share the link.
Here's where she comes on. Here's where she comes on and has a go at me.
Oh, Wendy and Jubes come together. They buy one get one free.
Oh, come on, bro. You know how it is with these grannies, isn't it?
One get one free.
Right.
That's it. Oh, shit.
Right. First of all, guys. First of all, guys.
I hope you buy Wendy and get Jupiter free because I don't want to
Come on,
hear
let
the
her,
way
let her
around.
speak though. Come on.
Right, first of all, guys, I don't really give a shit about any of the bullshit.
Just a reminder for our records, Kaylee, that they voted biggest victim for yourself and I, and Ghost, this Ghost, which we're going to find out his identity of very soon. I feel definitely at the earlier end of this year, manifesting the best thing. And whenever this gets sorted out, but regardless, just a reminder, he said that we were a buy one get one free victim. Remember that he said we're not a real victim, but everyone else wanted to put us on victim. It was fake victim. Babs was the crybaby. She suggested crybaby, but then she won this crybaby and claimed that she wanted to win it, but then she was saying that Easy and Moon, Ricky and Valerie voted with all their different accounts. It's just fucking bullshit after fakery, after reinforcing, what do you call it? What's the word? Not enforcing. Something each other's shit anyway. Innate, what's the word? Validating? Yeah, validating, I think, isn't it? Validating their own shit, each other's shit. But yeah, this is the 27th that we both managed to thankfully fall asleep, because this was just total onslaught. But after 3-1-4, 15-14, maybe we will play this and just play it through. I'm tempted, I might play the other ritual abuse documentary after, or finish playing this one maybe as well. I don't know. I'll just go for another hour. We'll see what we do. I'll play this on a bit faster speed, actually.
You've all said tonight. To be honest, your opinions don't really bother me. But just for the record, Trilla's lied to you. I never spent the day talking about you and fucking
I didn't say you spent the day. I didn't say you spent the day talking about me, us. Yeah, you talked about.
You mentioned us on your live
feed. No, you cussed the Dookie, right? You cussed Ghost and you cussed me. Correct or not?
Right. So no, it's not correct.
No, you did all of us. You dickhead. I'll tell you exactly what you said.
You got cussed, right? You step aside. You got cussed.
What did you say about me?
I don't like you, Trilla, right? But stand you aside 1 minute. As for the rest of them, yeah, we were playing a game to do with YouTube, which included taking the mick out of me, Wendy, AY himself, Taffy himself. We were asking people to play Cluedo, which was, okay, so go on then, people, what weapon would I use in what room? And we did it for every single personality.
Bullshit.
Right?
No, bullshit. Bullshit. Right? So you said bullshit. You said, right? You and Taffy were talking earlier, and I was in the chat, and you knew I was in the chat, by the way. And you said, right? What you call it? Oh, the awards that go to the dumbest guy or something was a Dookie, and Ghost gets this dumb award or whatever, and I get fucking my missus fucking probably jumped on a got deported or couldn't get on. What you still hurt about? You talked about all of us, yeah. All right, and you were cussing me in other ways as well, which I don't care about. But when from time you're talking about my missus, yeah, on about bitch when she's got a British passport, you dumb bitch, yeah.
Wait, she's not about. You said that was Carl. I read that.
And then when it comes down to it, yeah, you were cussing a Dookie and you were cussing Ghost. So don't lie about that, about Cluedo, dickhead.
Right, well, I can give Ghost a stream. I'm not fucking bothered about
no
that.
Problem.
That's
No
what
problem.
I said about you.
I'm not lying. So you're saying I'm lying. Right? I'm not lying.
The Ghost thing came from Cole. I read out his comment. It wasn't me, you fucking wanker. As for calling I Dookie dumb, yeah, I did say
I don't care what you read. You read it out for a reason. Yeah, you read out comments. Yeah, is you having a dig, bitch. All right, so don't get twisted. Right, you're not reading out every single comment, are you? You're only reading out certain comments, aren't you? So don't fucking try and play that fucking game. All right, you're choosing those comments.
Did he just hear me say? Sorry, I've got a bad tooth, right? But did he just hear me say?
No, you're drunk,
right? Did he just hear me say that I did say I Dookie's dumb? I've just admitted it, so I don't know why you're crying, Trilla.
I'm not. I'm saying you said that you're playing Cluedo. You weren't playing fucking Cluedo. You were doing this award shit. Yeah, best award goes to this person, best award goes to that person. Trilla gets that award, and then you talked about my missus.
No, but even before that, right? Jupiter, we know
my missus ain't even on these videos, and you're talking about it.
No, this was mentioned by Cole.
Yeah, you're gonna get this now. You get me? It's what it is.
Don't cry
then. Don't cry then. Why are you here? Why are you here?
And I've already said I don't give a shit about your comments.
So why are you here? Why are you here?
Because you're lying.
The first thing you said was I lied, yeah? Which was a lie. Straight away. It was a straight lie. I didn't lie. I didn't lie about you.
It never happened.
He's literally just a couple of minutes ago been slagging off my dead parents, and now
Who gives a fuck about your dead parents? You fucking dickhead, bro. Go fuck your parents, you cunt.
It's all false fucking outrage, Thriller.
Fucking weirdo. It's got nothing to do with the swat. Oh, Jupiter, he talked about my dead parents. Oh my days, like to give you some ammunition. You dickhead. Dude, I swear to God, bro, I'm gonna come to Everton and give you a kick in the balls, you little wanker. I swear to God.
What's he talking about?
Alright, you little
You
weirdo.
can't pick anyone. You can't even pick your rabbits.
Yeah, put your
Kick
parents
your
back on
habit.
the boat
Oh,
back
the
to
best
India. Can we put your parents back on the boat to India, do you think?
Oh, here we go, about deporting everybody. And now, wait, she's gone from. Yeah, no, but there you go. No, when these politics goes from, right? Like, I don't want to kick everybody out, but then she goes back to, I want to kick
Yeah, you
everyone
shouldn't have
out.
said what you
Right?
just said about Maz's parents,
No. We
should
just
you?
want
You
to
talk
know
about
what your
your
true motives
parents.
are.
Oh yeah, and that's
We
the
know
other
what your
thing as
true motives
well.
really are, right? You're
And that's the
racist.
other thing as
You're
well, Tiller. You
racist.
said my kids were throwing
Oh,
dog shit at each other. That's not what I said.
that's what you said.
No.
That's what you said. What
I said my kids went to Lapland. They weren't impressed when they were younger. Their aunt took them, yeah, and the dogs were shitting all over the place, and they said it was shit. Yeah?
No,
so what they
it's
did
not true.
was had
Alright,
snowball
go,
fights,
get the streamer
throwing
up.
the snowballs
Get
at
the
each
streamer
other,
up.
going their shit in there. But that doesn't mean they were throwing shit at each other.
You did say that. They were throwing shit at each other, yeah? So when it comes down to it, you just said it right there. They got shit in the fucking snowballs and they're throwing shit at each other. You dickhead.
They were pretending. You're picking up the snow and going, stop shitting, you fucking
Alright,
idiot.
listen. Send the fucking stream to Ghost, and I swear to God, yeah, you're lying your ass off. No problem, you dickhead.
I'm sorry,
All right.
hang on, hold on, you've got that completely wrong, right?
Oh, this fucking little beggar's on now.
No.
Fucking hell, bro. Fucking hell. Oh my days.
The dogs were shitting there. They were huskies. Yeah.
Dude, she said her unruly children, her uncivil children, her chabby little children, right? That her sister, a millionaire sister, took out on holiday, right? They were fucking literally throwing shit at each other on holiday. So that's her children. I mean, honestly, if you were ever going to guess what children are going to be throwing shit at each other, it's going to be Jupiter's children. It would have to be Jupiter's children for them to be throwing shit at each other.
I'm just going to turn myself up, but let me just tell you this, Trilla. My chubby children would knock you out in 5 seconds.
Your chubby
right?
children would
Probably
be
1
fucking
second,
shit scared.
right?
Shit
And
scared,
my chubby
alright?
children
Your
exist.
chubby
Where's
children
yours?
would be shit
Where's your
scared,
kids?
alright?
Where's your kids?
Your
Trilla?
chubby children would be shit
You
scared. I'm
can't
not
even
granny
make kids.
like you.
You can't even
No,
make
don't worry
kids.
about me. Why are you worried about me? Why are you worried about me? Why are you worried about me?
Why are you worried about my
Why are
kids?
you worried about me? We're talking about you and your 6 children and the
You're
man that you
upset.
and the man that married you.
Yeah.
All right, and the man that married you.
Why are you
Listen,
upset? Yeah, why are you worried about
all right.
married nature?
So when it comes down to with this and your bad parenting, right? Because clearly you didn't raise your children, right?
You are a japper.
Clearly you didn't raise your children, right?
Whether I've raised my kids right or wrongly is none of your business.
Well, clearly they're throwing dog shit at each other, for fuck's sake.
In
And
your
your sister
opinion,
couldn't control them.
in
Right.
your opinion.
Well,
And you know what
they're
they do to you,
unruly, they're
Trilla?
uncivil.
I'll
I'm
tell you what they
surprised.
do to you.
I'm not surprised. Yeah,
They
they're your
get hold
kids.
of you and rub
They're
your
your
face
kids.
in dog shit, mate.
I don't think so. Yeah, they'll run a mile. They'll run a mile. They'll run a mile. They'll run a mile. Yeah, and guess what we used to do to those kind of kids? Beat the shit out of them, you dickhead, when we were kids. Yeah, when we were kids, we beat the shit out of them.
You used to go racism,
All right,
racism,
and they run a mile.
racism,
They run a mile, you
scarred me
dickhead.
so much,
All right.
as an adult, I'm still frightened.
So can you tell us why you love AY Audit so much? Tell us why you tell us why you always saying to him. Tell us why you always saying to him that you love him so much. What is that all about? Like, why are you saying in front of your husband, in front of your husband that you love AY Audit? Why is that? What is that all about?
Does that make me a lesbian?
I don't know about being a lesbian, but like, why do you say to AY Audits, I love you, I love you,
I love
yeah?
you, does that make
I love you. I love you, AY. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Weirdo, you're jealous.
Yeah, you did.
Jealous,
But why?
you're jealous.
Why would anybody be jealous of you? Have you not seen yourself in your last fucking video? You look like shit.
Have you not seen yourself?
But
You
you're
look
still
like shit.
jealous, though.
Why have you got
It's
your tits hanging out? You've got no shame. Why have you got your tits hanging
I
out in
haven't
your
got
last
the tits
video?
hanging out. I've got
What the fuck
fucking
is wrong with
swimming
you?
costume on.
Why have you got your tits hanging out? You fucking saggy bitch. Why have you
Well,
got your tits hanging out?
most people
Yeah?
wear swimming costumes when
So
they're
why
on
have you got that on and posting up a video showing your fucking lower half?
What's it got to do
What's wrong
with you?
with you?
You're not me,
Why are
husband.
you trying to
What's it
fucking
got
show that part of you? You cunt?
What's it got to do with
Right.
you?
This ain't
If I wanna go
OnlyFans, you
start
fucking
baby
dark bitch.
naked,
This
that's
is
got nothing to
YouTube.
do with you.
No, this is YouTube. Why you gotta fucking show that part of yourself, you cunt? Right. You want to show your face? You want to show your ugly mug? Show your ugly mug. Why you want to show? Why you want to show the rest of you off, you ugly bitch?
I can
What
wear
the fuck is
whatever I
wrong with
want.
you?
I'm not
Yeah,
your
you
fucking
can. But at
culture.
the end of the day,
I'm
this ain't
Marco, yeah?
OnlyFans, you
You don't
dark
like
bitch.
Western culture.
Have you got an
Swansea.
OnlyFans account
Why
or
don't
something?
you fuck off back to Asia
Are you trying to get
and fucking
fucking that?
sit to Sario?
Are you trying to get some people up on YouTube or something? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what the fuck are you trying to do? Trying to promote your OnlyFans account. Trying to get Baz off because Baz was the only one wanking off in your videos, apparently.
You fucking stupid man. You're a drunkard. No woman would ever marry you. I don't believe you.
Oh well. Oh, you don't believe anything.
No, I
Great,
don't believe
great,
anyone
great.
is stupid enough
He
to
hasn't
go
got a
near you.
girlfriend. That's why he's
great.
upset because I pointed out. Why has it been on here all over Christmas when he said last week he was going
You know,
off to
you know,
meet
you know, the
parents?
thing is, I think most people believe that I got a girlfriend.
No,
right?
you haven't.
I don't think a lot of people understand how the fuck could Hector marry someone like you. They're
How
just
the
super
fuck would he
confused.
put a decent
It's like
woman
one of those
in
like,
the
it's like
English,
literally how the fuck were
Is that what
the
it is? Is that
pyramids
what
were
it is,
built?
Trilla?
No,
You
it's
can't
literally
have
like
it. You can't
how
have
were the
it.
pyramids built kind of equation.
Jupiter have a conversation.
Right? It is literally like one of those kind of like life's mysteries. Like how the fuck were the
Yeah,
pyramids
because
built?
it's not-
Yeah,
it's not
how
like
they built
terror.
them so
It's-
accurate?
terror
Yeah,
just goes
how
on
the
and
fuck
on
did
and on.
Hector
It's
marry
not
someone
like-
like Jupiter, a woman with 6 kids?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Phil, let him
granny.
die once you're
Yeah,
done, right?
Martin, go on.
Why are you even bothered?
I'm curious. I think the world are.
Yeah, do you think it's because you're jealous because you can't find someone?
Not at all. You think I can't find somebody?
Yeah.
Mental.
So do
You're
you think it's
delusional.
because you sort of like stand there and you go, oh, Jupiter's so old and ugly, but she still manages to get shagged and she's got someone decent.
No,
and
no, no, no,
And
no,
I
no,
can't
a
even
woman can
find
get
one woman who can give me a baby because
A
I'm
woman,
a
a woman can get shagged. Yeah, I'm just curious as to why someone who is so, in your opinion, I like, I mean, such a fucking catch like Hector get with someone like you. If he's such a catch, why would he get with you? Of course he's not. Of course he's not.
Right, so Killer, let me just explain something to you.
Go on.
I think
that Hector is the best man in the whole world, just like every other wife in the world.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Is that what you thought of your ex-husband?
I'm sure when her husband was alive, Wendy would
Yeah.
say,
Is that what you
her
thought of your
partner's the
ex-husband
best
before
man
you
in the
left him?
world.
Is
And
that
I'm
what you thought of your
sure,
ex-husband?
I'm sure that Ghost thinks that his wife is the best woman in the world, and she thinks he's the best man in the world. Yeah. Well, so why does it bother you what me and Hector
Yeah,
think
so
of each
is that
other?
what you thought of your ex-husband before you left him and got with Hector while you were still married?
Well, that's not true. So you're doing a false
Well,
premise.
that was true because you did admit that
Oh, that's not
online.
against the
You
law. No,
admitted
that's
that
not
online.
true.
You
So
admitted
the
that
fact of the
online.
matter is, at one point, yeah, I did think I loved my first husband. Yeah. What's your point?
Well, the thing is, like, end of the day, right? You left
So
him, right?
what about your ex-wife? Why did she leave you?
She didn't leave me. I left her.
No, that's not true.
She left you because you were drunk. No, not true. I left her.
That's not true, though, is it?
Yeah, that's true. I left her.
Because you've already explained online why she left you.
Yeah, I explained on multiple different levels. Yeah, and at the end of the day, yeah, I called for the divorce.
Oh, you called for the divorce, yeah?
Yeah, I left her.
Did you pay for it? Yeah. So you really
No,
respect
I
all
made her
that
pay for
stuff,
it.
and
What kind of a man do you think I am? What kind of a man do you think I am? I made her pay for all of it. Yeah, I told her, I'd, give her back the money.
Yeah, you fucked up again, Killer. You
Yeah,
couldn't get her pregnant.
Not at all.
You
No,
had
she
a
got pregnant.
miscarriage because you had something that was wrong with you. didn't
No,
you?
not at all. Not at all. It's a very
Yes.
complicated issue. Not a
Yes.
very complicated issue.
Yes.
But end of
And
the day,
she
end of the
realised,
day-
her family realised that you wouldn't be able to produce a
Go on.
child.
So we're talking about something that happened 8 years ago compared to you, who's still with the guy who chose to get with someone like you, right?
Yeah, because it's
Mad
called
thing.
marriage. Yeah.
You're still with the guy
Well
that's
over
supposed
20
to get with
years.
you.
What's your problem? Why are you
Well,
jealous?
yeah, honestly, I think to myself, what a simp. I mean,
Just imagine
what a
we've
simp.
grown old gracefully together, and I'm not afraid of getting
I mean,
old.
gracefully.
There's people I've known for
You've seen
years,
your
and
videos. That's not
you know,
graceful. Your
there's
videos
people-
are not graceful.
There's people, all right,
Your
grown
videos are
old
not graceful.
disgracefully. I don't care. I'm not bothered about that. Triller, there's people I know, yeah, that actually haven't been able to get to my age in life. I feel blessed.
No shit, no
I
shit.
feel blessed. I've got grandchildren. I feel blessed. I'm alive to see them, and hopefully I'll be alive to see my great
But aren't they ashamed of your
Hey,
racism?
it's not
Aren't they
something I'm
ashamed of your
ashamed of,
racism?
Triller.
I'm pretty sure
What have
got
you
like-
got,
I'm
considering
pretty
that
sure
you're probably only about 5
I've
years
got more than
younger
you.
than me? What have
I've
you got
got
in
more
your
than you.
life?
I've got more than you. But when it comes down to it, right?
Yeah, what have you got?
Aren't they
You might have
ashamed of your
material
racism?
things. You've got nothing
Aren't they
of
ashamed of your
worth.
racism?
16 years between you, right?
You've got nothing of worth, Triller. You've got material things.
Your legacy is going to be a racist for the rest of your fucking entire life.
I'm going to be known as a racist, am I?
I'm going to make sure that you're going to be a disgrace to your children. Your children don't want to have anything to do with you when I'm fucking done with you, bitch. All right.
Well, you know
Don't get
what?
twisted.
You know what,
All
Triller?
right.
You're bitter, mate. And do you know what?
Yeah.
Better people than you have tried. Yeah.
No problem. No problem. When it comes down to it, you talk about my missus again, right? Watch. All right.
You don't have a fucking missus.
All right. You talk about my
It's
missus
all
again.
imaginary.
Watch.
We're doing it now.
Yeah.
We're doing it right
You're
now.
doing it again. Now you're doing it again.
What
You're
are
doing
you
it
gonna
again.
do? Hold on.
You're
What are
doing it
you gonna
again.
do? What are you gonna do?
If you don't like her talking about your missus, then don't talk about anyone else's missus.
You motherfucker. She mentioned it first, you little wanker. So shut your fucking mouth and keep your fucking nose out of it, you cunt.
Is Hector her missus? Is Hector her missus?
What is this? The French fucking Sri
When it comes down to it, right? I didn't talk about your partner. You mentioned mine. All right, bitch. All right. So when it comes down to it, you want to get ugly, we'll get ugly. All right.
You
No
shut the
problem.
fuck up,
We'll
Triller.
get ugly.
You
bitch.
sat online for
We'll get
years
ugly, you
talking
cunt.
about Hector.
We'll
And
get
now
ugly.
because
bitch.
you're getting engaged to
You
some
dickhead.
imaginary stuff.
You dickhead.
You
She's not
wanted
even
to tell
online.
me,
She's
don't
not
talk
online,
about
and
the
you're talking about her.
imaginary
You cunt.
stuff.
Well, you know what? Yeah.
Even
When it
though
comes
I've
down to
spoken
it,
about your husband for
but you want to call,
years,
yeah, but you
all
want
of
to
a
call your
sudden,
husband the
my
N-word.
wife is
You want to call your
special
husband the
for
N-word 1 minute and then fucking cry about it when somebody else does it the next. What a hypocrite. What a fucking hypocrite.
No one's crying about it, though, Triller.
Yeah, you are.
There's only you crying about it.
You were. When you
No,
crying
I'm
when
not
Maku
making the
when
ultimatum.
Maku called your husband the N-word, you were crying about it. You were literally crying about it. Let's see the crocodile
Was
tears.
I? Was I
Have you got the
crying
stream?
about
Well,
Hector
well,
being called the
would you like a
N-word?
reminder? Let's see the stream. Would you like a reminder of your
Yeah, go on,
crocodile
play it.
tears?
Go on,
Let's
play
hear
it.
it. Let's hear
Go
it.
on, play it.
Nothing. Let's hear
I
it.
don't know what you think you're proving.
Your crocodile tears. Your
Well,
fake
he's
fucking
trying
bullshit.
to.
You're double
Okay, that's your
standard.
opinion. You don't know if
Yeah.
it was real or not.
What do you mean? I don't know. Everyone knows you. It
No,
was
you
real.
don't.
Everyone
No, you
knows
don't.
you.
You
Everyone
don't know.
knows you.
You don't know
Everyone
whether
knows
it's real
you.
or not. You
Everyone
don't
knows
know how
you.
much I love my husband.
Everyone knows you online. You dickhead.
Yeah, he's a drunk, isn't he?
You talk about
What
mine.
kind
I
of
talk about yours.
what kind
Yeah.
of woman
How
would go
fucking dare you?
meet
Yeah. This motherfucker. This old
This woman who
bastard.
he's
Yeah.
supposed
All
to
right.
be
This
engaged to
motherfucker, bro.
would be
Yeah.
right.
I swear to God, I will slap that motherfucker up. Yeah. All
Yeah,
right.
he's
If ever he
married,
wants to
you're
meet, I will.
engaged to.
slap him
He
up,
made
yeah?
you cry, though,
If
Triller. So
ever
did
he
Raj.
wants to meet, I
Do you
will
remember?
slap
Do you
that
remember the
bastard up.
poem you
All
wrote,
right.
Raj, in the middle of the night?
So go fucking call that Nigerian cunt up, yeah, and tell him if he wants to fucking link up, yeah, and defend your
He wrote
honor.
what,
No
you?
fucking problem, you cunt.
What did he write? What did he write in the middle? He wrote Raj a poem in the middle of the fucking night and was giving me a phone call.
To be fair, you cried after calling the N-word again and again, right?
Yeah, what's that got to do with it, guys? Don't start sticking up for Triller. You can have
Do you want me to slow it down for you, Danny? Does it go too much? Too fast for you? What's the awkward question? I put your question on screen. I was just about to address it. So thankfully, by the time although there's a whole aspect to whether medication should be used at all or whether it was a spiritual affliction due to emotional bonds or lack thereof, and fractured aspects of completeness which affected my growth. But no, it wasn't about pigs being tested on. They actually used to extract the growth hormone from pigs. It sounds like you're stuttering in the chat, doesn't it? More. They used to actually extract the hormone from pigs, pituitary glands, and then probably I guess it injects the same way I did, but yeah, no, it was synthetic by the time I used growth hormone. So no, they probably likely did test on animals, and that's a whole nother unfortunate aspect to it. But no, it was synthetic, not extracted from pigs at that point. But the whole thing, yeah, it's a really interesting aspect of what's it called? Disease, and the emotional causes of potentially all disease to some extent. It goes into spiritual levels and disabilities and stuff like that. Obviously, it's a more complex and nuanced and subjective part of all that, I suppose. Yeah, definitely, and more sensitive to individual scenarios. Easy Owns, mate. Are you listening from behind? Are you behind? Danny, can you show everything? Can you show us everything? You're the cunt that just asked so many questions, just assert so many requests. Again, just another one. Negative. Okay, so you're not the past bit with Easy. You're listening to me live. Okay. You partially a waste of time, partially a great part of the process to show how this has been allowed to occur, because you are in Michaela's chat, aren't you? Oliver Onion is sometimes in Michaela's chat, usually abusing her, but still an accepted part of the furniture. Pip Smoker, yeah, Michaela's. Yeah, keeping an eye on Kaylee for Taffy as well, don't you remember? Keeping an eye on Kaylee for Taffy over here. What the fuck are you on about? What the fuck are you on about? Right, you're a waste of time. But you're not. Keep, it'd be best if you stop what you're doing, but you are also, everything you do, like I say, the evil tools will be used by good against themselves. They know not what they do, and they want to be released from their torment and possession of the low carnal drivers. We'll slow it down a little bit for Mr. West.
It's so
Don't
funny.
start
No,
sticking
but
up
when
for
they
me.
cheerleader for you, then she should stay out of it then, right?
But these lot can chat shit about me all they want. They know they're lying about
So
it.
you want to meet up
carry
with
on.
Hector? Is that what you want to like?
Oh God, no.
Hey, if that man wants to defend your honor, which I'm sure he wants,
Okay, well, you know my address.
Because he's a fucking pussy.
You know where she
Yeah,
lives?
But you know, everybody knows where I live. I don't know why people do this.
Jupiter, you go to Thriller's address. You know his address.
I don't. Where does
You
he
know
live?
where I am? I'm in Southall. You don't know that.
Where does he live?
You make that
Give me his
very clear,
address.
don't you? Go
Give me his address. I know it's Southall, guys.
Go
Give me his
look for
address.
me. Go look for me like how you look for Rodney.
He's
Drive
in
around
good
Southall and see what happens, innit? Go
What is it?
go
When
look
do
for
you
me
got
like how you
it?
look
Go
for
on then,
Rodney.
give me your address, Triller. What is it?
Go look for me like how you look for Rodney. Drive around Southall
Oh,
and
it's
see what
quite a
happens.
big place. Why don't you give me
Go
your
on.
address? And
Why
then
don't
go
you just
there?
drive around town and see what happens?
Oh, you're a coward, Triller. Shut
Go
up.
on. Drive around town, see what happens.
You're
Dickhead.
a coward.
Well, give me your address.
Well,
Then.
where do you live, Wendy? Where do you live? Where do you live, Wendy? Go on. You're calling me a coward. Where do you live? Where do you live, Wendy? Exactly. So shut the fuck up.
No,
Shut the fuck up, you dickhead. Where do you live, Wendy? Where do you live, Wendy? Where do you live, Wendy? Wendy, where do you live? Wendy, where do you live? I'll pay you a visit. Where do you live? Where do you live? Go on.
Near you.
I'm a coward, yeah? Where do you
No
live?
decent
Where do you
woman
live?
would go near you.
Where do you live?
I thought you were wanting to visit Hector.
Yeah, I'm asking you, where do you live?
No, but I'm saying they want your address.
Yeah, yeah,
Hold
you're
on a
saying
minute.
dickhead.
Wendy lives on the road.
Dickhead.
You want to pull up to an house where
How do you know
Wendy
she's
lives
on her own? How do you know that?
She told
Okay,
us the
where do
other
you live?
week.
You're a coward. You're a coward.
No, you
Yeah,
are.
simple as that. You want to pull up on it? You want to pull up to my old folks' home? Yeah, mad thing. You want to pull up to
No,
my old man
I
and my
said I
old
want
man?
your address.
Yeah, mad thing. My address. You know I live with my folks. You want to pull up to their address?
Yeah, because you're in there.
Yeah?
Well, then come
And
to
you're
our
calling me a
address. You've
coward.
already fucking got it.
I just told you, roll around Southall. Yeah, make a live
Roll
stream,
around
bitch. You'll get a
fucking
visit.
Southall.
You'll get a visit. All right, no problem.
Fuck off, Triller.
Yeah, fucking
Look what
idiot.
you said you used to go to. I'm going to
Go
do this
and
fraud.
do your crazy
I'm
shit
gonna do
and
that
see what happens
fraud,
to
and
you,
did fuck
weirdos.
off, fraud.
That guy went offline. What? So who took him offline?
You wrote love poems to Rod.
Who took him offline?
Yeah, he did. Must have been under the influence of balloons.
was it a coincidence that when I jumped online, he jumped off? Crazy. Yeah. Mad thing. I made one phone call and that guy never came back online, dickheads.
He ain't coming and shitting himself.
Yeah, he ain't coming on YouTube. He comes on YouTube once a year.
You need to do
Dickhead.
the 12 steps, Triller.
There you go, Trilla.
You can't hear him. Don't come on the mic like a man.
Yeah. I'm back on the panel after your fucking after fucking.
He said, "Give us the address, and he'll turn up."
Give you the address, weirdos. Come to Southall. Come to Southall.
Write it in the back chat. Write it in the back chat.
Right to Southall. Put your fucking camera on, and then see what happens to you.
You're such a
All right?
fucking coward.
All right? Go to Southall. Put your camera on, and see what happens to you. You dickhead. You mug. Go on. Go on.
Don't bring Isabella though.
That's it. Put your camera on. Go on the live stream. You're on the live stream all the time. Put your fucking camera on and see what happens to you. All right? See how long you last.
Put your camera on so everyone can see your bald head again. What your
You
girlfriend?
dickhead.
And I'll
You
go
dickhead.
straight enough.
You just want to go to the 5-0. You just want to go to the 5-0. You little bitch.
Bring off.
Little
Bring
bit.
on.
I've never known anything like it. He wants to have a word with Hector, but he won't give the address out. Why?
I just told
Because
you.
he thought he was going to act hard. You know.
Roll over, bitch.
You're a coward and an alcoholic.
You wanted
Roll
Ghost
over.
to do your arguing for you. That's how much of a coward you are, Trilla. You ran to
Dickhead.
Ghost
Dickhead.
and had to give him a fucking
Dickhead.
bullshit story.
Dickhead.
How sad is that?
Who haven't you fallen out with? All of your best friends online you've fallen out with. Crazy. Fucking hell.
And who haven't you fallen out with?
What do you mean?
You've fallen out with just about everybody.
Is what it is.
Who, Trilla?
What?
Who are my best friends that I fell out with?
You fell out with Moon, you fell out with Wendy.
Moon's
you fell
never
out
been
with
my best
fucking-
mate. Moon's
You
never been a best mate.
literally was.
No
Honestly,
shit,
before
Moon
the
has
ball
never been my
Don't
best
lie.
mate.
Don't
Never.
lie. You were
Never been
super
my
close.
best mate.
You were so upset when she went against you. Imagine.
No, I weren't.
Crazy. You were.
No,
You
I
were so
weren't. And
upset.
I
Yeah, you
said,
were. You really are.
Never been my best mate.
You've never gotten over it. Never got over it.
Okay, if you believe that, you believe that, right? Yeah, go on. Who else is my best mate I fell out with?
I told you, Wendy.
Wendy's my friend.
We're friends.
Yeah, and then Wendy was literally threatening to expose shit on you.
No. You can bring that up all you like, yeah. But Trilla, you're the one who. I mean, you fall out with everyone. Everyone.
But you know what? It's
You
entertainment,
threatened
isn't it?
Raj. You threatened Raj. You did fuck all. You're threatening.
Hey, no.
You're
He
a coward.
threatened me. He threatened me to get it right. He threatened me.
You're just a
Get it
drunken
right.
fool. You're a
Get it
drunken
right. When it comes down to Raj, he threatened me and he done the worst shit. All right.
No woman in their right mind would fucking go near you.
And you're out here defending him. That just shows
So,
everything
did
about
your
you.
mum have a go because you ordered a pizza, Trilla?
Why?
Well, I just wondered, is it true?
Why? No, but why would she have a go at me for ordering a pizza? You crazy?
Yeah, I reckon she did.
Wow, that's weird.
Mummy's still cooking for you at your age. You should be ashamed.
Hey, my mum cooked a banging chicken.
He's still
today.
living with
Oh
her.
my
Look,
days.
he uses them as a troll
Banging
shield.
chicken.
Don't turn up at my house. I'm living with my mum
Hey,
and dad.
Yeah,
so-
don't do that. Ooh.
Yeah, yo, you're gonna come to my house. So I thought you're old school, yeah? We don't go to houses, you know. If you want to meet, we meet in a separate location. You understand? We don't go to houses.
What, they've got a wall around fucking
I
South?
just told you, come to Southall and see what happens to you.
You go to Eltham.
You
I'm
went
not
to
going to
fucking
fucking
Wembley.
Southall.
You
You
went to
think this
Wembley.
shit? Oh,
You went. It's actually better than your area.
no, it ain't.
Where did it? Where did you
Better people.
He won't give the address. He wants you to go to the
Wait.
high street.
Anywhere. Go anywhere in the area. I'll come see you there. No problem.
Yeah,
So I guess
Anywhere in that part of the town.
India's off.
I mean, could you just make it between a Friday after 5 and Monday anytime between those days? Yeah. All right.
Monday or Friday night. Monday or Friday night.
No. Monday
God,
to Friday. No,
it's
Friday
more-
to Monday.
On the weekend.
5 o'clock.
Fucking
Yeah.
hell.
Monday's off. Yeah, Monday I got off. So, yeah. Anytime, bro.
If you fit it in with my days off, you wanker.
Yeah, I ain't gonna fucking make you want to work there. Fuck it up.
I don't think he works even, to be honest.
Oh my god, he doesn't fucking work.
No, I don't think he does. I
No,
think
no,
he's
it's crazy.
off from the House of Plenty.
I mean, I've only shown you a gym, a 100-inch
Oh, you can
TV,
show
a
me
fucking
a
2,000 pound PC, a fucking refurbished fucking entire fucking, refurbished fucking, you know what I mean, back house, yeah? Like, I've only shown you so much shit. I've shown you me sitting in my sports car and everything else. I've only shown you fucking, in my fucking 40 grand sports car. Like, I've only shown you pretty much every, I've shown you my hotel, my house in India, right, as a mansion. I don't have a job.
Your
Oh,
hotel, you're the butler.
crazy, you know.
With a little charwalla.
You're the butler. It's not your hotel. It's not your house. We know that you were looking after it for someone. That's our
What
sad.
trauma in your life has turned you into an alcoholic? You've had a trauma somewhere in your life that's turned you into an alcoholic.
So imagine if you were totally wrong. And
I know,
everything
I'm
about
totally
you.
right. I'm totally right.
Yeah.
When do you think it's trauma, or do you think he's been spoiled by his parents?
No, I think it's trauma of some sort.
Crazy. I've never been spoiled by my parents, but my parents are very generous.
I think
he was spoiled. He was the only boy. All the
No,
girls
I'm not
spoiled him.
spoiled, but end of the day, like, you know,
And he was a bit backward, so he was more.
I mean, I just knew my parents had money in it.
Who paid for your wedding?
Who paid for it? My family.
Yeah.
Like,
There you go.
I chipped in, but my family paid for it. Yeah.
You don't know what it is to sign.
I bought the ring. I bought, you know, obviously I done everything else, but when it comes to the wedding party,
No,
my
he
parents
doesn't
paid
have
for the
to sign
party.
on his own.
You know what I mean? My parents paid for the hall. My parents paid for. So we had 2 weddings, didn't it? We had a wedding in India and we had a wedding in England.
Wow, bloody hell! You had a wedding overseas as well.
Yeah. That was obviously all together. And then obviously we
And I
gave
said
her.
to Trilla,
we
Oh,
gave
that's really
her.
sad. Explain,
Yeah.
explain some of what happened, right?
Yeah,
He said,
and then
I've
we
suffered,
gave her.
I hate white people. This is when he got drunk. I hate
Yeah.
white people. I've suffered racism. And I said, okay, that's a little bit understandable then. That's quite sad.
Mm.
Explain to me what happened. And every story he told me was about a black bloke beating him up.
Yeah, no,
Oh
but-
dear, that makes sense because he hates that, doesn't it?
No,
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 no, I knew,
scientific
I knew
method.
where you were
Even,
going. I knew.
even scientific method lost
I
it with
knew.
him and
No,
said,
no, no. I
thought
knew
you
where.
said it
I
was
knew
white
what you were trying
racism
to
when
do.
it was black people.
No, I knew what you were trying to do. So I talked about, like, so I live in London, right? And I've got fucking issues with, you know what I mean, all people, right? In terms of like,
You'll have
I've
issues
seen,
with
I've seen
everyone.
racism.
You said you suffered white
I've
racism
seen-
and then when
Let
I
him
asked you
finish,
to
let him
explain
finish,
it.
let him Right, finish. so Come on. I've seen racism on both parts. So when it comes down to it, you wanted to hear me talk about the white racist stuff, right? Well, I already told you about that, right? And when it comes
No,
down
you
to it,
haven't.
I did. But when it comes down to it, I thought, let me just tell you about the black racist stuff instead. So what? What's the
Okay, cool
problem?
then. Tell us the white racist stuff. You
I
haven't
don't
told
need
us.
to. I don't need to. I already have, and I
No,
can
you
again.
haven't. No,
No
you
issue.
haven't. Even
I can
scientific
again.
method lost his temper with
So
you.
when we're talking about white grown
So
ass
did you
men,
run
right?
away from
Yeah,
combat
wait, hold on.
18? Is that it?
So when we're talking about grown white men, right,
Well,
trying to
you
fucking
had to
fight
run away from
kids,
combat
trying to
18.
fight 15-year-olds on a
Yeah.
bus, right? When we were 15, grown white men trying to fight us on a bus, right? When we were
Never heard this
14,
before.
when we were 14, yeah, I said that. When we were
No, you didn't.
14,
Didn't happen
right?
due
When
to-
we were
didn't
14
happen.
and we're playing a football match, right? And then
And you said a black bloke slapped on your head.
we're playing a white team, okay?
Yeah,
We got a white supporter, right? Old skinhead guy. He's one of the brothers of one of the kids, right? Elder brothers, right? Tried to fucking punch up, yeah, some of the kids
Yeah.
that were on the field, yeah, because we were winning. Crazy, right?
Yeah.
But he never mentioned any of this before.
No,
he
so
said,
grown
he
up
said,
adult, right?
he said,
But I don't
that,
feel need to.
he said that he was
I
in goal
mentioned all of this
and a black
before.
kid come and
I
stamped on
mentioned
his head.
all of this before, right? You don't listen.
No, you never.
But the stamping on the head was because he was a goalkeeper, right? And that can
No,
easily
no, no. Yeah, I talked about that was when I was 10 years old, Ghost. When I was 10 years old, like my first football tournament,
still
right?
upset about
In primary
kids
school,
stamping
right?
on his head.
So no, sorry, that was a football game against another school, right? And the kid, right, is a striker, right? I dived down to the feet and the kid stamped on my head and I let go of the ball to protect my head, right? Yeah, of course he did. Like that's football, isn't it? It happens, yeah. So he stamped on my head with the studs, yeah, right? And I protected my head, yeah.
And
I
then
let
you
go of the
said
ball,
you had to go and get all the Somalians
and then
to stick up
literally
for you against the
the
Jamaican.
guy
Why
scored the
you
goal,
lying?
right? And it got allowed, yeah. We still beat the team 3-2, right? It happened twice,
Yeah,
like you know what I mean. So yeah, but anyway, we won the league that year, guys. You know what I mean?
But
So-
it is quite common for a goalkeeper to accidentally get kicked in the head. Nobody should.
Exactly.
Yeah,
He
that
went
was
and got a load of
deliberate.
Somalians
but that was
to chase
deliberate.
the Jamaicans down. Ask him.
Yeah. So those guys were bullies. Those
There you
guys were actual thugs. Those guys were actual bullies. So they were about 10.
What, the
15
striker
strong.
deliberately
They were
kicked you in the
thugs
head?
No. This is these guys were literally living behind the shop that we had.
Thugs
You know,
Don't
like-
let her relate that then, right? Don't let her.
no, it's not in relation at all. When it comes down to it, so
Exactly.
growing
You
up,
told us it
growing up,
was.
no, it's not. So when it comes down to it, these Jamaican guys, right, were a bunch of hooligans, a bunch of thugs, right, a bunch of like, you know, fucking, you could say, you know what I mean?
Kept your fucking mouth shut.
Whatever. They were
Yeah.
trouble. They were trouble. So
Well,
when it
maybe
comes
they
down to
would
it,
beat you up.
they were adults, right, and I was a child, right.
Ah,
So
whatever.
So when it come down to it,
Oh,
yeah.
now he's saying adult Jamaicans picked on him as well.
Oh yeah, they were full grown men, right?
Oh,
So when it
fuck
comes,
off, chill out.
so when it come down to it, right, I brought down 30 guys, right, and then they backed off.
In your dreams. In your
Yeah.
fucking dreams.
And then they backed off. So I mean,
Liar.
look, when you're young, right, you know a lot of people. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know
guys,
if you knew
Yeah,
that.
when you're 10, you know a lot about adult men, didn't you, Trilla?
Can we,
No,
can
that
we
was when we were 15.
Can we stay away
Yeah.
from real life issues and discuss the issues we've got with each other online?
No.
Jupiter, I said like for the last 3-4 weeks that I wanted to move on, right? I've gone at you for too long. I wanted to move on. I didn't want anything to do with you. You can do your own shows. I'll do my own. And we just carry on, right? And then today you just went at us for no reason.
I didn't go out yet. I don't know who's told you
Triller,
this
tell her,
shit.
man. Triller.
Bro, so you done an award ceremony and you said Aduki's the
yeah,
best guy.
No, I
Rose
didn't.
did this.
No,
Yes,
I
he did.
didn't.
Don't
Patrick
lie.
Caron was
Set
on
the
my
stream. Go
panel,
on, set the
and
stream.
he
Set the
said,
stream. Is the stream online right
he
now?
said,
Is
he
your stream
said-
online right now? Because we can play it.
it's
Is the stream
fucking
on your
hours
channel?
long. It's fucking 4 hours long.
All right, cool. So we can only play. We'll play the bit that matters, isn't it?
I don't
So
know what timestamp you're talking
So,
about.
Yeah, but
we'll find it.
Triller wasn't the first
I'll
one that
find
came
it
in
for
here
you.
and said it. It was Keir Starmer. It was the Prime Minister, right? The PM come in here and told us. Keir Starmer,
Yeah.
can you tell us?
And I confirmed it.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
jumped
he
on
was
the,
the
I
first one
jumped
that
on and
came in
confirmed
here.
it. I was
Yeah, but
listening to
Keir
the stream.
Starmer's a shit stirrer.
All right, so wait, hold on. If
Kathy
your stream's
said that he
online,
was thinking of doing some awards.
look, we can
So
we can
just
play
did
it.
a
Yeah.
fucking- we just had to laugh and joke.
Aduki, if
But
you look in the
there
background,
was
right?
no intent for
Aduki,
nothing.
if you look in the background, right? Like I could do it on my PC if you want, yeah. But like literally, right? The girl, Taffy jumped on, and this
So
Taffy,
relatable,
this
isn't
weirdo called Dave and Jupiter, and they're on the panel and they're
But
chatting
they
shit.
weren't on my show. No, he's talking about Craig.
This Craig, Dave, whatever.
Oh, Craig,
Same thing, bro. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Same thing, bro. I mean, at the end of the day, they're all chatting shit. They're all chatting shit about us. And yeah, like, it's what it is.
No, they
Yeah.
wasn't. The shit that was chatted was about
Yeah,
you.
they were.
Trevor.
Yeah, about me first, and then it went on to Ghost and Aduki.
No, it didn't. No,
Yes, it did. Oh,
What was said about Aduki is that he's dumb. Like, we could give him the most dumb award because
that's what you said. That's what came out of your mouth.
The Shines
You
can have the most repetitive.
Not we, you said that. Not
Yeah, I
we,
said
you
that,
said that.
yeah, I
Right? All right, what did you say about Ghost?
Don't remember. I don't remember saying anything.
Okay.
Apart from the fact that that I now see him as a troll, and that if he's respectful to me, I'll be respectful to him.
Okay. It's what it is, but you didn't say that then, so it's what it is.
So we're back in school now, where you run to tell tales, is it?
We're not running anywhere. I've been on the panel since the beginning. Look, you want to chat shit? I'm not even talking shit about you. All right, I'm not literally talking about you.
If Craig's here,
you want to involve yourself.
That I said to him that he can go exactly where he likes because I'm not the least likely to call anybody up where they go. So that's a lie as well.
Listen. You having to mention those kind of comments about me and my missus, it was unnecessary, all right?
Yeah.
So when it comes down to it, it's a bit of fun. I get it, right? I don't care. But, semantics are, if you've got a truce, hold on, yeah? If you've got a truce with Ghost, yeah, right? And you're talking shit about a dookie, a Ghost, right?
I haven't got a truce. Me and Ghost don't agree politically and never will.
No, we don't have no truce.
I thought you were trying to...
I said on my stream, one second, Jupiter, we don't have no truce. I just said, that's in the past, right? I just want to move on, right?
Yeah, that's why it sounds like a truce to me, right? To me, that sounds like a truce. Well, that sounds like a truce, right? In terms of literally just moving forward, right? You don't want to talk about each other.
Are you ordered the so-called truce? So you decided
when it comes down to it, I'm not trying to shit her.
He wanted to argue with me because he was offended over what I said to him.
But the fact is, you all know you as a fucking liar, and you're trying to call me a liar. And I'm not saying your stream, and we'll see you lying, bitch. All right, because I will go there. All right, I will review your whole stream. All right, before you hide it.
No, it's already hidden because I tried to play it.
I'll put it on unlisted and give it to you guys. I'm not worried about you having it.
Oh Lord, have mercy, bro. Fuck no.
You're right, little snitch.
Why? Wendy's pissed. Wendy's pissed.
You see, people have come and told him shit, and it's also Cole Holmes that wrote that thingy.
But no, I'm not chatting shit. I'd review it and show you that I'm not lying.
And I actually read that Cole Holmes's fucking remark, and you went around saying it was me.
Mad thing. I don't give a fuck what you read.
I'll tell you what, if your girlfriend is coming in on a dinghy, you should be stopped.
Yeah.
Listen, bitch. Hector came on a fucking dinghy, bitch. He should be fucking sent back. Yeah, he should be sent back. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He should be sent back. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
No,
the motherfucker floated over on a fucking.
What time does a dinghy leave?
I mean, the man couldn't even afford to pay for a dinghy. He just got a fucking float from a swimming pool and floated over.
You believe he did? I don't really
The man couldn't afford a dinghy. He's a broke bastard. He got a float from a swimming pool and floated over. Fucking dickhead.
Whatever. Well, I'm not bothered. If that's what you think, that's what you think.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah, she's coming over on the 7 o'clock dinghy in the morning.
Dickhead.
You're going to be there to meet her.
Bro, have you guys know how nice Sri Lankan women are?
Yeah, but he's lying. He's lying.
She's French as well, right? That makes
you can't be French and Sri Lankan. You're either one or the other.
She's born in France. She's born in France, you idiot.
That don't mean nothing.
Of course, it means something, you twat.
No, it doesn't.
Can she
what the
speak
Oh,
fuck
French?
is wrong with you? Yeah, she can speak French. Yeah.
So you mean if I speak to her, she'll understand what I'm saying? That's cool.
Yeah, she can.
You won't.
I mean, you're gonna say quoi? Je m'appelle.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Je m'appelle Thriller.
Comment t'appelles-tu? Comment t'appelles-tu?
Thriller Boitro.
When Triller finishes, he says, au revoir.
Au revoir.
She'd be getting off the dinghy in Dover, and you'd be up at fucking Sunderland waiting on the seashore.
Listen, bitch, you're a racist. You're a racist fucking bitch about getting off a dinghy. You dickhead. You dickhead. Not everybody is Hector out here, yeah, and marrying the first fucking chap they see when they land ashore, bitch. All right. Fucking hell.
Has she finished her work in the paddy fields?
Weirdos. Bad thing. Hector got a parking ticket. That's how they fucking met, bro.
I'm so jealous of Hector, aren't you?
Yeah.
It really is pathetic.
But why?
I don't know. I really don't get it.
He's got showman syndrome, right? Because he's so tall that he despises
It
people.
doesn't have nothing to do with you, lot. I don't understand why you.
He's
can't.
6'4".
Is that why he's got problems with you as well, Ghost?
I'm 5'8".
Yeah, but I mean, he reckons he's 6 foot.
He's 6'4". Triller is 6'4". He's a goalkeeper, right?
Yeah, but when he turns sideways, he looks like a long piece of piss, doesn't he?
I don't know about that. I've never seen him sideways, right?
Looks like a fucking lollipop. He's a fucking bald head.
But he was a goalkeeper, right? During his footballing career.
Yeah. He thought he was a fucking Asian Crouch, didn't he?
Oh yeah.
Crouch, yeah, he was pathetic, right? With that robot.
That's what. Yeah, exactly. You can't be that big and being old and that skinny. It's weird.
Triller, have you got anything to come back?
Did your arms and legs used to flail about like Crouches did as well?
Well, to be fair to Triller, he was a goalkeeper, innit? Crouch was like oddball, right? Nobody that tall plays up front generally, right? They were playing goals. I'm sure Peter Crouch even started off as a goalkeeper. Or I might be wrong, but generally at that height and build, they do. I don't know what Triller's build is like. Only the pigeon has seen him
No,
Well,
look at
when
it.
he-
I'm,
when
I'm,
he
built,
went-
I'm more built than Crouch, but Crouch is my age. But he's 6'7" or 6'8". He's fucking tall.
6'8".
Triller
Wow.
He's 6'7",
tried to
yeah.
save a ball from
Minimum,
going in the
6'8".
back of the net. Stood up,
Crouch
took
is
the goal with
bored,
him.
bro. But Crouch was in Brentford Academy, so he never played in the school leagues, innit? We got scouted from the school leagues, so you know what I mean. We were playing in school.
Yeah, we know
And,
you
and
could
we
have
had
been a
we
professional
were,
footballer, but you ended up
we were.
living in
I played for Brentford and I played for QPR. And when it came down
Fuck
to
off. No, you
Crouch
did
is-
not.
Oh, here we go.
Crouch is playing for Brentford.
You
So-
This is the only time that I'm actually welcoming fucking Muckers because he's adding this to his.
Well, actually, Gus, your time's now come. I'm not being nasty about it. You know, I've got your back on many issues. However, this one, so I'm not exaggerating here. On 3 occasions, I've heard you say you're 5'9". Now,
5'9",
you then,
yeah, I'm
in my
5'9".
opinion, why did you say 5'7" then go up to
No, no,
5'8"?
I said 5'8" by mistake.
You said
Well,
no, you
5'9".
said 5'7", then you went up to 5'8", but on
I
3
said
occasions,
5'8"
from I
by
know you said
mistake.
5'9".
Are we allowed mistakes on this panel?
No, why would you? What, 2 inch?
I'm 5'9".
2 inch. Now, Squire 7, and you know I will not go
I'm
for
not
that. For that
tall.
sort of
I'm taller
topic.
than him, man.
I know, but on many of occasions he said, "I bet you're only a midget and you're overcompensating." Now there's
How
a
am I a
2 inch
midget? I'm
disparity there.
5'9". I'm 5'9".
No, your height. You don't make a mistake and then correct it and still being correct from what you said the previous 3 times.
No,
5'7", 5'8".
I can clarify it. I made a mistake.
Bullshit,
I
I'm
realized.
telling you,
I
you're all
realized when I
fucking
said
lying,
5'8".
disingenuous bastards.
I realized when I said 5'8", I made a mistake. But because the show carried on, I just
He's had to throw him off.
I didn't throw him off. He
No,
left
he jumped off all the
himself.
time.
Yeah, why would I throw him off?
He
I
does
would have
drive-bys.
enjoyed that debate, right? I'm 5'9". Stop fucking saying that. All right, carry on.
Does it
5'9".
matter? Does it matter how tall you are? I mean,
It does. I'm 5'9".
I don't
Yeah,
know
it
it does
does.
to them.
So what if it doesn't matter? Then why are you bothered if when I say I'm 6'4" and you say I'm not?
Yeah.
I
Right.
don't like men that tall.
Who gives a fuck? What you like? Okay, who asked you?
Yeah,
Fucking
because you
idiot.
like to look down on them, right? And who
Who
better
asked
to
you?
look down on the next
No,
person?
I like people even my height.
Who
No,
asked you what you like, you weirdo?
You're about
I don't like
5'10".
anybody. I don't like tall men or taller than me. I just don't like it.
You know.
Yeah, it's that.
It's a control thing, isn't it? She
Yeah,
likes to
but
dominate.
men have same issues, right? I wouldn't want to date a woman.
No,
that's
I'm not
taller
used
than
to it. I'm not used to it. I'm not used to sort of like looking up.
That's what she said. But what I'm trying to say, like, men have the same issue, right? They don't want to look at women that's taller than them. They generally
That's not true. I can categorically tell you that's not
Yeah,
true, guys.
some do.
majority of men will have an issue with women being taller than them.
No, they won't. Men
Majority will.
Yeah, I don't.
No, don't even go with that either. I don't believe that.
I ain't lying.
You think majority?
Satanic ritual abuse from the early age of 4. She reports of churches and castles, of altars in dark rooms, of people in dark robes. She had been impregnated for the first time at the age of 11, but the birth had been induced long before the normal duration of pregnancy. And then she was forced to take the life of her own child, after which a cannibalistic ritual took place. The lawyer Heidi Zarman herself had contact with many victims all over Germany, independently of each other. They all described very similar patterns of their ritual abuse, so she classified the reports as true. ZDF reporter Rainer Fromm researched 20 cases for a documentary, ranging from the most brutal ritual abuse to murder and cannibalism. Psychotherapist and trauma therapy expert Dagmar Eckers has children in her therapy who have witnessed horrific ritual acts. She has no doubt whatsoever about the statements of her patients. Kalin Georgescu, a former high-ranking UN official, also testified.
These oligarchs, all of them, are related with the system of the pedophilia one, because we know that there are more than 8 million children per year which they disappear. 8 million does mean the entire population of Austria. They disappear without any information, simply like that. This criminal act is have to be stopped.
And yet, the official media still unanimously groan. There is no evidence of satanic ritual violence here. These are all just bogus memories implanted by therapists. As the latest episode of the German Y Collective with Manuel Möglich is also now proclaiming, all the violated victims and credible witnesses are no evidence for the media. The latest documentary by Jan Böhmermann of ZDF is a slap in the face for all those affected and the survivors. It's time for a brief story of satanic panic. but no evidence for a satanic network. So the whole thing is nothing more than a collective delusion. By the way, Jan Böhmermann earns more than the German Chancellor and the ZDF director together, according to top media lawyer Professor Rolf Höcker. So we will now face this issue thoroughly and question witnesses and survivors about it. Where is the evidence? Let's start with scars, brandings, and markings.
I was branded as a small child with a small star tattoo on my finger. It was done by the dealer's circle. This made clear which of these circles I belonged to. The teacher saw it, but never questioned what kind of tattoo a 12-year-old girl had there.
A little bit more about Coco Berthmann. She tells of her ritual abuse and torture. Her sister was killed while trying to escape, and she herself managed to escape at the age of 15. The abuse victim Lucy also has a lot of cut and burn scars. So does Isabel. She has more than 700 scars on her body and 15 clearly broken limbs. She had been hung upside down, raped, beaten, received knife wounds in her back. Her family was heavily involved in satanic ritual abuse, and she recounts horrific accounts of her ritual abuse, such as having her head crushed between blocks of wood. The survivor, Lunis, also has scars and marks on her body. But how do our opinion makers deal with such evidence? In a luxurious Hollywood movie, the victim is portrayed as only wanting to generate attention and self-inflicted this painful burn of the upside-down satanic cross. The victims are often marked with this symbol. The film is a true story in which a girl exposed a whole satanic circle around her family with exact descriptions of the rituals and ceremonies, as they are identically described by hundreds of witnesses and survivors worldwide. At the end of the Hollywood film, the investigator makes the crude argument that the girl made all of this up to get rid of her family, that the tortures, the photos, the sacrifices were all pure imagination, that the identical memories of the father, the brother, and the grandmother were imaginary concepts triggered by the girl and the investigator himself, who had believed her at first. I asked the survivor, Lunis, what do you say about you supposedly being talked into the ritual abuse, or of you making it up?
Let this be told you, I am not a therapist victim. I became a victim of massive sexual abuse and violence since my earliest childhood. Period. And this experience, these feelings, the internal massive pressure, the symptoms, the intrusive thoughts, these are not things that a supposed conspiracy believing therapist would have talked us into or could talk us into, because that takes massive methods that don't happen in therapy. If the doubters of this kind of violence would once again really listen to those affected, then they would, for example, notice how terribly damn difficult it is to get support at all with such issues, how difficult it is for therapists to get involved with victims like us. How many therapists who are then looking for therapists say, no, that's going too far for me, I can't take it.
I have another question for you. What do you say about there supposedly being no evidence of ritual violence?
I am the evidence for it. My memories, which no one talked me into, are proof of that. I am a living witness and victim of this violence, and I do not benefit at any level of my life from sharing that. The consequences of the violence are simply too severe for that. The struggle is far too great to get people deal with it, as we are doing here today, and the places for help where you can go are far too few, in order to be able to generate more attention with it.
Yeah. Now let's ask more survivors. Why is there apparently no evidence of the ritual abuse witnessed everywhere and all of the sacrifices?
There is a reason why the FBI does not investigate in these cases. There is a reason why there is no evidence, because there are people in high position in the CIA, the FBI, the police stations, and they have numerous ways to get rid of evidence and to enter the medical professional fields to dismiss any sort of evidence. The police, the FBI, the CIA, all the offices of the federal government, companies, lawyers, doctors, engineers, school teachers, babysitters, they are all in a big, disgusting secret society.
The vast majority of victims and witnesses tell us that this is exactly how it happens and that these people even blackmail each other. Anna-Marie van Blienburg, for example, a lawyer with many years of experience, tells of having been an eyewitness 3 times to ritual abuse and the murder of children by members of the Dutch royal family, top politicians, judicial officials, and other dignitaries.
The child was put on a table and were giving something to drink. And in that drink, with the drink, the child was drugged. At a certain moment, the child was tortured, raped, and brutally murdered before those people. The audience was around Johan Frieso, Prince Johan Frieso, the second son of Queen Beatrix. In order of Queen Beatrix, they have organized martial, torture, rape, and killing of children in a public setting. The whole building was filled with very important people from the Netherlands. Ministers, high-ranking officers, and all kinds of people that the criminals could put on photo, so they could blackmail those people and get criminal advantages from that.
Could you name some of the people who were present?
The people that I recognized there were, for instance, Prince Johan Frieso, his steady psychiatrist, Guus Barrault-Dumont. I recognized Mabel Smith. She was there with an old, steady man. I think it was George Soros. I recognized Donner, former Minister of the Law Department. At this moment, Viceroy of the Netherlands. I recognized Ernst Hirsch-Ballin, a very important former Minister of Justice. I recognized A. van den Emster. He was for years the head of all judges in the Netherlands. I recognized Dick Berlijn, the former head of the military department in the Netherlands. I recognized a journalist, a very important journalist, Gerlof Leistra, of the journal The Elsevier. I recognized Carla Herades. At present, she is president of the court in Amsterdam, a judge. I recognized Mark Rutte. He's at this moment president of the Netherlands. I recognize Geert Wilders. He is at this moment the head of the political party PVV in the Dutch parliament. There were about 50 people every time I was taken there. I have been taken there 3 times.
So, Clyde, did I not potentially go through some proceedings, some quote-unquote legal, fraudulent, albeit, but legal proceedings regarding doing something about it? Did that not happen, Clyde? Are you not here? to try and silence us due to us doing something about it? Is this the most tragic, flapping, last clutching, just hanging on to some wrong one, some ridiculous gaslighting attempt? Are you trying to psychologically demean me, make me feel lesser by throwing lies at me regarding my actions and my choices and my behavior, what I'm doing, my whole being? Is that what you're trying to do, Clyde? Are you trying to frantically think of an answer now to me addressing you? You're going to be a clever cunt and you're going to come up with something really witty. Are we ready for it, everybody? You do that to yourself, don't you, Jake? You do that to yourself, don't you, Jake? No. But you do this, don't you, Jake? That's an impression of Adam when he says Kaylee at the end of every sentence. But are you this, aren't you, Kaylee? But you he's got this little evil laugh underneath every word that he says. But he's really shitting himself at the same time. Aren't you, Kaylee? Can't read? What do you mean you can't read? What bit? No, Clyde can't think of an answer because he just wrote this ridiculously. It just like it's similar sort of the elaboration, the way you elaborate, like as much as Danny West does, to the point of more than Danny West, but says things that are just so instantaneously disprovable and just expose you so much. When you all do it, Gary O'Brien does it, Lyndon does it, like fucking his own. They're quite similar characters. You and Danny West quite similar characters, and then AJ and DJ Darkside. Darkside's a bit more of a prolific typer. Where's he? Can someone send out the link for Darkside? See how he takes to my lives. I think he just doesn't come over here, does he? He's got his place where he's got a superficial sense of comfort. Mike Hunt. It's the same light. It's the same channel that. Where's Muckers? Where's Bops, mate? Where's Jamie Barnes? Come on, where's JD? Slim JD, come on, give me some shit, Slim JD. Skyworks, where's Skyworks at? Give Skyworks a shout. Come on, Gary O'Brien. I want to hear some Gary O'Brien over here. No, I'm reading the comment that Clyde wrote. But Ricky Dearman took me to court, didn't he, Clyde? So I don't really think this makes any sense, this comment here.
I have seen every time a child was killed.
Annemarie van Blienberg reveals that the children came from juvenile detention centers and were supposedly working at Queen Beatrix's court. A journalist from De Telegraaf spoke to all these institutions who confirmed this. The staff of these juvenile detention centers had become suspicious because they had never heard from these children again. Annemarie spoke to every police officer and judicial official she could find, including Interpol. She went to court to effect a conviction. That the identical memories of the father, the brother, and the grandmother were imagined.
I recognized Mabel Mrs. Smith. She was there with an old steady man. I think it was George Soros. I recognized Donner, former minister of the Law Department, at this moment Viceroy of the Netherlands. I recognized Ernst Hirsch-Balling, a very important former Minister of Justice. I recognized E. van den Emster. He was for years the head of all judges in the Netherlands. I recognized Dick Berlijn, the former head of the military department in the Netherlands. I recognized a journalist, a very important journalist, Gerlof Leistra, of the journal The Elsevier. I recognized Carla Herades. At present, she is president of the court in Amsterdam, a judge. I recognized Mark Rutte. He is at this moment president of the Netherlands. I recognize Geert Wilders. He is at this moment the head of the political party PVV in the Dutch parliament. There were about 50 people every time I was taken there. I have been taken there 3 times. I have seen every time a child was killed.
Annemarie van Blienberg reveals that the children came from juvenile detention centers and were supposedly working at Queen Beatrix's court. A journalist from De Telegraaf spoke to all these institutions who confirmed this. The staff of these juvenile detention centers had become suspicious because they had never heard from these children again.
Thanks, Tube. You two, our buddy. And Adam, would you like to recommend anything? What would you recommend? And obviously this is worth listening to. I'm not going to validate on any even sarcastic level. What are you on about? You've lost it, haven't you? I mean, you'd lost it a long time ago, but you've really lost it. You've not really got even a vein of narrative that you're trying to clutch to now. Oh dear.
Annemarie spoke to every police officer and judicial official she could find, including Interpol. She went to court to effect a conviction. But the court answered, this was not her problem, but a problem of society. And they refused to issue the prosecutor a mandate to investigate. Regina Luff is an important witness in the Dutroux case. She became pregnant several times since the age of 13 as a result of satanic ritual abuse and had to watch as her babies were ritually sacrificed. When an investigative judge testified on television in the Dutroux case, Regina Luff recognized him as one of the perpetrators of the murder of her baby. She also later recognized many perpetrators of the pedocriminal network in the newspaper photos and on television. According to her statements, the perverted, cruel perpetrators were all highly regarded, honorable members of society, including judges, politicians, lawyers, managers, industrialists, etc. The police investigated a connection with the satanic group Abrasax. 27 eyewitnesses lost their lives in the Dutroux case. The former head of the State Criminal Investigation Department, Uwe Kantz, testifies about child molester rings all the way to the highest circles. He states that with all these large cases which were investigated, for example with the Dutroux case, it was always downgraded to alleged single cases. In some cases, up to 1,400 other perpetrators were identified from the highest social classes, who all got away with this. Pediatrician Dr. Dorothy Toole testifies under oath about the worst, most perverse child abuse perpetrated by judges and prosecutors. The most frequent victims, she says, are toddlers and babies. The often testified to network of perpetrators up to the highest circles and courts would indeed be an explanation for the fact that there is so little officially approved and officially accessible evidence. Chuck Swindoll testifies that all circles now of power on earth are involved in Luciferian child sacrifices. This is also testified to unanimously by all victims, without them knowing each other. Karina, for example, tells that the perpetrators in her family were all high military and government officials, a whole line of ancestors that can be traced far back. She experienced the cruelest ceremonies and sacrificial rituals, which cannot be described here in detail.
They're people that are educated, they're judges, they're lawyers, they're doctors, they're morticians, they're people who work in a hospital that can do all kinds of medical issues. So they had somebody to cover their back in every single way.
Let's look at some cases of what this looks like in practice. Anke Hill's 6-year-old son accused his father of having experienced satanic ritual abuse at the hands of him and other perpetrators. He was adjudged to the father, and the mother, Anke Hill, a German veterinarian, was charged with alleged child abduction and sent to prison along with 5 other accomplices. Anke Hill turned to lawyer Wilfried Wong for help at the time. However, former British lawyer Wilfried Wong failed to save Anke's son. He was sentenced to 19 years in prison for so-called conspiracy to kidnap a child. So the rescuer himself became a victim, as in countless other cases. But he is an expert in the field due to 27 years of experience with hundreds of victims of satanic ritual abuse. Wilfried Wong, literally. It is a big problem because the social services have become so corrupt that in many cases they defend the abuser instead of protecting the abused child, and often punish the person who informed about it. He explains that when mothers raise alarm about their partners ritually abusing the child in a satanic way, those mothers are accused of making it up, and in most cases the children are given to the abusive partner. This is exactly what happened to Elisa and Gabriel, for example, who revealed the most shocking statements about satanic ritual abuse by their father and a satanic cult.
As I said, we kill babies, we drink the blood, we eat them. Because our dad, he forces me and Gabriel to do it. Because we can't, we are not strong enough to cut a baby's head off. He has us to hold the knife and he puts his hand on the top of our hand and he helps us to cut the baby's head off. So he's teaching me and Gabriel.
These children were taken away from their mother, Ella Draper, because she allegedly used force to make her children say these things. Since then, Alyssa and Gabriel have been with their father, who was said to be the leader of the satanic group in Hampstead. Sabine McNeil, who has published several revealing videos of testimony by Alyssa and Gabriel, was strongly vilified, persecuted, and finally sentenced to 9 years in prison. Her main websites all had to be deleted from the internet. She says that prisons are often the final stop for mothers so that the state can, so to speak, legitimately get their children. She has uncovered child theft and helps those affected. Among other things, at the EU Parliament, she was the voice of 30 victims.
That's why we are here today. We are here crying for help. There are children screaming to be heard. If you don't hear at those children scream, who will?
In a 1989 television interview,
that is passed on over generations in these cult families and that connects with an elite worldview, which is that the elect, from their point of view, stands superior to the other people, which they fear at the same time due to the fact that these outnumber them. Important to consider are also the consequences for the victims of these systems. They suffer from most severe trauma consequences like complex dissociation, flashbacks. This was mentioned by Sandra and Chantal previously, as well as anxiety disorders and compulsive acts. They can suffer from physical sickness due to this abuse for years, and often from deeply rooted identity crises. Many affected people therefore develop this dissociative identity structure, which is intended by the perpetrators, and means they permanently have numerous inner persons, split personality, who also appear to the outside. So when we speak of ritual abuse and mind control, and I'm closing now, this is not only about uncovering single cases. It is about the central question of how much do these powers really know about the human mind and how they are consequently abusing this knowledge to arrive at a certain end goal, namely the erection of, from their point of view, a satanic world dominion. It is very important that we have independent research on dissociation and trauma-based programming, that there are areas where survivors are protected, but also the courage to collaborate beyond institutional borders, because remaining silent protects only the perpetrators. Education and awareness are the first steps to break this cycle, and I understand my work as a support to further such all-encompassing education concerning these mechanisms. Ritual abuse is no marginal topic, but a mirror for what happens when secret occult groups exert their influence unnoticed in our society. Our job is to look and to take the victims serious, and to take care that these revelations reach the broad public. Because really, the freedom of each and everyone is being threatened by it. This talk clarified that ritual abuse and mind control are an expression of, you could say, the destructive ideas that a human being can be dominated, broken, and their soul be taken over. And yet, every truth that comes to light, and this is the positive aspect of the whole thing, it weakens this system. Education is the starting point. It is where we put this unspeakable into words, and where especially survivors like Sandra and Chantal dare to speak. And therefore it needs platforms like this one. So thank you so much, and thanks to all who are willing to listen, to look, and who do not close their eyes to this topic. And with this, I'm going to hand it back. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Marcel. Wow, in just a few minutes, you really touched on the whole spectrum of what my father said at the beginning of the conference. Using our decade-long research, he illustrated how these secret structures fundamentally root in Satanism. And we heard this from their own mouths, that they want to erect a Satanist world order, satanic world order, but they are less in numbers. They're inferior. That means we are superior to them by far, if we will only realize this.
Exactly.
Because when it comes into the light, this whole criminal construction will collapse. And we're almost to that point. If all of you spread this, yeah, we're almost to this point. Yeah, thank you for your fight to educate that these gruesome practices come to the light. Yeah, for our viewers, they might ask themselves at this point, how is it possible that such horrible crimes are not prosecuted by police and condemned by our judicial system? And now to this question, I'd like to switch over to Uwe Kranz.
Uwe Kranz is a policeman and former senior ministerial counselor, as well as former president of the State Criminal Police Office of Thuringia, Germany. He worked as a national expert at Europol. As an expert for questions on security and terrorism, he is publishing in numerous media on a regular basis. Uwe Kranz has been involved in the fight against organized crime, extremism, and terrorism for over 50 years. During his time in office, he mainly devoted himself to child protection. This becomes evident on looking at the fields of activity in his professional career. He was commissioned for affairs concerning juveniles. He worked in criminal prevention as well as in the fight against sexual abuse of children and against human and organ trafficking on a national and international scale. He also engaged himself in the criminalistic political work with associations. On his own website, amongst other things, Uwe Kranz publishes contributions on the topics of sexual child abuse and mind control. As a criminologist, he shares insights into the deep state, and in his retirement, he takes time to observe current world events. He shares his experiences and knowledge as a member and speaker at press symposia of renowned associations like Axiom Resist and MWGFD, which were founded with the aim to protect children's welfare and freedom as well as the rule of law. Topics he spoke on are pedocriminality, early sexualization, and child trafficking, amongst others.
It is a special honor to welcome this experienced criminologist, Uwe Kranz, here at the 22nd AZK.
Yeah, the honor is mine.
Yeah, it's so great that you're here. You have a century of criminology experience in the fight against sexual abuse of children. You were at the forefront of investigations as a policeman and even as senior ministerial counselor as head of the State of Criminal Police of Thuringia, Germany, which means cases were reported to you and you started the investigations. What happened then?
The problem is that a precise argumentation with evidence has to be initiated first so that the case can be forwarded to the public prosecutor's office and will be accepted there, will be reworked into an indictment and filed as a lawsuit. And on this path, unfortunately, there are lots of failures occur. It is frustrating when you arrest someone in the morning and you literally meet him again in the afternoon. I presented this with images here. Caught in the morning, set free at noon. Very often you have the difficulty that the police wants to present a murder deed with investigations and starts to investigate for murder. And on the way to the prosecutor's office, the murder suddenly turns into a bodily injury resulting in death. So it happens that you have a completely different judicial matter and other difficulties.
I think it's worth just taking a moment to just try and imagine. Let's just try and visualize Darren. Now he can't ride his motorbike and go to his races. Should we just picture him just sitting there stewing, getting angrier and angry, waking up angrier, getting angrier every moment of every day because he can't do the right thing. And he's just sweating profusely, as the word is, just constantly sweating. He just can't do anything other than just copy and paste the same abuse. And now YouTube aren't helping you anyway, are they? Are they caught onto your malicious striking, have they, Darren? They caught onto your malicious striking, have they, Darren? Have they ended up giving you any feedback now regarding your behaviour? Wonder why they let these people run amok. Are they maybe trying to help us do the work and kind of document your behaviour rather than you just disappearing into obscurity? Why would you not do it, Jake? I was on the New Year's show with Luke and Taffy and Michaela. Leighton Jones and Michaela on the voter last night. Hey, why don't you come to Wigan, Jake? We'll go to the police station with me. Come on. Come on, I'll go to the police station with you. Come and show me your evidence. Kaylee's has still not reported her abuser to the police. Why not, Jake? Should she not report her abuser, Jake? With capital letters, Jake. Yeah, fucking moron. Link, shall I? Oh, fucking hell. This is going to be obscure. This is going to be obscure. Deep breaths, everybody. Darren, everyone just picture Darren there. He's really sweating. He's really feeling uneasy at the moment. Can we help him through this? got to help
Or
them
like
do the right
recently in the
thing.
case with the rapists who committed gang rape and they went happily whistling out of the courtroom because the judge did not want to completely exclude that the girl might have joined in. So here the whole thing become questionable, and there are lots of possibilities to stop proceedings or change them into psychiatric hospitalization and so on. So there's some breaking point in this business. Unfortunately, you have to deal diligently and seriously with these victims. They have all the right in the world to be treated fairly by police and justice.
Yeah, thank you for your statement. You also speak of so-called pedocriminality and of connections that are said to reach up into the highest circles.
Yeah, how's he gonna deal with this this affliction? What's he gonna do with his affliction? The only way is I'm gonna have to get it up. This is the only one I know of in the country. We're at a breakthrough stage. I understand it's been difficult. There has been really no ways for you to reach help. Like, and people like the police, you know, they just wouldn't look at you in a compassionate. The mental health would probably not even take you seriously regarding, like we've just heard from these testimonies. They wouldn't even necessarily take your story seriously. They might just medicate you and shit. But there is this group called the Lucy Faithful Foundation, and it's basically stopitnow.org.uk. Confidential support. Contact our Stop It Now helpline. You still haven't turned up, Daz. I put the link out. You haven't turned up. You haven't given me an address, Daz. Fuck's sake. Well, you want me to just come all the way to Wigan to fucking meet you at your local fucking probably paedophile riddled police station? Oh dear. Here, look. 0808 1900. Or you can email them. You can go on the website yourself and you'll get a direct link to the helpline. Come on. Just do it. Put yourselves out of the misery. You must be sweating so much. It's just horrible to think you're just there breathing heavily at the screen going, Mick Haley, the only thing I've got is your abuse about that you apparently didn't report. And please. What if she reported it? What would you do then? What would you do then, Daz? What would you do? What would you? I just can't think where you think you're going with this. And the amount of people that have just yeah, the assumptions and the fabrication of your existence is just I'm shocked that people gave you any time of day, Lucifer. The amount of times you've just sat there on G Block, on Wendy's panel. Before I was about, I've seen loads of videos. When I first come about, you and who was it? Lyndon. I think maybe even Eric was on like Wendy's. Brian Hansford. I think did Did Justin Ormerod used to go on Wake Up UK? Did he used to go on Wendy's as well sometimes? That breathing, what you in? Kaylee do when you're flapping and getting excited over child abuse. The fact that someone would actually go through the typing process to write this. You and Adam are so similar in your levels of depravity, and that Leighton Jones platforms, and he gives Leighton Jones has got a shit to answer for, giving you your slippers, saying, "Who blocked AJ? Come on, who's blocked AJ? There's no blocking AJ, otherwise I'll be taking your slippers off you. Here's a nice fresh pair of size 10 slippers, AJ." And then you're sitting on his panel and on bloody New Year. How often you been on this panel, Darren? You act like you're innocent, don't you? All over the place. Copy. What are you going to do with it? What are you trying to do with it? Why can't you copy it? I'm sure you've probably got multiple devices. There was a property. Where was it? It was can't remember what the location was now, but it was to do with paedophilia. I think it might have been a dark web sting or something, and there was something like 40. I think it was 42 devices, like that were connected to multiple different people. They were grooming children, like 42 devices, I think it was. I can't see. Oh, can you paste the link in the chat? Can you, Adam Lashbrook? He's got me blocked. He can't even see my comments, even in my own chat. Oh dear. Well, my willingness to have you up is actually kind of drifted. I might just block you as soon as you come up anyway. You're just nasty, man. Just disrespecting my love life. The love of my life. Disrespecting women I respect. Disrespecting anybody is out of line, really. I mean, you could cuss down Michaela over some shit and, we could discuss her behaviour, but I don't want you just to abuse her over her childhood. Well, can you imagine just doing this about anybody, about their childhood? You're just it's just absurd. What does this even mean? No, not what does "you actual child fiddler Jake" mean. The penny finally drops bit. What's that bit? Trying to reiterate the second part of the sentence. You are thick as shite, Jake. You are thick as shite, Jake. You really are thick as shite. I'm a Christian. Basically, the good news was that the Jews got it wrong, and then the Islams got it wrong, but Christians, because Jesus died for us, and that's the good news. Jesus came to give us the good news. And all you have to do is just believe in Jesus, and you are saved from eternal sin and damnation. Come and meet me in Wigan, Jake. Come on. Come on, big bollocks. You coward. You coward, ain't ya? He still doesn't get it. What don't I get, Darren, please? It's just horrific. Just horrific. Adam, you are going to be stopped. He won't let me as I'm not a mod. Okay, can't drop the link. It's probably for the better, really. I don't think we're going to have any conducive conversation. I think you should just contact this helpline here. Be done with it, really.
You, foster mother Kathleen.
Oh, wrong one.
What are your observations on this?
Let's assume the following. In my PowerPoint presentations, I always have the Dutroux case. I'm sure you're familiar with it. A Belgian child molester who murdered 11 children and starved 2 children during his imprisonment because he did not tell that the children were still in prison and then starved. This is a horrible case. A whole series of witnesses who died in dubious accidents, who just died or whatever. And this Dutroux case has already proven that all levels of society were interwoven with these child molester rings. This reached into politics, at the very top, into culture and television, the media. The proceedings can be taken as synonymous to what is the core problem. With Epstein, it's the same. With Epstein, there also was the connection to the very top in politics, connection to show business, public prosecutors, high-ranking officers, and politicians. The same is true for Diddy Sean Combs, well known. He got 4 years and 2 months now. This is a harmless sentence, really, because the whole field of organized crime, they said, we stopped the proceedings. Now we only sentence him for this one mistreatment of his girlfriend or his wife. And then the whole trial was reduced to a single small part. In many cases, such trials are split, deliberately divided into many parts. In 1995, we had a huge trial in England. It happened through the bank, politics, media, great mogul, and so on. The lawsuit has become smaller and smaller over the years. In the end, there was nothing left. There were little trials in the end. They are being picked to small pieces, to juristic small pieces. Not so much substance is left, so this raises suspicion that influence is taken here.
Yes.
You cannot deny it.
Yes. And you realize that the same principles that dictated processes in the Epstein and the Dutroux and the P. Diddy cases are also dictating events in your region.
The principles are the same everywhere, no matter which country. You can be sure this sexual abuse with small kids, with girls, with young people, it's something that happens all across Europe and worldwide, actually. When you look at what the NCMEC, this National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in the USA, report, Four or 5 years ago, we had 50,000 cases. Now, annually, 205,000 cases are reported. But we are a small light if you compare that with NCMEC reports to Asia, to India, Pakistan. They are almost in the millions. This clearly shows that it is a worldwide problem, not just a German or a Belgian problem or whatever.
I also heard that there are many official studies to cult abuse. Could you briefly explain what has been investigated officially?
There are plenty of studies, believe me. In this field, you find them like sand on the seashore. I myself wrote 2 studies for the European Parliament in 2020. In 2021, when I summarized it all and asked myself what you could improve, could simplify, where can you start? And exactly the opposite was done. Another center was created, a center to combat sexual abuse of children. There you go. Now, besides Europol, we have another center. We have commissioned people everywhere, and we
I wanted to let him finish his speech, really, Adam. So we'll report to me as well. Shelley, you didn't give me any context. I don't know anything about why Shelley would be related to reporting me. So doesn't really make sense. You're so desperate. But is this what you're going to come on the panel and shout? You're still flapping about trying to find Adam's post where Pip has put the link. Could you not just unblock me? Do you not have an ability to unblock? Can you not go on my wall and just unblock and look at the link and then block me again if you so wish? Oh, you're going to ask me all about my charges. Oh, you'll hear all about it, mate, as much as you need to know. And what is related to your part in all this. Read the previous comment, my mong. What? Why are you attracted to children, Jake? The next one. Do you think Shelley will report you as well? So was there a previous one to that? It won't let me as I'm not a mod. Danny West is not here. Kaylee, you need help. No, Adam, you're not making sense, mate. Google. You have to go to Google for YouTube. Interesting. Did you see Easy's live earlier, by the way, Pip? Football results, load of music. Saying he doesn't want to get involved in any traumatic stuff this year. Oh no, you've got a big part in my situation. Okay, thanks, Pip.
They have studies everywhere. There was a wonderful study in 2011 for introducing the EU guidelines to combat sexual abuse of children. And it got evaluated in 2016. It is a good study. There was another study by W Protect, also a good one. You'd have had to continue and implement it. Yeah, to implement it, you'd only have to let actions follow it. So a study was only conducted, written. It was nice to read, nice pictures, nice graphics, and so on. But then the implementation usually just doesn't work. So we are not facing a lack in research in the dark figures, but we have a lack in political will to intensively deal with these questions. There's not such a lack in laws, not a lack in studies. You have to act upon them. You need to want to take action.
Yeah. Right. So you speak publicly on early sexualization in kindergartens and schools. Can you tell us something about this topic?
Yes, early sexualization is a special field that has really shaken me because it was developed by the WHO, the World Health Organization, together with the German Federal Center for Health Information. Since February 13th of this year, they carry a new name, the Federal Institute for Public Health. They now have even more rights, more possibilities. They can do even more, especially even for climate protection. And these two institutions made these guidelines on how to raise kids sexually, in quotation marks. The basic thought behind it is, since a child can be aborted until birth, that's one side. And right after birth, this child is then being called a sexual being that can be abused at any time. And this is so, yes, that's the right sign. It's so insane that you can't even imagine it. And the evil thing is that these WHO, BCGA guidelines invoke scientific findings. And now please look into the scientific findings and see where this comes from. It stems from a man named Kinsey who wrote the famous Kinsey report in the 60s to liberate man and woman. From then on, it actually went downhill continuously. Back then, the term sexual freedom was coined. An indifference shown what regards kids, sex with kids is possible, is common and permitted. Scatology was introduced, and this guy, Kinsey, he conducted test series. There's a test series which I looked at where a 4-year-old child was maltreated for 24 hours in order to achieve 27 orgasms. You have to imagine that. He reported an orgasm whenever the child screamed, cramped, tormenting a 4-year-old child until there is some bodily reaction, and to define this bodily reaction as an orgasm. And those who maltreated the children, some of them were pimps, prison inmates who had come free. You need to research about this and filter this from it all, and you say to yourself, what is that? A scientific finding? This is pure child abuse, pure sexual abuse, violence with children under the disguise of research. And you had those kids of students, and those kind of students. Kinsey then had Zealot. There was Kendler report, then Zealot, and then one recently. They all emerged from the same ideologic camp. You have to think about that. Kinsey started, then they worked their way into the universities, in quotation marks, then into the technical colleges and the special training colleges. And now generations of such social psychologists and cultural psychologists and whatever have come up and sit in the seats of all the social welfare offices, the education authorities. And in their mind, they continue their education. And this is absolutely insane, in my opinion. And when you look at what these guidelines demand from 0 to 4-year-olds, a child has to learn sexual masturbation, 0 to 4 years old. I ask which preschool teacher will teach him and how does he do it? Just recently in Bergisch Gladbach, no, it was in Schwäbisch Hall, 17 daycare facilities who created such personal areas in the daycare to investigate one's body. The parents were bewildered. They didn't know anything about it. They hadn't been informed. If this is early sexual education, this actually is nothing else than destroying the family. It's the destruction of the family. The state's centerpiece is the egg cell, the ovum of a state is a healthy family relationship. There's a mother, there's a child, there are two sexes. And if you say that, if you're extreme right, aren't you? Extreme right wing immediately, I know it. There's something nicer even, and that is what Monika Gruber once said. And when we have a parent 1 and parent 2, then it won't be long until we have a grandmother for a grandfather, carcass 1 and carcass 2. Does this maybe come true? It's a joke, of course, a shock. But it is fact that the whole thing is being dehumanized so much. There's no humane level anymore and no dignity. Not at all for the child. The child does have a dignity. You have to protect its rights. And you should indeed treat children as a legal person and not as a thing that can be taken on or thrown away.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the explanations.
So there was only one single positive approach on the whole thing, and this was the University of Bielefeld. They conducted a huge study about Kinsey, Kendler and company. And they found that they had conducted child abuse all along, sexual abuse. It had been a highly criminal organization that has meanwhile spread in the whole educational institutions where social psychologists, head teachers, and so on were educated. And this perpetuates, it grows and becomes more and more often. And therefore, it is no wonder when you read in parents' magazines it would be normal if children are treated this way and educated this way, that from 6 to 9 they need to have sexual contacts. And you have to bodily grope each other and secretly create cuddling corners in all places where kids can retreat.
Yeah, and that's this game that plays into the hands of the perpetrators, right?
Yes. Sorry, I do not have a good message here. I only made negative experiences in this field. I really fought for almost my whole life that sexual abuse of children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany, finally in 2021, that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Buschmann was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice, came along and reversed it. Now it's called a misdemeanor. No big gain. In my point of view, all the formulations that the Ministry of Justice explained why they reversed it is a shame.
Go on, Jake, you nonce. Get on this panel now, dickhead.
I only made negative experiences in this field. I really fought for almost my whole life that sexual abuse of children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany, finally in 2021, that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Buschmann was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice, came along. Yes, a shame.
Yeah.
So sexual abuse only just became an illegal offence for particular.
You were the sexual abuser,
Yes,
Jake.
it's really a shame. Thank
Not
you so
only do you
much.
do that,
You take
you've got
so much
somebody who's
action for the
claiming to
children,
be
especially
abused
for
as a
bringing these
survivor
grievances to public
who won't go
attention.
and
That is
report.
so important.
Excuse me, if we could just hear, if we could just hear the end of this.
Doing more
Yeah,
damage.
thank you for taking this
And
time.
you think that's upon me?
Well, you're traveling right now.
This is how
Your
twisted
statements
you
really
are.
help
You're
us
the one that
to get a,
started
a clear picture of this problem.
after he got
We
caught
wish
with
you
all those
well
images.
for your work. Everything the best.
You're the one that's
Even in your
charged by the
retirement, you're
police now.
taking action.
Yeah.
Thank you for your great
You're the one
educational
that's
work. We
banned from being
love
around anybody
you.
under the age of 18, and you got sectioned because
Thank you, Lois. I'm
really
looking
like
forward to join you here again when
children.
I come in
This
person.
is what you are.
So what
And
happened?
You're always so welcome.
You want to put the
And
record
now-
straight. You want to find out who I am. You want to put an end to all this and come and hand myself in at the police. This is your words I'm using back on you. I'll meet you anywhere. I offered to meet you in Telford with me and Danny, and you didn't even want to show up.
So Danny's a dangerous man. I think he would be.
Listen,
he
to
might-
the police
I reckon he-
station, what's going to happen to you? Yeah?
No, I think he's got a gang of paedophiles.
The police.
I think he's got a gang of
will give
satanic
you-
paedophiles. I think there's a gang of satanic paedophiles around
There
his
isn't a
area.
gang of satanic paedophiles, Jake. It's just me. I'm just a normal guy from Wigan. Not Chester,
Danny West-
not, in
Danny
the
West,
army,
Danny-
not that other stuff, but me
Lyndon.
and you, if you don't turn yourself in and you don't turn at the police station, one day I'm coming through your front door.
Do you mean Lyndon Warden or Danny West?
Danny Jones.
Danny Jones, okay, yeah.
The offer was there because apparently you've got all this information and all this stuff to hand yourself in. Well, we were going to willingly go and do it. And I don't like Danny. I've no time for him, right? But I know he's not what you say because I know
Well,
I'm not. And I know the other
what's he
people
done
out
for-
here who you
what's he
accuse
done-
aren't. So you're accusing people all the time, all this stuff. Now, you've got a psycho beg there that's saying she's been abused. She's saying she's been abused. Well, guess what? Get it to the police station, get their abuser, yeah, and make sure he doesn't hurt anybody else. But you're twisting that onto me. What a weird thing to do when I'm telling you to go and get whoever that was reported. Well, why would
What is it you don't like about Lyndon? What is it you don't like about Danny Jones?
For these nonsense?
What
Why
is
are
it you
you
don't like
always
about
making
Danny Jones?
apologetics for people like Carl Beach and Matt?
What is it you don't
and
like
Justin?
about
Why are
Danny
you
Jones?
making these things, Jake?
I don't think you're going to compensate, are you? What don't you like about Danny Jones?
We'll listen to someone just as brave and fearless, a fighter in the battle of child abduction, ritual abuse, and child trafficking.
Jake, why have you run off now? Why are you still playing this?
Sakinah
Over people
McNeil studied
telling answering
computer
questions.
science and mathematics and worked at CERN for 15 years. She then worked as an event organizer, software designer, web publisher, and
I'm telling you,
mathematical
Jake, if you
artist.
carry on with this,
In London,
give me-
she
give me the
volunteered
address,
as a
I'll meet you at
McKinsey
your home.
friend,
I'll come
which
to your
is the
house.
equivalent of a
How's
lay
about that?
legal advisor.
I'm sure you maybe would.
will.
Yeah.
I'll tell you now,
Process,
I
she
will
came
turn
into
up.
contact with victims
Me
of
and you,
sexual
eye
abuse
to eye,
and
mate,
child
face to face.
abduction
I don't want to
who
have a
were not
problem with
helped
you
by the
looking
justice
to my
system
face
but
or
harmed.
showing me ID, and I'll
Sakinah
knock the
McNeil
living daylights out of you.
No, you probably come round with some sort of
No, I won't
firearm.
come round with anything, mate. I'll come round and knock your teeth down your throat. You child abusing piece of shit.
Oh, mate, you're sweating one
No,
out.
mate, about it, mate. Done with you and your nonsense and your bullshit.
You're shitting
I
it,
am
bruv.
telling you now, Jake, I am going to hurt you.
Brother, calm.
No,
calm.
none of this nonsense. I am sick to death of your bullshit.
You're just exposing yourself more,
Also, I'm
Darren
not
Williams.
exposing anything, Jake.
Darren Williams.
I'll tell you what, honestly, mate,
Darren
I am
Williams.
going to come to the police station, bring your evidence. I'll bring all my ID. You can lay it all in front of them. We'll see what happens, eh? We'll see what happens.
We're doing this our way.
Shit won't turn up.
We're doing this our way.
Your way?
Began to
What do you mean
publicize these
bullshitting all the
cases
time,
on the
nodding and not
internet.
actually doing
She
anything?
campaigned with
You're
great
full of
dedication
shit,
for
man.
children
I tell
who
you,
were
you
taken
are
away
full
from
of
their
shit.
parents by the state.
You're
You
the
can
one.
you can do the
you
right
were
thing.
banned from being around anybody under the age of 18. Fact. That's you. You've got charges against you. And I'll tell you what, I am going to laugh my head off. I'm going to enjoy every single minute when you get prosecuted because you're going to get that. That's what's going to happen.
All right.
Yeah, right.
Raised
Yeah.
this issue in the
Because I'll tell
European
you what, Jake,
Parliament.
come and meet me. I'll be calm then. Yeah,
That's why
come
we are
and
here
meet me.
today.
I won't hurt you.
We are
Come to the
here.
police station. You can hand your stuff in. We'll see what happens.
You're
I'll
clearly,
admire
you're clearly a very unhinged, dangerous.
No, I'm not very
individual.
unhinged. This is what happens when you make false claims against people and keep bringing other people's names into it that ain't me.
No,
I'll
you're the
prove
one
it's not me.
abusing a
I'll turn
woman.
up.
You're the one abusing a woman about suffering.
I'm not abusing. No,
she suffered
wrong again, Jake.
30 years ago.
Asking somebody to go and
30 years
report their abuser is not abusing a woman. It's getting what should be done by normal people. Anybody
very
would go and report that.
You are
And you
shitting it.
are telling her not to.
So why'd you abuse Ella and Abraham that did the most amazing
the one
work?
that I seen on that video coaching those children, the one that actually hurt those children, the one that run off from the courts and abandoned them to those people. I wouldn't abandon children in that situation, mate.
So where was the coaching? Sorry, could you explain the coaching?
Coaching? Say it like this, say it like that. What did they say to you? Oh no, chant, chant, chant. It's right through the video, but you can't see it.
No, it's not right through the video. That's
It's
just
right
one
through the
section.
video.
No, and that's totally in
Yes,
context.
yes, Jake, it is.
Very clearly in
He is
context.
coaching those
This is
children.
why we
He
know you're a
hurt those
paedophile.
children. He
This is why
hurt
we know you're a
those
paedophile.
children.
Because you will not listen to the
hurt
reality.
those children. That's the facts. And you can't deal with any of those facts, but I will smash your face in if we ever do meet and you don't go to the police and get this sorted out. Go to the police, won't be any problems. If you don't do, there will be.
When the proceedings started again.
So nobody really knows about it. No, legally, nobody knows about it. But that's his private home.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Now, and the most thing for these children took place in Christchurch.
Yes, Christchurch school and church.
And yeah.
And church.
Also,
And this HCC swimming pool.
So Christchurch.
Christchurch school in Hampstead. Primary school in Hampstead. Christchurch school in Hampstead.
Is that Hampstead or Hampstead Heath?
Hampstead.
Yes, Hampstead.
And
W3. And next one was probably it was in the church itself. What's the church called?
Church is just next door to the school. It's actually like
What's it called? Church.
Christchurch.
Okay.
Christchurch. And it's located on Christchurch Hill.
Just a minute. I used to go to school.
I'm back chat.
Yeah. And sorry. And that's still NW3.
NW3. Exactly.
Okay. And I think I heard about McDonald's.
Alisa, what is the address? What's his address?
15 Angel.
Yes, but it's in 15. No, 16 Angel Road.
16, you told me it's 15.
No, 16. 16. They were changing this.
You told me it was 15.
No, 16.
You told me.
The reason I'm asking because of that different.
The Angel Road
What's the real address?
No, this is in
What's the real address?
Angel things.
What is it?
15 Angel Road.
You just told them 16. So come on.
Yeah.
So come on. This one has to be watched. His address is 16. No.
Oh, so actually Darren's run away now, just as we get to the point which he is trying to silence the children regarding and abusing those brave people that help the children speak out. Oh my God, he's so desperate. So you told me that I ran away before Darren. Where is it? Now, as soon as I bring up the evidence, you ran away. So let's just elaborate for you then. So Elisa has said 16 Angel Road, and Abraham is speaking with Jean Clement Yehero, the special police constable, as the is an officer in training. His brother-in-law, as he's given the initial disclosures to when they've got back to England. They're in England in this recording. This is just a picture from Morocco of them all happy reading.
No, don't tell me anything. His address is 15 Angel Place, Angel Road, and she just told you it's 16.
So they're trained, as you'll get to the bit after, I believe it, or we'll go back to it, where they are, even in that house, they're so programmed to touch each other sexually. They're so ingrained into them, the brother and sister have to touch each other sexually by the father, Ricky Dearman, that they even feel the urge to do it at that time during at the end of this, this kind of, I don't know what you'd call it, like a discussion interview, evidence collating session period of time. So she's also they're trained to lie, to do small or big lies, to derail from the truth coming out in a clear, concise fashion if ever it was to leak. So there's all these contingency plans already in place.
Pay close attention to this one.
Does it span on 2 buildings?
Jean Clement.
Does it span on 2 buildings? Doesn't.
No, Jean Clement, I lived with her. You're not listening to me.
Okay.
She lies. Instinctively, she lies.
So if you think she lies, why will you believe her story?
Because I questioned her 10 times, and then I will question him.
Oh.
And what he says that corresponds, because we question them separately, like the police do.
Okay.
And anything that corresponds perfectly, we okay.
Okay.
The reason we know that the house, it doesn't matter the number. We know the road, and we know it's right on the corner. It's the corner house. So if you tell us 15, 16, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you tell us, 15, 16, 17, we know it's the corner house.
Okay.
Don't we? What's the real address?
Angel
What is the number, darling?
It's in the corner.
What is the number? Don't try to evade the question. What's the number?
It's number 15.
Why did you tell us 16 just now? Go and wash your plate, please.
No, but
Come on, did she touch you?
No, she didn't.
That's probably because the information I was provided is meant to confuse the kid.
What information provided by?
They're confusing us.
No. Please, you
are naive. The way it's provided to them.
No, can you stop being naive and can you just listen to us who have the experience of dealing with them? She purposely and expertly
was misleading.
Well, we get the idea. We heard of this the other day, so we don't need to go over it again for banana nonce, do we? Ridiculous. Projecting, abusive, flapping, silly git. Just do the right thing and just realise your time's up, mate. And you know, however you got involved in this, I guess, you know, be it. army, Freemason, childhood, whatever it might be, you can get out, and you may think your life's going to be taken, and maybe it will, and maybe that's the right thing to do. You know, be brave. Let the fuckers come and do what they think. You're just so desperate. Have they threatened you? Is that why you're here, trying to silence us? Get in there, Darren. We've got this on you. Fucking hell, you gave up. You're a motorbike racer. You fucking gave up the motorbike team, you fucking little cunt. You stupid northern cunt, I bet they called you. And you were like, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I will respect Buckingham Palace. I'll do everything you want.
Crying for help. There are children screaming to be heard. If you don't hear those children scream, who will?
In total, she accompanied around 50 cases of child abductions. The most familiar one was the Hampstead case, in which she published videos with testimonies from the children Elisa and Gabriel. In it, the children testified that their father had organized a satanic cult that regularly abused and murdered children. They also described how their father led their hands in the murder of babies.
Unser Vater erzwingt mich und uns dazu, weil wir es nicht können. Wir sind nicht stark genug, einem Baby den Kopf abzuschneiden. Er muss nur das Messer halten und seine Hand oben auf unsere Hand legen und uns helfen, einem Baby den Kopf abzuschneiden, weil er es gerade lernt. Er bringt es mir und Gabriel bei.
Despite these statements, the judiciary did not sentence the father, but the court took the children away from the mother and gave the father sole custody. Later, the same judge in the Scottish abuse case of Holly Greig ensured that the father accused of abuse was not sentenced. However, there were overlaps with the Hampstead case not only in the judge, but also with the perpetrators. Even after the Hampstead verdict, Sabine remained active, collecting tens of thousands of signatures for petitions and documenting evidence. She also made public the list of 175 perpetrators compiled by the mother. This caused problems for the perpetrators, who eventually filed criminal charges against her. At the age of 73, she was then sentenced to a long prison term of 9 years and deported to Germany after around 4 years. Many of her websites were closed. Despite the harassment she suffered in prison, Sabine did not give up. She continues to support fellow campaigners in the fight against child abuse and child trafficking.
Hallo, hallo Sabine, ich umarme dich.
Greetings. Thank you, Lois, for listening to me.
Yeah, what an honor it is to have you speak with us at the 22nd AZK today. You have accompanied numerous victims of satanic ritual abuse and also provided me some cases for my films. You have met mothers in prison who have had their children have taken away from them. You have fought for these mothers and continue to fight for them like a lioness for these mothers and children. Please tell us briefly about your experiences.
Yes, it's difficult because I don't even know where to start. The first victims I met had nothing to do with children at all. They were from the House of Lords, where I organized events. And then came the victims of banks and courts. And then came, women in general. And then came these children who reported the worst of all these things. And before that, it was already so bad, because I'll never forget how a Romanian social worker claimed that it wasn't true what this Portuguese family was saying, and supposedly, that what would have excused them, she didn't allow it, and that was so pathetic and so idiotic and so hypocritical. You just can't stand by and watch that without doing anything. If I have to tell you about my experiences, then perhaps the worst thing was talking to a woman who had her so-called goodbye meeting, her bye-bye meeting with her little baby. Yeah, this so-called last meeting before it was taken away from her. It is just so incredibly hypocritical. It's a charade. It's grotesque. Yeah. I don't even know what words to use. It's so hard to say what is the worst thing. How should one even classify these crimes? By the number of children? By the cruelty inflicted on the children? Or maybe by the cruelty inflicted on the parents? By the absolutely cruel experience of prison stays, where the so-called officers abuse their power because they have the opportunity to do everything they want, but do everything else than what they should be doing and what is preached and what is required in theory. But it's so bad that you can really only interpret this and excuse it in some kind of way spiritually.
And you once told me about a mother who had 4 children taken away from her and whose 5th child was taken out of prison.
Well, I saw her when she was pregnant in prison, and when she got out, she wrote to me. There's this email, a prisoner service. She wrote to me by email and to say that they had taken the baby away from her too.
The 5th one too?
Yes.
Oh dear.
Until the Hampstead case, the worst case I saw was a Nigerian family with 7 children. All the children were taken away from them with these proceedings in so-called family courts, which are kept secret, so the press isn't allowed in. And this has been going on for decades. The 7th child was born in prison, and I was also in contact with an American mother who was in the neighboring cell, whose child had to stay in London after she was exported despite all my help, and the Nigerian mother. So the American woman witnessed exactly what happened with this Nigerian woman and what she went through. And as the social worker told her, you'll never see him again. And the crazy thing was that in this family, the oldest daughter was abused by the son of the foster family where she was placed. The next daughter told her mother that she was always taken to dark events in the evenings at night where there were only men. And the youngest son asked his mother once, what is pedophilia?
And what happened after you were in prison?
Well, while I was in prison, I published the petition, and I had 16,000 signatures and more. And I also had over 100,000 views on my website, which I had created for the children. I created individual websites for the worst cases, and that's how I became relatively well known. And this bag is all the cards I received, which I used to decorate my cell wall. I never managed to make a necklace out of them, but of course, I didn't want to throw them away.
Well, Sabine, we're so happy for you that you also are getting this encouragement and you'll continue to get to it. It really shook me up to see it live, how a baby is taken away. I'll show you quickly. So you have exactly one option at this point. And then you can hand him over to the paramedic, and then you can happily continue your way, or please let him go so he won't be hurt.
I let him go. I just let him go.
No, she's going to jail.
I just wanted to say that I can't do it, but I let him go.
Put your hands behind your back.
They closed the door of the ambulance. It was the last thing I saw.
You're kidnapping my grandson. Now get in the car. Get in the car. Everything's fine.
I just wanted to say goodbye.
It's okay. Get in the car. You're only making it worse. Every child belongs to the state. The state is worth about, it's $1 million worth to the state.
It's so cruel. It's so awful. I mean, they're just, quote, doing their job, right? It's the same during the Nazi era, as far as you can explain it. They're just following orders and have become so robotic. They have no emotions of their own. They no longer know what's right.
Yeah, orders come from above. And all this child trafficking is supported. Can you confirm that?
Well, yeah, from above, yeah. At whatever level. Social workers can't do it without the police. Police can't do it without the courts.
Yeah. So you're a witness who has experienced all this close up.
Yes, we could say that.
Yeah, and we would really like to thank you very much for your commitment to these mothers and children. And we've set up a platform, Vitopedia, where these mothers can also register and record the removal of their children from their care. And this will help us to better understand the system behind it. And we would, of course, be delighted if you could spread the word in your network and raise awareness of this in your network.
Yes, what you're doing is incredible. It's really, really great. Thank you for listening to me.
Yeah, thank you so much for your engagement for these mothers and children. It's really wonderful. And we will definitely spread the word, dear Sabine McNeil, and we love you.
Thank you. Thank you. I love you too. I have incredible respect for everything you've done and are doing. And admiration.
Yeah. Then you're exactly in the same area as we, and you're so fearless and brave. It's incredible. Is there anything else you'd still like to say, tell the viewers at the AZK? Anything at all?
Well, the AZK is about censorship. And I just hope that no one experiences what has happened to me with all the work I posted online. It caused so much damage to me and to the victims. Censorship is it's been shifted to the digital level, and it's just terrible. Terrible, terrible what's going on. But you can't really imagine it in general. You can't imagine it because one doesn't want to get too close to and familiar with these negative feelings and experiences.
Yeah. So all your websites have been just taken down from the internet, and all your work has been destroyed and deleted from the internet? Sabine, that's horrible.
Unfortunately, yes.
But it will come to light now. It will become public knowledge, dear Sabine. And the entire AZK will make sure of that, okay? Okay, dear Sabine, now she's already 81 years old and has suffered so much in her life, and that really touched me. And now we would like to go on to another case that also was published on Vitopedia from Corinne Ioli. Her children were taken away from her.
Vitopedia gives citizens a voice when they are being silenced. This is often the case, especially when children are taken into care. Single mothers in particular are sometimes left stunned by a judicial system that has snatched their children away from them with full force. According to official statistics, an average of 100 children are separated from their parents every day in Germany alone. Vitopedia now gives them the chance to make their case public. One mother who has taken advantage of this opportunity is Corinne Ioli. Corinne Ioli is Swiss. In 2019, her 2 daughters were forcibly taken away from her. 8 people, including police officers and Swiss Child Protection Agency staff from KESP, broke into her apartment and took the children to a children's home. The children's father, from whom Corinne Ioli is separated, filed a complaint against her. The reasons were unfounded accusations, all of which were refuted by experts. To date, however, the Swiss judiciary has ignored the solid evidence in all instances and is supporting the children's father, who is trying to corner the mother through criminal proceedings. This was preceded by a change in the girls' behavior toward their father while they were still living with him and their mother. They refused any physical contact and fought back against his advances by scratching, biting, and hitting. At the same time, the children's father developed pedophile tendencies. These incidents prompted Corinne Eoli to separate from the father. He then reported her for endangering the welfare of the children. No one addressed the father's alarming tendencies or conducted any investigations. On the contrary, the caregiver at the home where the children live commented as follows: "Even if a father abuses his children, they still love him, and most men have pedophile fantasies, but they are rarely played out."
I think I've mentioned this to you, Kaylee. This is just the Swiss judiciary. This is it's just so pervasive. This problem, this total mockery. It's this generational sexual abuse has been. This is why it's not surprising that there is such consistent and dedicated characters, obviously, like AJ and Wallace and Pip and Daz and Lyndon and Gary and Danny West and Helen James and Babs and Charlie's girl and who was some of the other, Mandy Mosley and the other Mouse Crews and all these other ones. It's just it's quite and these are just the ones that have decided to do the internet thing, because this is where the battleground is, isn't it now? But obviously not lots of them. Well, I'm just I don't. They all work in their different departments, but I'm just going to. Are you there actually, Katie? Just so I can acknowledge that I've shown you this bit. I just wanted to show you, just to make. I think I did a screenshot, but I just wanted to show you this part as well. No rush at all. I'm just going to play this bit again. I can play it again later anyway if you've got your hands busy. Context. All right, yeah. Well, if you didn't see it later, I can ask you later.
Get to it. It really shook me up to see it live, how a baby is taken away. I'll show you quickly. So you have exactly one option at this point. And
terrible what's going on.
Drew custody from the mother and transferred it to the father. In September 2024, the father moved to Sweden with his new partner. They refused any physical contact and fought back against his advances by scratching, biting, and hitting. At the same time, the children's father developed pedophile tendencies. These incidents prompted Corinne Eoli to separate from the father. He then reported her for endangering the welfare of the children. No one addressed the father's alarming tendencies or conducted any investigation.
It's 8 o'clock. This is the UK Tonight. Coming up, devastating wildfires ripped through Los Angeles. We'll be hearing from one of the Brits caught up in the chaos as a state of emergency is declared and tens of thousands of people are evacuated. Also tonight, the Prime Minister and his opposite number clash over grooming gangs as the war of words over an inquiry continues and MPs vote on the issue in Parliament. We hear from one of the voices that matters most, a survivor at the heart of this UK-wide scandal, who says more than a decade on, she's still not being listened to. Plus, several NHS trusts declare critical incidents as winter pressure on the health service ramps up. Fresh warnings for snow and ice as severe weather causes chaos in the southwest of England tonight. We'll have the latest. And from the streets to the stage, I speak to the homeless piano player who became a viral hit and is now playing sold-out concerts across the country. All that's come and much more on the UK Tonight. Well, first tonight, we're going to start with that developing news coming out of the United States. Wildfires raging through neighbourhoods in LA. 2 people have died and tens of thousands have been evacuated. These pictures that have been coming in throughout the course of today give you an idea of just what fire crews there are still up against. More than 1,000 structures are known to have been destroyed, hundreds of them homes. 2 men trapped inside their home captured flames surrounding the property before they managed to make their escape. Here's what they recorded.
Just be okay. You're gonna be okay. Hi. You're gonna be okay. So where's the gas? Outside. Okay, the gas is off right now. No, don't open the window. Don't open. Don't open anything. Just stay over here.
Emergency services led by the LA Fire Department have been giving an update on this unfolding disaster. We can take a listen to some of what they had to say a little earlier.
We have over 1,000 personnel assigned, and the cause of the fire is unknown. However, it is under investigation. Lastly, the National Weather Service has predicted a continued red flag weather event with strong winds and low humidities, placing all residents of Los Angeles County in danger.
Well, thousands of people have been forced to evacuate the area, but the ferocity of these flames has made it difficult for many. Actor and writer Steve Guttenberg has been helping people leave danger zones and assist firefighters. He spoke to Sky News earlier.
I was just helping out, trying to get people in wheelchairs. There were people in wheelchairs trying to get out who didn't have time to put their footrests on. And we had to figure out how to pop a wheelie with these wheelchairs. There were little kids. There were mothers trying to find their kids. There were anxiety, panic attacks. It's terrible. And this wind won't let up, and the fires just won't let up.
Well, there does seem to be no let up at the moment. Those fires fueled by strengthening winds. We can head to California live now and speak to Jonathan London, a resident there. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us this evening at what is a really worrying time for you and your fellow residents of Los Angeles. Talk to us about where you are. You're in Marina del Rey.
That's right. Yeah, I'm on the border of Marina del Rey and Venice, right by the ocean. So we're a few miles away from where the line of fire is. So we can clearly see sort of how bad the fire is here, and kind of seeing the full effects of that as neighbors are getting ready to potentially move and have to evacuate. So yeah, it's a very interesting time. I've never seen it as bad as this. I've lived here for 12 years, and it's I think just seeing the kind of utter devastation. It's extremely apocalyptic here. It's like we're in a disaster movie. It's a very strange time indeed.
Yeah, some of the pictures that have been coming into us throughout the course of the day, as this quite frankly gets worse, have been, as you said, apocalyptic in nature. Even views from the coast, from the beach, where people are in relative safety at the moment, just the clouds of smoke covering the sky and blocking out the daylight as LA woke up to what was unfolding. As you said, LA used to this, perhaps not on this scale. You say you've never seen anything like it, but give us an idea of the warning and protection systems that are in place, because you get alerts on your phone. There's a tried and tested system designed to protect residents.
Yeah, that's right. And, I think this fire really spun out of control so quickly. Usually, these fires, they gradually take hold. But yesterday, we could all just see how sort of catastrophic this was getting. And this fire really turned into a monster so quickly with these extremely high winds. They span out of control to 0% containment. I believe it's still 0% containment. They still have no containment of this fire. So it's really, worst case scenario for hundreds of thousands of people. Some of these people are friends of mine. Some have been evacuated. There's an app that we all have. All of our neighbors have this app, and it shows you, it kind of has an orange color when you have to get ready to evacuate, and then red when you need to evacuate. So it is very, very helpful to see that. So we just have our eyes on this map the whole time, just to make sure that, we're going to be okay and that the fire doesn't spread over to where we are.
Yeah, everyone on high alert and checking that app, no doubt, frequently. Do you know anyone that's been directly affected? I would imagine that you've been calling around a lot of your friends and colleagues to check that they're okay.
Yes, I have a lot of friends that live in Santa Monica and a couple that live in the Palisades who have been evacuated. Friends of mine who leave not knowing whether their homes are going to be there when they return. I've heard of two friends of mine who have unfortunately had their homes destroyed, one of which have been in their family for generations. So, just sort of seeing this affecting the people that you know and love is very strange. And knowing that this is taking place just a couple of miles away from where you live is, obviously kind of jarring.
Where are the people that are being displaced going? I know anecdotally, I've looked on Facebook, friends in LA have opened up their homes to people that have been affected. So, if you're lucky enough to to have friends in a safe area. You can go to them. As I said, people opening up their homes to families they don't know to give them shelter. Have you got an idea from what's going on all these sort of community groups, where people are being sent to?
Yeah, I mean, the city has lots of resources. There's tons of evacuation centers. I think what the community here is really good at is gathering together. We're all on these different group chats. You know, if anyone needs a place to stay, if anyone needs a pet that is displaced. So everyone's really sort of rallying around, using social media to sort of collect information of what people need, where they are, you know, offering to go and pick people up if they need, offering a place to stay. So, you know, it's definitely, the community really comes together, and you know, it's happened so quickly, but everyone's really rallied around quickly. So it's great to see.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It happened quickly. And like you said, California is used to these wildfires, but they haven't seen anything like this. You're far enough away at the moment that you're not currently seeing an evacuation order. But Jonathan, do you have a plan?
I really should. I think, you know, for myself, with this app that we have, and we're able to see as it gradually moves forward to us, there will be time for us to sort of figure out to collect a few belongings and to get ready. But you know, I think until it gets to a certain point close to us, then I think we're going to be okay. But you know, I think just keeping your eye on the ball and making sure that you always, you know, are ready whenever that may happen.
Yeah, and just finally, Jonathan, we're looking at, you know, pictures there of the traffic trying to leave the area, the helicopters putting what water they can, because obviously authorities there have said preserve water. You know, we have seen people trying to cover their houses with water desperately, as you would in that situation, but they're saying, you know, the fire and emergency services need every drop of water they can, because at the moment LA is so dry. And just talk to us about sort of the landscape and the terrain there, because that does fuel these wildfires, and you've had particularly strong winds there over the last couple of days.
100%. So, you know, I think as far as rain is concerned, we haven't seen rain here in months. And, you know, when you have these prolonged periods of time without rain, you have this brush that has been dry for years. You know, all it takes is a small spark and a bit of wind, and everything just kicks up and is just destroyed so quickly. You know, I think it's going to be interesting to see post catastrophe, you know, what could have been done better. You know, is there a problem with the water? Is there a problem with this brush? Should we be doing brush clearance quicker than we have been? I know that's a hot topic on people's minds, and I've seen people talk about it today, especially. So, you know, it's horrible to say that lessons will be learned, but, you know, we do need to do a better job, I think, of preparing ourselves, so we're not, you know, scrambling around to based on a reaction. We should be, you know, proactive.
Well, Jonathan, look, stay safe. Really good to talk to you. No word yet on the cause of these fires, of course. Authorities have made that very clear. That, again, will come out in the fullness of time in the investigation into what is going on. But at the moment, you're right in the thick of it there in Los Angeles. That's Jonathan London in Marina del Rey, currently not affected, but on standby for an evacuation order. Good to have your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, we will, of course, keep an eye on developments out of California throughout the programme and throughout the course of the evening here on Sky News. Let's turn our attention to news here in the UK and the continuing row over grooming gangs. Within the last hour, MPs have voted against a new national inquiry into the scandal. It comes after the Prime Minister and his opposite number clashed during a heated Prime Minister's questions earlier today, when Sir Keir Starmer warned a further inquiry could delay action on tackling child sexual abuse. He also accused the Conservatives of jumping on the bandwagon after a week of extraordinary interventions by Elon Musk. Our political correspondent Tamara Cohen has the story.
Horrific child abuse scandals across the country now at the top of the political agenda, as the party leaders clash about whether a national inquiry is needed. Keir Starmer insisted not at Prime Minister's questions.
This morning I met some of the victims and survivors of this scandal, and they were clear with me that they want action now, not the delay of a further inquiry. The J inquiry, the last national inquiry, was 7 years.
But Kemi Badenoch and the Conservatives tried to force a vote on one.
This issue of a delay is a weak excuse, and I would say to him that by refusing this inquiry,
he is enabling those people who wish to smear all British Muslims based on the actions of a small minority. He is talking about distraction tactics. Let us have the truth. The Prime Minister cannot tell the House the full scale of the scandal.
With Labour's huge majority, it was overwhelmingly defeated.
The ayes to the right were 111, the noes to the left 364. So the noes have it, the noes have it.
Although ministers now say an inquiry may happen further down the track.
Nothing is off the table. Nothing is off the table. And if the victims come forward to me in this victims panel that I will make, and they say, actually, we think there needs to be a national inquiry into this or a linking up of that, I'm going to, I'll listen to them.
The scandal of child grooming gangs is back in the spotlight here for reasons largely beyond the Prime Minister's control. But now the pressure is on. Those representing victims want to make sure this isn't just a political row, but an opportunity for real change.
A national inquiry would only really bring into the public eye things that those of us working in the sector already know. We already know that it's happening in lots of towns and cities. We already know the modus operandi of these gangs. My priority is future prevention of this type of thing. If a government wants to spend a load of money just telling us what we already really know, then fine.
An issue which has been in dark corners for too long now promises this government will enact recommendations. Time will tell if it makes a real difference. Tamara Cohen, Sky News, Westminster.
Well, that's the politics, but what about the people who are at the heart of this awful story? We heard there Safeguarding Minister Jess Phillips saying there that if the victims want one, there could still be a new national inquiry. One victim who supports a new inquiry is Tony Louise. Now 24, she says she was groomed and a victim of child sex abuse in Glasgow when she was just 12. I started by asking Tony Louise why she wants this new inquiry.
It's not spoken about enough, and there's a lot of women out there that can't speak out. It's been covered up for years about grooming gangs. It's a taboo subject. We're not allowed to speak about it. We don't, as obviously the UK, there's certain things that we don't speak about. The old saying, whatever happens behind closed doors. So it's ridiculous. Something has to be done about it now.
Do you think that's why people aren't talking about it as much anymore?
Yeah.
I mean, they are this week because of an intervention by the world's richest man. Took everybody by surprise, but it's reignited the conversation, which I'm sure is welcome news to you.
Yeah,
it's getting the attention
that it's taken for him to speak out about it, for the public to be like in an uproar about it.
Why do you think that conversation stopped? Do you think it's because of the uncomfortable issues it raises?
100%.
Issues of race, child abuse, trafficking, grooming, older men with children?
Yeah. I feel like as Brits, there's certain things that we're not allowed to speak about. Like you said, race and trafficking and paedophilia, like that's all like taboo subjects. I feel like to get people to listen, you have to traumatise them, because it's the only way that they're going to speak about it. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah,
like
it does. It does.
You've got to traumatise people to make them listen and to open their eyes. Like it's real. It happens every single day.
The conversation is happening once again, and to seize the moment to really make change for victims and survivors like yourself, and women who are still going through this, who are still living through this in the UK. A lot of people are saying, well, one side of the argument is saying, is another public inquiry the answer? Because for something on this scale, it could take another decade for an inquiry to be completed. And there's already been a national inquiry that was done by Professor Alexis Jay, came up with 20 recommendations. She also led a separate inquiry into the Rotherham grooming gang scandal. And there have been separate inquiries and reports in other areas of the UK. So we know what's happening.
we know what the recommendations are. There has just been no action. Is that not what we should be focusing on, rather than spending another decade talking about it? That's the other side of the argument. Can you see that point?
Yeah, I can see that point. Yeah, I can. It just always comes back to something has to happen. Something's got to change. Like, it can't continue to go on like this. Like, obviously myself, being a survivor of it, it's taken me a decade to finally be able to speak out about it. So why are we being silenced? That comes into it. Like, we as victims and survivors are treated the way that these predators should be treated. We're treated worse than, the victims are treated worse than what the criminal is.
Yeah. Tony, you make a really good point there. Yeah, something's got to give. You make a really good point there, because the whole point of the first national public inquiry and the subsequent inquiries in various different areas in the UK, Telford, Rotherham, Derbyshire, was that this was not only to uncover what was going on and to stop it from happening again, but it was also to give victims a voice. And I just wonder if you feel that, apart from giving evidence to an inquiry, victims' voices have been lost in all of this, whether it be the silence when politicians aren't talking about it, so the news agenda doesn't cover it, whether it's social media, people not directly involved taking on your story and taking it around the world. Do you feel like your voice has been taken out of this whole discourse, particularly this week?
My voice has never been heard, ever, other than this week, when it's taken Elon Musk to speak up about it for people to want to listen. That to me is just disgusting, and it makes me really, really, really disappointed in the UK. Really disappointed that it's taken the richest man in the world to say something for people to start listening. Victims have never had a voice. The whole, it was to give victims a voice. Where has that been? Because I know I can't speak for England because I'm in Scotland, obviously. There's people in Scotland have never had a voice. The victims of this, of domestic violence, of sex trafficking, of child sexual abuse, we've never, ever had a voice.
Tony Louise, one of the questions this week has been, why now? Why is all of this coming up now? I suppose you don't care about that question, do you? Whether it's come from Elon Musk, whether it's come from tweets from the far right, or just social media getting involved and sharing old stories, old court transcripts. They may be out-of-date court transcripts for court cases that have already happened, but they speak to the issue. They shine a light on what was going on and what, let's face it, in the UK probably still is going on. So I guess you don't care how this started. You care where it goes next. What do you want to happen as a result of what has, let's face it, blown up this week?
Ideally. Now, ideally, I would like for there to never be another victim of these crimes. That's never going to happen. I know that. You know that. Everybody else knows that. But what I want to happen next is for there to be an inquiry for some sort of justice for victims, like someone to open their mouth and say, this is wrong and this needs to change. I can't change it. You can't change it. It's now down to the government to look into it, change it, make laws. Like,
do you feel like that started? Because on Monday, the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, came out and talked about some of those recommendations that have been out there since the last government was in power. And she said one of the main recommendations was for people who work with children to face criminal sanctions if they fail to report sexual abuse claims. She said that this would feature in the upcoming crime and policing bill. She also said the government would legislate to make grooming an aggravating factor in the sentencing of child sexual offences. That's just a couple of the recommendations. So it does, to you, it feels like the wheels are starting to turn
It does give me a little bit of hope, but I've been failed at every stop: social work, school, police, everybody. So as much as I want it to give me hope, I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it like I can't put my whole faith into the government because of everybody that's already failed me before that we're supposed to help. So, but I do hope that this is the start and that the wheels are turning and that something is going to change.
Oh, a big thank you to Tony Louise for speaking to us tonight. Our home editor, Jason Farrell, is here with me. And you know Tony Louise, you've spoken to an incredibly impressive young woman, given what she's gone through, because you were telling me hers is one of the most shocking cases you've heard throughout your entire investigations into grooming gangs.
Yeah, I mean, I met Tony Louise 2 years ago in Glasgow, and some of the things that she said are pretty much unrepeatable as to what she saw, what happened to her, but also what she witnessed happening to very, very young children. And, you know, hearing her there, just reminding, you know, I think that when we interviewed her, it was the first time that someone actually listened to her story and she felt believed. And I think that's why a lot of the victims want to have a public inquiry, just to be listened to. They felt that they haven't. And that really powerful point she made, she didn't really want Elon Musk to be the person to bring this up. And she's quite disgusted that that's what it's taken for this to be discussed in the way that it is now being discussed.
And how frustrating for victims and survivors like Tony Louise to finally be heard, only for attention to be diverted elsewhere. And that has happened since this whole scandal was uncovered. It's getting attention now. As Tony Louise said, she's disgusted that it's taken Elon Musk to refocus people's attention, politicians' attention on it. But the irony is, when the first national inquiry was published, attention was diverted elsewhere, and you were there. You watched it unfold in real time.
Well, it was an 8-year review. It was ordered by Theresa May 2014. And on the day it was published in October 2022, the 20th of October, you remember the date, it was also the day that Liz Truss resigned. And I was sitting there with Alexis J, where you're sat now, about to interview her, and we were watching our phones. And she said, please, I'm hoping it wasn't going to happen. When it did, I said, we'll try and get this on Sky News tonight, but I really can't promise. You know, a 6-week administration had completely kind of clouded over what happened. And I think also, it wasn't just that it didn't get, we did get it onto Sky News that night. Many people didn't, but it was also the kind of disruption that came after that, different administration again. Theresa May, of course, had been Prime Minister. I think if she'd been in power, she'd have been really focused on it. But then we had an election. Some of the things that had been recommended were in the criminal justice bill that then didn't go through. So that's really the reason why the Alexis J report, I think, hasn't been properly looked at. And now it is. I mean, now some of these things are going to be put in place. So that's that's the counter argument to having the national review, is just to get on and do what's been suggested in Alexis J's report.
Okay, all right, Jason, that's all we've got time for, but we'll speak again on this because it is running. The attention, it's getting the attention it deserves, as Tony Louise has said, and we will continue that. So thank you. Just Jason Farrell there, our home editor, talking about the grooming gangs scandal. This has come here on the programme, a wave of critical incidents declared at hospitals right across the country as the National Health Service grapples with soaring flu cases. Also coming up, fresh warnings for heavy snow for the south of England. Will be live with the latest. And from the streets to the stage, we'll speak to the pianist who went from being homeless to playing sold-out shows.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent.
It takes 60 minutes to cross the Irish Sea. It took the British monarchy a century.
I've spent 30 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace.
The political parties of Northern Ireland have reached agreement.
If there's anyone who might know how to fix Northern Ireland's devolved government, it's the American architect.
Changes in circumstance require changes in approach.
The end of the political stalemate, the start of a new chapter for Northern Ireland.
I confirm that I am willing to take up the office of First Minister. My election to the post of First Minister demonstrates the change that's happening on this island.
Catholics and Protestants on different sides, now facing the same threat.
If we both contract COVID-19 and end up in hospital, religion's nothing. People here are adept at finding hope amid adversity. That's the spirit of a place that punches way above its weight. We help you understand the world with us. A toxic blue-green algae now poisoning Loch Ness. It's breaking your heart what has happened here.
It is.
This is a vital resource, a national treasure, now fighting for its very life.
They are effectively surrounded by Northern Ireland, and that makes this the most unlikely of international frontiers.
If there's a hard border, I think it'll cripple the country.
Winter is coming. Welcome to Winterfell. It's an iconic location in this globally acclaimed drama. Ophelia was the most powerful hurricane this far east in the Atlantic on record. Sky News, the full story first.
I'm James Matthews, and I'm Sky's US correspondent, based here in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump, it would appear, is about to learn his fate. There's no doubting the strength of this hurricane as it roars through. Sky News, get the full story first. Do you fear a fourth indictment?
He's from Sky News. He's from Sky News. He's entitled to ask me questions.
Surging cases of winter illnesses are sparking critical incidents at hospitals right across the country, with NHS bosses warning there's no sign that the pressure is going to let up. Patients at one hospital in Liverpool have been left waiting for more than 2 days in A&E, while many trusts are urging patients to attend alone. Our health correspondent Laura Bundock has more.
A day ago, they declared a critical incident here at Basingstoke Hospital. The response? A rapid repurposing of rooms to free up beds. This physio ward now a waiting area for patients ready for discharge.
We run generally as about 400 beds on each site. They are all full. I've obviously got people coming in and out of them every day. We've had to turn most of our surgical capacity now over to medical capacity to be able to support those patients, and we have opened extra areas.
Susan Hilliard is grateful she's going home after a stressful stay.
It was quite upsetting because there were just so many people who were ill. It did cross my mind, were people there because of COVID or flu? And I did wonder if it was flu, should they just be at home and recover at home?
Basingstoke is one of a dozen hospitals declaring a critical incident this week, all under pressure and overwhelmed with demand outstripping capacity, including the Royal Liverpool, where rising flu cases are to blame.
The nurse just came out and announced the situation today was that there were approximately 220 people waiting for different treatments, but that, you know, it's not all going to one consultant or whatever, and that they've got a lot of staff off sick, so just bear with us.
This winter crisis was predictable, reflecting a wider problem. Hospitals are struggling with services permanently under strain.
When you've got a fragile system, anything that adds to the load could tip it over the edge. And so that's why it's been so challenging. It's worth remembering that flu levels are 246% higher than they were last year and at the same level as the year before.
Basingstoke hopes the critical incident will be lifted by the weekend, but others warn the worst is still to come, with winter viruses yet to peak. Laura Bundock, Sky News.
Let's get reaction now from Matthew Taylor, the Chief Executive of the NHS Confederation, that warned that this was on the way. And here it is. What's your reaction to what's unfolding?
It's a very difficult time for the NHS. You know, things are always tough at this time of year. We have fewer beds than similar health systems, which means that at a time when demand is very high, then we come under a huge pressure. I spoke to a leader today, for example, who's got over 100, in fact, getting near to 150 patients, medical patients, who are additional to the patients that they would want to normally have. So there's a number of them who are in beds in the corridor, in the emergency department. There's a group of them who are in surgical beds that would normally be safe for people having elective procedures. And there's a group of them who are in wards which are, or bays that are normally designed for, say, 5 people, but they've got 6 beds in that bay. So, you know, that's not untypical of the kinds of pressures that the health service is under at this time. And, you know, we know what fundamentally drives it is a combination of the main issue, which is the people arriving at the front door of the hospital with a number of different infections at this time of year, but also the challenge of getting people to leave out of hospital who are ready to leave. And there can sometimes be challenges around having the staff to be able to process those people to leave, but also having community capacity for those people to move into.
You've highlighted quite a few of the issues there. Is one of them also the fact that winter illnesses are actually on the rise this season? Is that unusual, particularly flu? I know there's been a concerted effort. You know, I've seen it, the campaign to get those who are vulnerable, the young and the elderly vaccinated. Is flu particularly bad this year, and why?
Flu is bad this year, although it's not actually as bad as it was 2 years ago when we were coming out of COVID. But it's the combination of flu. You know, again, I spoke to another leader yesterday. Their issue had really been norovirus more than flu, and you know, particularly there the issue around kind of infection control, because you don't want an infection like that running right in a hospital. And of course, there are issues here also about staff illness. There's still COVID around. There's respiratory illnesses. But the other thing that I'm hearing from a whole number of leaders is about what we call acuity, which is how sick people are. You know, generally, you know, flu, norovirus, these things are very unpleasant, but most of us can sit it out. We can take painkillers or whatever. We can stay in bed, take a few days off work. Overwhelmingly, the people who end up in hospital are people who have got other illnesses, long-term conditions, or people who are very socially isolated, so they have absolutely no support at all when they're sick. So what I'm hearing from a number of different hospitals is that it's partly the numbers, but also how sick those people are.
Yeah, and they're the people who need help to get out of hospital because they get stuck, don't they? They get stuck in beds because they've got no support in the community. There's no social care for them, or there's, you know, scarce resources for them to go home, so they end up stuck in hospital. And that's not going to ease up anytime soon, is it? It's not going to ease up this winter period, maybe not the next, maybe not the one after that, because it's at the heart of this, the problem with social care and the lack of attention that's, you know, being given to it at the moment by the government.
So the issue of hospital discharge is a complex one. It's a number of factors. It's partly to do with the capacity of the hospital. So, you know, I talked earlier, didn't I, about a hospital with 150 or so medical patients beyond what their normal capacity would be. The clinicians working with those patients are clinicians who are not available to undertake the kind of assessments and processes to get people to be able to leave the hospital. Yes, there are gaps in social care. Sometimes there's gaps in the NHS's own provision in community services or in terms of the capacity of virtual care at home. So it's a complex problem. But of course, you're right about social care. And, you know, the government has announced some small changes at the same time as it also announced the commission. But we will be hoping, I think, along with local government organisations, that whilst this commission is taking place, it's still possible to make some improvements to invest further in social care, because those gaps in social care, yes, they're a problem in terms of the kind of back door of the hospital, but social care also plays a vital role in prevention. You know, part of the reason why some people arrive at the front door of the hospital is because they are isolated. If we had better social care, they might have the support to enable them to cope at home.
Matthew Taylor, always good to talk to you. Thank you so much for coming on to the programme to react to the critical incidents happening up and down the UK when it comes to the NHS. That's Matthew Taylor there, Chief Executive of the NHS Confederation. Thank you. Still to come on the UK tonight, fresh snow alerts with warnings of travel problems and potential power cuts in the south of England. We'll have the latest for you. 14-year-old boy who was stabbed to death on a bus in southeast London has been named today as Becka. The teenager died at the scene yesterday in Woolwich. Police are continuing to search for his attacker. Sky's Adele Robinson has this report.
An aspiring drill rapper.
To the music, trust me, broski, can go clear.
But just 2 weeks after posting this video, Becka was murdered, 14 years old, stabbed to death on a bus. It happened in the middle of the day, before 2:30 p.m. on Tuesday, on a double-decker bus in Woolwich. Kellyan died shortly after medics and the air ambulance arrived. Roy filmed Kellyan's latest video. He said the teenager was supposed to do another with him this month.
He was just like a cool kid, do you know what I mean? Just like any other kid I met. He seemed a bit more, do you know what I mean, wiser for his age. And then, yeah, I was just speaking to him about his music career. He said he just started, he wanted to carry on doing music. And the worst thing as well, he was just telling me about his friend that passed away not long ago.
He had plans as well.
Yeah, so after the video came out, it was doing well, got about 4,000 views, which is good for an independent person, no promotion or nothing. So we thought, yeah, this is going somewhere, let's go again.
Mark works to tackle youth knife crime in London. He says Kellyan paid a floral tribute just weeks ago to another teenager stabbed to death in September.
If you strip away the clothing that he's wearing, that seems to be, which is a trend, and you strip away the grime videos or whatever, you see a child behind that, and you see the type of person that bought the flowers in tribute of a guy that passed away in September. You don't see a gang member that's been, you know, tagged, or social media says that he's a ruthless guy. You see the art of somebody that wanted to give flowers to somebody.
While Kellyan's family believe he was groomed by gangs and the police hunt his killer, the reality is this 14-year-old boy won't be the last child victim of London's knife crime. Adele Robinson, Sky News.
There are warnings. Heavy snow could cause major travel disruption and leave rural communities in the southwest completely cut off. Temperatures are expected to fall as low as -16 degrees Celsius in parts of the country this week. Well, an amber warning is in place until 9 o'clock tonight, covering parts of Devon, Somerset, Cornwall and Dorset. There's also a yellow warning for snow covering southern counties until midnight on Wednesday. Well, these pictures are from Sussex, where there's already severe travel disruption, with some roads being completely blocked. The Met Office is also warning of potential power cuts. Let's speak now to Sky's Molly Malone. Molly, talk to us about where you are and what's happening.
So here in Hove, we've seen, haven't we, wintry weather conditions, particularly this evening, sort of making difficult journeys for travellers, for commuters. And it seems those weather conditions are only tightening their grip this evening. Where I am, just to give you a sense, behind me, we've seen a stretch of cars. Speaking to them, they say they've pretty much been here for the last at least half an hour, 40 minutes or so. The snow settling at times. It was much more difficult during that commuter hour earlier, but even now, looking down, the snow around me is settling on the ground, even amongst the rain. Now we've got snowy amber alerts lasting through until 9 o'clock, so for the next half an hour or so. But it seems the situation is still very much a live one. We saw an abandoned bus just now abandoned there because they'd run out of working hours. They had to leave it because the queues were too bad heading down this road. And we've just heard that there are extended warnings of ice heading into tomorrow as well. Forecasters are predicting somewhere in the region of -16 in parts of the country. So while it's snow here, elsewhere it'll be really, really cold. And it's not just disruption, which we've seen over the course of the last couple of days with really dangerous conditions for many people. But of course, with that comes the cold freeze and that UK health alert for really cold conditions. Some of what was snow turning to slush, but that will no doubt turn to ice as it really gets chillier overnight. And that's what authorities are fearful of for vulnerable people, really worrying that actually freezing weather conditions combined with disruption for commuters make for some really quite treacherous and difficult conditions.
Molly Malone in Hove, thank you. Still to come on the programme, from rough sleeping to sold-out shows, we'll speak to the pianist raising thousands for charity after he went viral on social media. Plus, news of a new man in charge at West Ham following the sacking of their manager this morning.
big stories don't always come from big cities.
I'm Lisa Dowd and I'm Sky's Midlands correspondent.
You are not getting in this elevator, okay?
The judge made it very clear that she could see no justifiable reason why Sakinah wasn't here facing British justice.
I promised I would get him justice.
Free, wherever you get your news.
This is what they're up against. The wind is the really big problem. It is back-breaking work and the smoke is thick. It's been working well. Water levels are dropping, but no one knows what impact further rain will have. What would you do if this place wasn't open? This is the exact spot in Nottingham where their 19-year-old son, Barnaby Webber, lost his life.
I just think it's so cruel and so harsh.
It's really scary. We're terrified.
In this community, I'm told that everybody knows someone affected by COVID.
Hopefully this will be the last wave.
Sky News gets the full story first.
Change seems tantalisingly close in this corner of the UK. Wales was the first to introduce the plastic bag charge. It's legal to let go.
Set the speed and take the hands off.
It's almost driverless, but not quite. Hans is a highly trained police dog.
The force is incredible.
It's really frightening, actually. This is my patch, my specialism. It's also my home.
Two clubs separated by a 3.5-mile stretch of urban North London. The North London derby occupies centre stage. And it's a beautiful finish. He has circled, that's just stunning. The North London derby, only on Peacock.
Hello, welcome back. You're watching the UK Tonight. On the way, the homeless man who went from the streets to the stage thanks to his amazing piano playing. He's joining us in the studio shortly. But first, it's time for a look at the sports news. Teddy's standing by.
Staying connected is vital for business. Sky Business sponsors this report.
I'm striving to find out how our Games Academy system works. I've heard from the very best managers.
20 years ago, if you had talent, you could be at the top, but now is not enough.
I've heard from the very best players.
You get your first contract when you're 8, 9, year on year you're fighting for a contract.
I've heard from those who've had their dreams shattered.
I'm so out of love with it, I don't want to be here.
Coming up in this episode, I'll find out exactly how the system works.
The two biggest periods of success in Manchester United's history have been driven by young academy players.
The way we do things may be slightly different, predominantly because we've been doing it longer than anyone else. Our youth program's 90 years old, and we're trying to build a program that sees the boys reach their full potential. Ultimately, you know, the utopia is we want to support players to go and play in our first team, and we've been brilliant at that over the years.
The relationship that the academy have with the first team, with the manager, with the director of football, chief executive, how close is that, Nick?
Youth development is the centre of this football club because of Matt Busby, because of Sir Alex, because of Munich, because of the Champions Leagues that we won. The youth sat at the heart of it. It's a way of life.
The two biggest periods of success in Manchester United's history have been driven by young academy players. It's everywhere you walk when you come into the club. Yeah, that's the biggest thing I always had from the manager, was that he believed in me.
Yeah.
So he helped you, he guided you, you know, he let you know on certain terms when he needed to, that when you weren't at your level or you weren't doing what you wanted to do, but always felt that the manager believed in me, and as a young player, that's all you could wish for.
The way we've always worked has been to consider developing the young person as well as the player. I think your best chance of reaching your full potential as a footballer is if you're a really good kid with some kind of well-rounded quality.
Sky Business sponsors this report.
A very special guest coming up, but first let's take a quick look at the weather. It is cold out there tonight, a northerly flow keeping it cold all week. Snow and extensive overnight frost, but it will turn milder for the weekend. The Met Office have an amber warning for snow over the high ground of southwest England. That expires at 9 o'clock tonight, so in about 10 minutes' time. Yellow warnings for snow and ice cover many other southern and western parts tonight. Southern England, wet this evening, outbreaks of rain, sleet, and mainly hill snow with some disruption there possible, especially over southwestern hills. Elsewhere, most places looking fine, but there will be some wintry showers near exposed, mainly northern coasts. Central parts will see fog thickening up as well. Rain, sleet and snow in the south will mostly clear overnight, perhaps lingering in the far southeast, but wintry showers will continue around northern and increasingly western coasts. An extensive frost, severe in places, will bring some icy stretches and some dense freezing fog over central parts. Now, you may have seen my next guest after he went viral on social media, playing Bohemian Rhapsody on the piano at a church in Penzance. Reese Wynne-Jones, who was rough sleeping at the time, walked into the Night Church project looking for help, but he left people stunned when he started to play the piano. Reese has since raised thousands of pounds for charity by holding a series of concerts across Cornwall. Let's have a little listen. I am resisting the urge to sing. Everyone in my ear is singing. Reese, I won't subject you to that. You don't need that accompanying your beautiful piano playing. Really lovely to meet you. Thank you for coming in to see us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, talk to me about the day that you walked into the project.
It was at night time. It was a Saturday night. I was sleeping rough at the time. I had nowhere to go. My mental health was really bad. And I just didn't want to be near anybody at all. And the homeless community that I was sharing the streets with were concerned about me. So they said, come to Night Church Penzance. They got free ham and cheese toasties and you need to warm up because it's going to be a cold night tonight. So I went reluctantly. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want to say anything to anyone. They gave me a cup of tea and I warmed up. And then the leader of the Night Church came across and said, is there anything else we can do for you? And I saw how big the church was and I thought, I wonder if there's a piano, because piano has helped me so much with all the dark moments in my life, like from when I got bullied at school, for when I suffered a very difficult home life. And but I never expected the piano to do this to me.
Well, let's talk about that moment. So there was a piano in the church and presumably other people are there as well, you know, the homeless community, getting warm, having something to eat, the volunteers. And you sat down at the piano. And what did you play? What was the reaction?
I played a little bit of classical at first because I was very cold at the time and doing the fast stuff.
Just to warm your fingers up, yeah.
And I played Bohemian Rhapsody as well. Now, whilst I was playing Bohemian Rhapsody, I was recorded. And I didn't know I was being recorded at the time. And it was only a couple of days after when people were recognising me on the street, saying, you're that piano player, you're really good. And I was thinking to myself,
how did they know?
Yeah. And I went back to the church and they said, you got 12,000 views overnight. That's astounding. And then there was all these comments saying that I should do a concert. And it took me a while to get round to that idea, but...
Well, because that's quite a big step, isn't it?
It
From
is.
playing the piano just to sort of get your head straight and to take you to your safe place, you're now on stage performing to hundreds of people across Cornwall, and there's interest right across the UK for you to go and perform elsewhere. What was that like, that level of interest? Because you're doing it to raise money for charities, for homeless charities, to help people that had been affected like you.
When you're homeless, it's not what society thinks it is. is a situation you don't know about until you're in it. I mean, it's a common misconception that people think you've lost everything when you're homeless, but the reality is far more horrific than that. You're continuously losing everything. I mean, first, yeah, you lose your house, your job, but then your relationships start to deteriorate, and you start losing possessions, and then you've got people all around you that are suffering with this as well. And I've seen a lot of horrible things. And when I said, okay, I'll do the concert, Night Church said, you can take the money for yourself to help you get back on your feet. But after seeing all that, how can I?
Yeah. Well, you've raised thousands of pounds so far for other people in your situation. You know, like you said, not raising it for yourself. How are you doing now?
A few people have said to me that I'm living the dream. Well, it is a bit of a dream, like going from the streets to...
Totally surreal, I would imagine.
It is. It's when people say living the dream, they imagine it to be a beautiful, accomplished feeling. But in reality, I'm just in a constant state of disbelief, and I'm emotionally overwhelmed 24/7.
Well, listen, it's helping you, and I know that you are living, you're in supported living at the moment, and that's helping you get back on your feet. This is helping. Reece, you're going to play for us. I know one of your heroes is Matthew Bellamy from Muse. He's a local lad, Devon. I thought you might play a Muse song, but you've got one of your own songs to play us out tonight. So would you like to go over to the piano and you can play us out tonight on the UK Tonight? What a treat, what a treat. Off you go, Reece. Thank you very much. Well, Reece is going to play us out tonight. We will be back at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. The World with Yalda Hakeem follows us. Reece, take it away.
Last show of the year, 4 days to Christmas. So naturally, we've been making a list. And yes, we have checked it twice. It's short and it's traditional. Gold, the gift of kings. Actually, he's already picked up quite a bit in his side hustle with a bullion firm. But enough to make him ruler. Not quite yet. Frankincense, the gift of priests. Until recently, nobody thought she had a prayer. But maybe, just maybe, the congregation's beginning to listen again. Myrrh, the gift of, well, undertakers. Obviously, he's not dead yet, but 2026 could be the year his party starts looking for a sacrificial lamb. After a grim first full year in office, I'll speak to the Labour Party chair, Anna Turley. The leaders had a better few months, but the party still seemed buried in the polls. I'll speak to Conservative Deputy Chair Matt Vickers. And with a British couple facing Christmas under detention in Iran, we'll talk to their son, Joe Bennett. Plus, with us throughout the show, co-host of the Politics at Sam and Anne's podcast, Anne McElvoy, former Conservative advisor Salma Shah, and former Lib Dem advisor Polly Mackenzie. Welcome to Sunday Morning with Trevor Phillips. Shockingly, there are people who believe that Santa is not a real person. Given that small folk might be watching TV at this time of day, we're not allowed by the authorities to broadcast such slanders. Young minds need to be protected from fake news. I know that some of our guests would love to have a rule preventing us from casting doubt on the claims they make. Mr. Trump stopped 8 wars. Labour kick-started growth. Liz Truss's premiership was just a collective hallucination. Fortunately, we are permitted to question politicians' fantasies. You know the sort of thing. You hear them week after week, right here. That tax rise that looks like a tax rise isn't really a tax rise. There will never be a Tory reform deal. the country can afford the triple lock on pensions. Not to mention that we'll employ more doctors, teachers and police officers, build 300,000 new homes a year, stop the boats and save billions by introducing AI without the slightest impact on public services. And of course, great one, our party leader is an underappreciated genius who has my full support and who I would never dream of trying to replace. Well, I'm professionally skeptical, but for me, the great redeeming feature of most of the individuals we interview is that I think they do genuinely believe what they're saying at the moment they're saying it. All that said, this year we haven't been short of you couldn't make it up moments in politics. We'll be revisiting some of the best later in the show. But first, let's get up to date with what's on ministers' minds as we head for the holiday season. Let's see how Labour's feeling about its first full year back in office. And I can speak now to the party's chair, Anna Turley. Good morning.
Good morning, Trevor. Hi.
Before we get on to the politics, later I'll be talking to Joe Bennett, whose parents, Lindsay and Craig Foreman, are going to spend Christmas week locked up in Tehran's Evin prison. Are you aware if the Foremans have actually been charged with anything?
I'm afraid I'm not aware of that at the moment, but I'm sure as a government we'll be doing everything we can to meet with the family and to find out everything we can about the situation and to assist.
But what is the Foreign Office actually saying to the Iranians? I mean, these people have been there since, I think, the 3rd of January this year.
Obviously, this is a really, really difficult situation for them and for their families, and we think about them particularly at this time of year. So I'm sure the Foreign Secretary will be doing everything that they can to assist them, and it's something, of course, that the government takes seriously. We care for every British citizen around the country, so I know that this time of year we'll be working hard to do everything we can to support the family.
All right, let's get on to the hard politics. The leader of the opposition said the following: "We have a prime minister who is so scared of being unpopular that he's incapable of taking tough decisions until it's too late." Not Kemi Badenoch, in fact, but Keir Starmer speaking of Boris Johnson in 2020. But wouldn't those words apply just as accurately to Starmer himself after 18 months of U-turns?
No, we've taken a lot of difficult decisions this year. We've had to stabilise the economy after really inheriting an absolute wreck in the economy and public services on their knees. So we've had to do some really difficult things, but we've stabilised the economy. We're starting to see that recovery grow. And as we go into the new year, I'm really optimistic about delivering the kind of change that people voted for last year and to see them starting to see and feel it in their pockets and in their local communities. For example, we know that we've seen wages go up more in 10 months than they went up under 10 years under the Conservatives. And there's a £500 improvement now in people's real terms wages above when we took power. So that's a real tangible difference to people's lives, alongside the huge raft of things that we've brought in to help people with the cost of living, whether that's spreading free school meals, wider access to free school meals, bringing in breakfast clubs, supporting with free nursery and childcare. These are really important issues that are going to make a real difference to people's ability to put food on the table and support their families. And this is the kind of change that Labour came in to deliver.
Is the problem here with the voters that they just haven't noticed how lucky they've been? You've lost 14 points in polls since the election. What's gone wrong?
Well, I think rightly people are impatient for change. We all are. And people voted for change. That was on the front of our manifesto last year. But it takes time to deliver that. It takes time to stabilise things from the chaos that we inherited. For example, our employment rights bill, which is going to have a huge impact on people in terms of more maternity and paternity rights, that's only just been able to get through Parliament. So change takes time to deliver, especially when you had to have the inheritance that we had for getting public services on their knees. But yes, we're starting to see improvements in the NHS. Satisfaction is on the up. We've delivered 5 million more appointments. This is real tangible change. And of course, we know things are still tough for people. You know, we live in the real world. We know, things are still hard. But I'm conscious with every single day that goes by next year, people will really start to see and feel more money in their pockets, better public services when they're looking for an appointment with the doctor, their streets and their neighbourhoods looking better and better. And that change takes time, but we will be delivering that in the new year. And I'm confident people will really start to see that.
Can I suggest an alternative reason for the voters apparently not having noticed all this wonderfulness, do we need to count the promises that you made that haven't got delivered? Winter fuel allowance cut, promised but not delivered. No tax rises, promised but not delivered. Day one rights in the employment bill that you've just talked about, promised but not delivered. Trans guidance, promised but not delivered. I could do this all morning. Isn't the problem here that every time you've been confronted with one of these difficult choices you mentioned a couple of minutes ago, actually what's happened is you've run away, and maybe that's the reason the voters haven't been noticing all the wonderful things you've done?
No, not at all. Of course, there's so many things that we needed to fix. Like I said, we're already delivering on the NHS with more appointments,
my point is
more
you didn't
GPs.
fix them. Every time you said you were going to do something, you did something else.
Well, there's a huge amount of things to be dealt with, and of course, there are things that come down the track. We've had to deal with, big international challenges as well. The Prime Minister's delivered, 4 trade deals. He's been out across the world restoring Britain's place in the world. There's so many important things that we had to tackle with, but we were absolutely delivering on our manifesto pledge. Like I said, we've just delivered the Employment Rights Bill, which people will start to see and feel with greater maternity and paternity rights next year. We're delivering Pride in Place, putting money right back into the heart of communities like mine, so people can see and feel it on their high streets. We're delivering on the NHS. We're delivering in schools. Those breakfast clubs are going to send children to schools with full bellies ready to learn. We're going to lift 500,000 children out of poverty. These are really big things that we are delivering on, that we came into government to change. That's the kind of change that we'll start to see and feel next year. This is the kind of change that a Labour government is delivering, putting people and particularly children at the forefront of that change.
Well, let's take a very concrete example. At the centre of the Chancellor's promise was growth. And she said that she was going to sweep away all the planning constraints, that infrastructure was going to be, the infrastructure plan was going to be freed. People in Leeds, not so far from where you are, were told they'd finally get a new tram that had been discussed since 1993. This week, you pushed that back to the end of the 2030s. I mean, what really is the point?
Well, we're delivering a huge change. Your £1.5 million houses that we're going to deliver by the election.
Of something that you said would happen and was great, and you're absolutely not delivering that.
But I mean, in transport as a whole, we're capping bus fares, which is what makes a real difference to people's lives. We've brought the railways back under national control so that we can freeze fares for the first time in 30 years. These are real tangible things. And of course, we've got to take difficult decisions because, we don't have the money that we'd like to have to deliver all of the projects that we would love to dream of. But we're doing the real things that make a tangible difference to people's lives. As I said, freezing rail fares, cutting freezing bus fares as well, and delivering on the services that matter to help people get to work, to help them get about their day-to-day lives. These are the kind of transport outcomes that we're delivering that make a real difference to people's lives. This is real Labour values in action, and it's making people feel it in their pockets.
The former Housing Minister, Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner, sat here when she was still in that job and said, no worries, 1.5 million homes. We're going to be getting on to 300,000 homes a year. You haven't even got near 200,000 housing starts.
Look, again, as I said, these things take time to deliver. Everyone wants change tomorrow, and that's the world that we live in, and we understand that. But I know Steve Reed, the new Housing Secretary, is absolutely obsessed with this. I've seen him in his baseball cap saying, build, baby, build. We're delivering the legislation. We're putting everything in place to deliver these houses because we know that young people in particular want to get their foot on the housing ladder. And we know that for a generation, people have been left behind without the ability to get the homes that they need. And that's what this Labour government is delivering.
All right. Is Keir Starmer still going to be leader of your party next Christmas?
Of course, absolutely. As I said, people will really start to see and feel the change in their pockets. Keir's got a very clear vision for making sure that people can really deal with the cost of living, that public services will get back on their knees, on their feet. And he's building a Britain that is one that is tolerant, that is open, that is confident in itself, and that is really about renewal and investment in young people, as opposed to the division and the decline of the opposition. And I've sat around that cabinet table, and there is a team there that are ruthlessly focused on delivering on their day-to-day basis, whether it's the NHS, NHS, whether it's education, whether it's defence, whether it's housing. This is a team behind him that's determined to deliver on the promises that we made last year and to support a Prime Minister that's got a clear vision for a renewal of this country against division and decline that the opposition offer.
Delivery, clear vision, all the rest of it. The electorate doesn't seem to be buying it. He is the most unpopular Prime Minister still since they started counting these ratings. Is that why you're allowing councils to put off elections until next year?
No, not at all. We're undertaking the biggest change in local government in 50 years, and that takes time. And councils have come to us saying that they don't feel that they've got the ability to manage this process. So we're engaging with them, and it's right that we don't put things forward for an election when councils don't feel that they've got the capacity and the ability to deliver them. So it's really important that we have this conversation. We do it in a managed way. This is a huge programme of local government reform, and it's right that we do it sensibly and calmly, and that takes time to deliver.
You know, if I were interviewing somebody in Latin America or Africa and they said what you've just said to me, you'd already be saying banana republic, speechifying about the dangers of authoritarianism. If the government were to find that there was some complex reorganization going on, for example, somebody might have pledged to get rid of the House of Lords and they might be deciding to do that in 2028. Might that be a reason to put off a general election in 2028, 29?
No, we've still got a huge amount of elections coming up this year in Scotland, in Wales, all of London are out. We've got elections across the country. We've got a huge programme of elections coming up in May. So you can't...
You've given 63 local authorities the option to delay their election so they can stay in office for another year. You know, it's probably rather cheap to say turkeys and Christmas and what are they going to choose? But really?
Well, the reality is we're moving to unitary council processes. There's a huge restructuring of local government, and it's really difficult for them to manage that alongside, you know, running elections as well. So they're very clear with us that they want to have the time to do this properly. We're in discussion and debate with them, but the priority is we've got a huge programme of elections this May. But the reality is, while we're undertaking massive restructuring, as I said, the biggest in a generation, it's really important that we give councils the capacity to do this so they don't keel over.
All right, so just to be absolutely clear for viewers who are currently shouting at the television screen, even if things are difficult and there is reorganisation of Westminster, as I say, you promised to get rid of the House of Lords, there is going to be no delay on a general election.
We promised to get rid of hereditary peers, and we're undertaking that programme. So, you know, that is ongoing. And, you know, the general elections always come at the decision of the Prime Minister. And that's the reality of the process that we have in this country. And I'm looking forward to spending the next couple of years setting out our programme for reform and delivery for the country.
Yeah, there's an outer limit, which I think is January 2029 or something like that. And what I'm not hearing you saying is that this Labour government can't see any circumstances on which you would choose to do what you've done in local authorities, for local authorities, and delay a general election, which I've got to say, I'm finding surprising that you can't just say no general election will go beyond the 5-year term.
Well, of course, the general election will come. The House of Lords aren't elected, so I'm a bit sort of confused as to why House of Lords reform would impact on a general election. So there's no change to a plan for a general election, but there is, of course, you know, a lot of reorganisation going on at the local government level. We've got to run these elections.
But all right,
no.
All right.
I'm not sure where this has come from, but no, we're not.
Okay.
I mean, I'm thinking about the elections in May. That's our priority, and setting out our programme to come over the days, weeks, and months ahead for what we're delivering for people in their communities.
Do you think about the elections of May that have been delayed? Anyway, look, let me come back to
there's loads of elections happening in May, Trevor. I'm focused on Scotland and Wales and London.
Let's come back to the thing that you appear to think is most important. On reform, you've been attacking Nigel Farage as a Putin apologist and a racist for months. Reform is polling. Wales, you mentioned Wales. Let's take Wales. Reform is polling at 30% in Wales, one of the birthplaces of the Labour movement. You are down to 10%. The strategy to kill off reform's failing pretty dramatically, isn't it?
Well, we're just focused on going for every single vote at the moment. Reforms offered to the country is really clear in my view. They offer decline, they offer division, they offer intolerance. They've got nothing to help people with the cost of living. They've got no plan for the NHS other than to privatise it and bring in an insurance model. They've opposed all of our workers' rights that are supporting people on maternity and paternity pay. They would offer tax cuts to the richest. There's nothing about reform that would support working people. So we're absolutely determined day by day. We'll set out our vision for the country. We'll deliver for people in their pockets, in their public services and in their local communities. And we'll start to see the difference as we come into the new year, and we'll fight for every single vote.
You're determined. You're going to fight for every vote. Look, we know each other. You're a realistic person. You've never lost an election in Wales. You are heading for an absolute belting. Wouldn't it be time for you to acknowledge that something dramatic has happened to your party? And let me give you perhaps one explanation. Nobody likes your leader. He's got the worst personal ratings since they've been counted.
Well, midterm elections are always hard for every single government coming in. And I'm old enough to remember new Labour governments, which lost over 1,000 councillors in 1999. You know, it's always a challenge when people have voted a party in on the manifesto of change and they want, and quite rightly, demand change to happen urgently. We've got to prove that. And in Wales, you know, we've got a good track record. We've got important things to fight for around the NHS, around pride in our communities, big investment going in there into jobs and opportunities for young people. That's the programme that we're bringing to people against a programme of division and decline, which offers nothing on the NHS, nothing for working people in Wales. And it's our job to continue to make that case.
Let me just ask you very quick. It's a sort of personal question, really. Is it going to be your job as party chair next May, after you get a thumping, to tell the Prime Minister that the game's up and that the last great service he can do for the party is to resign?
Nonsense, not at all. We're a team. We've got a great Prime Minister. We're united behind him. We'll continue to keep battling that. And it's the job that gets me out of bed every morning is to think about my community here in Becka, to put more money into people's pockets, to get jobs and opportunities for young people, and to help our communities get a real boost so that people know the country has got a really strong, positive future and that Labour is delivering on their public services, on their cost of living and on the things that really matter to them.
Anna Turley, thank you for your time this morning.
Thanks very much. Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas, yeah. Well, let's see what our panel made of all that. We're joined all morning by the co-host of the Politics at Sam and Anne's podcast, Anne McElvoy of Politicos, former Conservative advisor Salma Shah, and the former Lib Dem advisor Polly Mackenzie. And I always remember this as a time of, school reports. And I suspect that if we were giving Anna Turley school report, it would be Anna is distinguished for her optimism.
We could also say Anna tries hard, even when the lesson seems to be a difficult one for Anna Turley. I mean, having to go out there for Labour and repeat those lines. I do sometimes wonder whether they, could vary the language a bit more. But that those are the sort of press officer lines that you were getting back, despite your many provocations, Trevor. I think the difficulty is that
moi.
The difficulty is not only the raw state of the polling, but the sort of fizziness that we've been seeing in the run-up to the year end, where everybody seems to be giving interviews. Wes Streeting's out again today telling us that he's not running for leader, with a lovely picture of him going for a walk in a forest. And so it's a bit like the tone of this, we are simply getting on with delivering, just seems to be contradictory to the mood and the noises of. I think they're in genuine difficulty about the postponement of these local elections as well. It's you picked up on the good Nigel Farage. It's always on the nose, isn't it? With Farage, but turkeys don't vote for Christmas. Remember, over half of the places where these are being put off and postponed for quite a long time now, some of them until 2028, are in Labour hands, and a lot of them are very threatened by reform. What will voters really think of that? They weren't that keen in voting in local elections. I'm not sure that they like them being shoved off for so long.
Salma, tiny little detail here. Conservatives have crossed over. They're above Labour for the first time since the election.
I know, and it's incredibly surprising, but the whole sort of dividing line on the economy has been incredibly helpful for the Conservatives, because not only is it a division with Labour, it's also a division with Reform, and clear blue water for the Conservatives to actually start taking some of that old support back, and indeed maybe even going into some Lib Dem territory. There's always been that, I think, conflict between whether we chase Reform voters or whether we chase Lib Dem voters in order to sort of push out from our base and our core. But I do think it's quite surprising hearing Anna Turley, at this point in government, not really having a consistent message or narrative to sort of put out there. It was, as you say, sort of press officer lines, not really delivered in a way that felt genuine. And I think that is the disconnect between what Labour is attempting to do in government and creating that narrative and that messaging that might actually help them turn the corner. You've already had sort of Morgan McSweeney, it's been briefed out to the papers.
The Prime Minister's Chief of Staff.
At this retreat that they've had at Chequers, sort of saying 2026 is going to be a point in which we turn the corner. But we don't know that yet, because the signs in the economy are still poor. And Anna Turley kept referring to cost of living. She kept referring to putting money back into people's pockets. Well, that's fine, but some people would argue that having put subsidised rail tickets, rail fares, subsidised bus fares, having had all these subsidies, that's actually a net negative for the economy. So I don't know what we're going to do next year.
Polly, I must say, I think Anna made a good fist of trying to explain what they tried to do, but nobody seems to have noticed.
I think that is a challenge. I mean, I was surprised seeing her there on the Redcar coast with all these wind turbines behind her to not hear her talk about growth and jobs in the green economy. Actually, Ed Miliband is one of the few cabinet ministers who really has got a clear agenda driving it through that is leveraging significant amounts of kind of private capital investment into creating jobs. But again, I think they've ended up in the same position that David Cameron got into, of feeling like, oh, well, it's a bit woke sounding. It sounds like we don't care about people's bills. And so whilst this one area where they really are trying to create growth and jobs has turned, a bit as Salma says, into something that's really just about getting money back into people's pockets. The challenge is that something like that, the rail fare freeze, reduces the headroom for investment in the rail sector. By contrast, in housing, actually, they have done something much more sensible, which is go back to having housing association rents rising in order to put investment into the sector. So it's a sort of messy thing. And I think that is driven primarily by the chaos of having a number 10 that is coordinated and led by somebody who knows and is brilliant at campaigning. But actually, number 10,
McSweeney again.
Morgan McSweeney. Number 10 needs to be led by somebody who cares primarily about how to run the country. And making sure that you're managing the politics of that is critical, but it's running the country well whilst getting the politics right, not getting the politics right in order to sometimes think about running the country. And every so often, great delivery strategy is actually working for this government because the campaigners haven't looked at it yet. And they just need to flip that prioritisation.
And you follow all of these people closely and so on. And it's interesting listening to the three of you. I'm beginning to wonder, who is actually running the country? Is it a bloke called Starmer? Or is it a bloke called McSomething?
Or is it someone else? Because inside number 10, it's pretty obvious that there've been a lot of turf wars, a lot of changes. To Polly's last point, there's just been a reshuffle on health, on who's supposed to be advising the Prime Minister on health. Obviously, there's a bridge there to Wes Streeting, the shy and retiring.
Oh, is he running the country?
The shy, he could well be the shy soon, the shy and retiring health secretary. But you do need people who care more about policy. And one of the things that almost seems too boring to say now, it's like the bread and butter of how this works. We talk a lot about turf wars in number 10 for the Prime Minister's ear, who's closer to him. Tim Allen's a very powerful communications director, but there's obviously been a bit of a shift in the way that they've gone about messaging, much more open perhaps to the idea of this broad centre-left sort of grouping that they need to go after, rather than the sort of old New Labour ways that you'll remember of trying to sort of grab the centre ground and even be a bit more more right of centre. I think that's a little bit confused where that lands. But ultimately, as Polly's suggesting, if you don't really have a grip on delivery, the people who've really fallen out of windows, fortunately not in a Russian way, but, in a polite democratic way, are those who've been involved with delivery. Those delivery units have been utterly chaotic. So it's not really surprising that some of this are probably the only ministries that are getting their work done are the ones that are just getting on with it. I think they've just got to decide, number 10, where to step forward and where they should just step back and let the departments do their work.
Am I making too big a deal of this offer to local councils to delay local elections? It just seems very curious to me.
No, not at all. I think you're bang on, actually. Well, I think, Polly and I have a difference of opinion on this.
Okay.
I think that it's all well and good to say there's going to be this huge reform, so what we've got to do is delay the election. I mean, surely you would delay the reform and have the election and then deliver on the reform. That would be the sensible way to do it. And let's not forget that these elections have been delayed once already. So it's just this hiding to nothing if you just say, well, we can't do it for this technocratic reason. But I know Polly thinks it might be a bit much to sort of talk about
I think
corruption.
it's a bit overblown to suggest this is corruption, right? Because as she says, there are those big elections in Scotland, in Wales, in London. And, the idea that Keir Starmer's going to get off scot-free in May without having some bad electoral tests is kind of nonsense. I think the challenge with this government always is that they are often trying to do things that are in conflict, right? They're trying to grow the economy, but they're also trying to slash immigration. And we know that additional people mean additional kind of GDP. So those things are in conflict. They're trying to build lots of houses, but they're also trying to reorganize local government, which designs local plans. And so actually it's a huge conflict. Personally, I would have.
But
I would
grown-up
have not
government
bothered with
can
the
walk and
reform.
chew gum at the same time.
Yes.
Well, can they? I mean, this is the entire problem, isn't it, about delivery?
You have to prioritise. And if you've got that instability at local government level, it will affect the house building. So what I would have done is pause the local government reform, get the house building numbers up. But if you are going ahead with the local government reform, actually delaying it means you're pushing back your house building delivery even further. And that is the one thing that's most likely to deliver cost of living benefits and actual growth to the government. So if you're thinking about 2028, 2029, you need to get the house building working, which means that the reform has to go ahead.
I have to say, it doesn't really matter who's running things in number 10. I suspect they're going to be transfixed by this set of numbers here, which is, as we've heard, Wales. I think they used to say that the Labour Party owes more to Methodism than Marx, meaning the Welsh chapels. This was the origins of Wales. Nobody in Wales thinks of voting anything else but Labour, but look at it now. What the heck's happened here?
I mean, I think this is what's happening across the country, which is an absolute reaction against mainstream politics. And we've seen it. We've talked about this, I think, in various forms for at least the last decade. Probably one of the reasons, actually, there was a coalition that was thrown up in 2010, post-financial crisis. And since then, we've sort of lurched from all these different types of electoral pacts, and underlying that is actually a real fragility in the way that we voted. But this is the new normal.
We're now in five, six-party politics.
But it's still not clear, even on that. It's extraordinary. It's just totting up in my head there, Trevor. You could take those top two, Plaid and Reform, and they take the three underneath. You take three of the four. It would need those three to equal about 30%. So it's bizarre, isn't it? You're seeing that total collapse. However, it's not clear. Such a highly proportional system, that it's really not clear what comes out of it. And that Plaid vote, as well as those who are ardent Welsh nationalists, is being driven by people who want to stop reform. And I think we might be underweighting a bit in our conversation that there's also the beginnings of a really strong, as people wake up to the fact that reform could do very well in what remains of the May elections, is that there is also a sort of equal and opposite really strong desire to sort of vote against reform. And that makes the outcome a bit more mysterious than perhaps there's with the proportionality than that graph shows. And it's going to be an utterly fascinating election at the Senate.
But the striking thing, I think, though, about the reform vote is how consistent it has been over months.
It has been. And of course, in Wales as well, UKIP also did very well. But it's interesting, given that you're sort of so upset about the notion that Britain might be a bit of a banana republic, actually that kind of Labour hegemonic power in Wales forever is, I think, just basically a bad thing, right? Ever since the Welsh Assembly was created, Labour has been in government, occasionally in a sort of very marginal coalition. Actually having a change of power to push for a different way of running Wales, I think it's just worth doing, because actually democracy requires and benefits from a kind of turnover of political leadership.
All right. If it's been a tough year for the government, it's not been much better for the official opposition, despite Labour's woes. That's because the Tories have lost votes, polling support, MPs, councillors and donors to reform. I can speak now to the Conservative Party's Deputy Chair and Shadow Policing Minister, Matt Vickers. Good morning.
Good morning.
Have you opened negotiations yet with Reform about an electoral pact?
No, we're going to go out there and smash these next elections. The reality is we had a tough general election. If anybody thought that we were going to, dust ourselves off and be back in the game within months, then they're a bit mad. Actually, Kemi's been out there. She's been doing the homework on the ground, hearing what the message that the British people sent us, and going back with a real offer. And there's actually a big dividing ground out there. The big division between us and the other parties is that we're the party on the side of working people. We're not going to go around nationalising everything that moves. We're not going to tax them to death. We're not going to give away benefits, limitless levels of benefits. We're not going to remove that two-child clap like Reform, like Labour. We're here for working people who are doing the right thing.
Can I just do something which I sometimes have to do in interviews, which is, you just said we're going to go out there and smash these elections. Are you sure you want that to be your testimony? Because it will be played again after the May elections and after every election since then. So just...
We are. We're going to get out there. We're going to make our pitch to the British people. And you know what? Taylor's oldest time. Labour get into power. Every Labour government ever leaves office with more people out of work than when they arrived. And this government are doing it in record time. 21% more people out of work. That's not an accident. That is because she slammed them with business rates. It's because of the jobs tax. It's because of all the bureaucracy coming from that employment rights bill. People out there who work hard, who do the right thing, who create jobs are suffering.
You left office with a massive black hole in the public finances.
There is as much evidence of the Loch Ness monster, and we've already heard
and the deficit.
That she knows. Rachel Reeves knows how to. Why was there a deficit?
And
why was there a deficit?
You tell me.
Why did the deficit grow? Why did it grow? What happened? There was something that happened.
Oh, I see.
Before the election.
It wasn't you at all. It was COVID, was it?
You got it. You're right. COVID created havoc on public finances, but we were bringing things back together.
Hallucination.
We had the fastest growing economy in the G7.
Just a delusion. That she didn't happen at all.
We can start talking about Liz Truss, and we can talk about the issues that are facing this country today. We can talk about the fact that that deficit is as high as it was, that taxes were as high as they were, because of, as you rightly pointed out, that pandemic. But the reality is this government doesn't have a pandemic. It doesn't have a war. It's increasing the amount of borrowing. It's increasing the cost of that borrowing. It increases everybody's taxes, and it's putting people
to be
out
fair,
of work.
It doesn't have a pandemic or a war, but it's got an inheritance from you. 14 years. No growth.
Inflation was on target.
No growth.
Inflation was on target. Growth was the highest in the G7. It's now the lowest in the G7. The forecast going forwards tells us it's going to be reduced every year. But that's not an accident. It's because anybody who goes out and creates jobs is being taxed to death for doing so. Because business rates slamming local pubs, local small businesses. All these people are being put out of work. Hospitality, 111,000 jobs lost. 2 venues closing every day. That is because the jobs tax, the increases in business rates, the hassle of the employment rights bill. Anybody who goes out there, tries to create jobs and deliver economic growth is being battered by Rachel Reeves' jobs taxes.
Right, let me go back to the actual question I asked you. In spite of everything that's been thrown at him, Nigel Farage's party is steady around 30%. You're picking up a bit, but you're not winning back votes from Reform. Earlier this week, your chairman said he'd be up for a coalition with Reform after the next election. Why not accept reality and get on with it?
No, we're going to be out there delivering. We're going to be out there putting the pitch to the British people.
Oh, so Kevin
Hollinrake,
your boss, was wrong when he said that there could be a coalition with Reform after the next election, because that might be the reality.
Our focus is going to be on delivering a Conservative
government. Yeah, but deal with the question I'm asking you, rather than the question you want to answer.
Well, you can ask me.
Is he wrong?
Me when we get there.
Is he wrong to have said that?
But what I'm telling you is that we're going to deliver a Conservative majority government. We're going to go out there. We've listened to people. We're going to put forward a pitch to the British people. And by the time of that next election, if it takes till 2029, there's going to be nothing left. They've been in the office 18 months. 21% more people are out of work. This country needs the Conservative Party because we're the people who are fiscally responsible. We're the people who are on the side of those who work hard and do the right thing.
It might seem as though I'm teasing you, but I'm actually asking you quite a serious question. You're a Conservative. You've just spent the last 4 or 5 minutes telling me how terrible this Labour government is. So, presented with the choice, which is what it looks like it will be, are you going to lumber the nation with another 5 years of Starmer Labour, perhaps at the head of some rickety coalition with the Greens and so on, just because you can't swallow your pride and get together with other forces on the right?
Well, if I'm wrong and we're stuck in that situation, you can come back and ask me then, but I'm going to concentrate on delivering that Conservative majority government.
Well, the voters
and getting it across the
voters
line.
have a right to know what's in your minds.
Well, they know what we stand for. They know what we're about.
You complain again and again in the House of Commons that the current Labour government came along, didn't tell anybody what it was going to do, and it's done all sorts of things that it didn't promise. Why not be clear and upfront with people now?
We're being clear. We're making our pitch. If they want someone who's fiscally responsible, if they want somebody who's going to drive down the benefits bonanza that's going on at the moment with giveaways left, right and centre, if they want people who support people who work hard, do the right thing, create jobs, then they know who to vote for. If they want somebody who's going to put the security of the nation first, they know who to vote for. It's the tale as old as time. Labour destroy the economy. We come in and pick up the pieces.
Look, some of your former members of Parliament seem to have made up their minds about the answer to the question I've been trying to ask you. They've jumped ship and they've followed MPs like senior Tories like Danny Kruger and Andrea Jenkins, who've gone to reform. Are you sure that there isn't a danger that you end up in 2 years still, you're being very defiant about it and all that, but you end up in 2 years rejecting a deal only to turn around and find that all the troops that you thought you had behind me, the Tories, have already defected to reform because they can see the writing on the wall?
There is a long, long way to go. We've got a lot of work to do to make that pitch, but that is exactly what we're going to do. Many of those people who've gone, good friends of mine, made their decision. I've made the decision. In fact, I've been out on the doorsteps. I've listened to people who are impressed by what Kemi's starting to do. She is starting to turn the ship around. There's a hell of a long way to go. There's a hell of a lot of work to do. We need to make that pitch to people. We're not taking anyone's vote for granted, but we're going to give it rock all to deliver for the British people, make that message and get on with the business.
Okay, we've been discussing the issue of the delay in the local elections, and some of us think that this is probably a bad thing. Some people think it's inevitable given the need for reorganisation and so on. I noticed actually a couple of councils, most Tory councils have said no, they don't want to delay, but a couple have said they want to delay elections.
Most Conservative councils have said no. The opposition, this party under Kemi has said no. In fact, we voted against the legislation that was being brought forward to move these things. Some of these people are going to see a delay of 2 years in their elections, like a 5-year term, a 7-year term even for a council. That's wrong. That is democracy denied. It's the wrong thing to do. We need to get on with the job. We'd selected great candidates. We were ready to fight those elections. And we need to see the government getting on with it. It's entirely wrong. In fact, did you get some funky exclusive this morning from Anna Turley, who said she might be putting back a general election? I mean, how many years away is that? That's a bit scary.
To be absolutely fair, she didn't come out in favour of a dictatorship today, but I take your point.
She didn't quite, no.
Okay, Matt Becka, so we can see next 6 months, Tories are fighting, no deal with reform, you're out there and you're going to smash it.
Yeah.
Cool. Matt Becka, thanks for your time this morning. Well, back to our panel, Anne, Salma and Polly. Well, Salma, I mean, the optimism is overflowing in this studio this morning. Convinced?
I believe Mr. Vickers' performance is what in old parlance we used to refer to as thrusting young Turks, with people who are there wanting to go out there and create some kind of political reform. Look, I understand the messaging. We have to own the Conservative Party has to own its own identity. It has to reshape itself under Kemi. And whilst there may be at some point some kind of pact or deal with reform further down the line, I don't think either entity is yet ready to have that discussion, largely because we don't actually know which way or where the cards are going to fall. The Conservatives are on the rise. Reform might be capping, maybe not in the polls, but certainly in terms of the support that they're drawing from former Conservatives and in terms of their activists. But who is the senior, who is the junior in this partner still has to be seen. And I think it would be too early to suggest at this point how those chips fall in terms of the way a pact would look. But indeed, there has to be some sort of unification on the right because both entities will be capped out at some point.
It's interesting, Polly. I mean, people have been coming in here and basically writing off Kemi Badenoch and so on, but actually you wouldn't call it a renaissance, but actually she seems to have bottomed out.
I think that's true. She's had better performances at party conference, at PMQs, and so the sense that the parliamentary party around her has doubts, I think has definitely quietened down. The challenge for her is cutting through to the voters. You have to remember that most people, I'm sorry, Trevor, are not watching this show. Most people are...
I'm sorry, Polly. What do you say?
Millions, obviously, but there is still a number of people who have...
She's not coming back.
on their the challenge. So she reminds me a bit of sort of, when I was working for the Lib Dems in 2008, and every time you'd come on TV, Nick Clegg would go on TV, people would say, but why has nobody heard of you? Why does nobody know anything about you? And that just sense that having any chance to break through, I think, is really challenging with the voters when you're not really the main story. What Matt Vickers was doing, which Kemi is doing, and seems like the right strategy for them, is to just talk about the economy. That is the strongest ground for the Conservative Party. And it's quite a pivot from what they were doing in the first 6 months of their year, which was really to just try and sound as much like Reform as possible, whilst saying, sort of, Reform's right, but we're nicer than them because we've got a record of delivery, when, of course, their record of delivery, as you were pushing him on, is 14 years of sometimes chaotic government. It was only really good in the first 5 years when the Lib Dems were in with them, of course.
As a former, what we used to be impolitely called spin doctor, if you'd seen your guy come on the telly and say, we're going to smash it, would you be going, woo, or would you be going, oh my God?
First of all, I was never a spin doctor. I'm the policy person.
So I beg your pardon.
Which is that's just really my excuse for not being...
but I mean, for people handling politicians.
Yeah,
I was a spin doctor. I would be like, oh no, which is exactly your point, which is this clip is going to be played forever and ever and ever. But having said that, what does he have to lose by going out there and saying, yes, I'm really going to try. I don't know where the results are going to end up, but that's not going to prevent me from actually trying and going for it.
There's no fundamental contradiction to what we just heard, though. I thought he was really good and punchy, I have to say. And I don't really care if that clip gets played when it's lost. Well, it's gone, isn't it? I mean, if you've lost in the Eurovision Song Contest, it doesn't matter if every time you hear the song, you go, oh, do you know that one was nil point? But I do think there's a bit of a problem here and I completely agree that Tories and Reform probably need to get into some accommodation. They don't need to do it until much closer to the election. But the oddity is, at the same time as saying Kemi Badenoch is much improved, which I think is true, but she seems to stand against that. So can you get across that bridge? If you're the Conservative Party, does that mean you have to drop your present leader to get into that deal? Because that's certainly been the suggestion that people like Robert Jenrick, if you're talking about whatever one now calls, lean and hungry young Turks, I mean, Robert Jenrick, which, would eat us all for Christmas lunch.
cause for death?
Blood clots. We're seeing loads of people with unnatural blood clots. I won't talk about it. They just don't seem want to talk about it. Heart attacks, strokes, cancers. They're not cancers. It's these white clots inside them.
And what do you think they are?
I think it's a result of COVID vaccines. And it's been well documented by people far cleverer than me. And I've been shouting about it for years. But people just don't seem to want to acknowledge it. Mostly people like the coroners, most doctors, government ministers, they won't talk about it. They don't want to know. I've even been to the police station. They don't want to know. They won't even talk to me about it.
And what do these clots look like?
I've got some here if you want to see them. Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. Wow. So all of these sort of calamari-looking clots, you've taken them out of people's circulation system.
So there are two types of death. There's no need for a post-mortem. And then we've got an unexpected death. Early on, we were finding them in post-mortem cases. So the way that works is we had a young lad of 30 in, and he died suddenly. Because he'd had a post-mortem, he'd been opened up and chopped about, and then they put all the bits back in and they sew him up. So obviously his circulatory system is a system. So the way that works is on a straight case, someone that hasn't had a post-mortem, we call it a straight case, they make an incision there on the carotid artery, and then we've got an L-shaped nozzle that we pop down the artery, we tie it off with twine, and they pump formaldehyde around the body using that circulatory system, that artery network, and it goes into your body. And there's a couple of purposes. One is the fluid is pink, so it adds colour back to someone. And number two is it preserves them. It's got like preservative properties, formaldehyde. So it stops the deterioration in the body. Now, if someone's been chopped about after a post-mortem, clearly you can't do that, because if you picture it, you connect there, it would leak out everywhere where they took all their organs out and put them back in, because every organ in. And so this particular young lad, we undid the stitches, we took inside the body cavity, and you can see him, and to picture him, it's like a McDonald's straw. Imagine that cut sitting inside your body in the top of your leg. You can see that's the femoral artery. So you target that and leg about to get the fluid moving, and you will see his toes go pink as the fluid reached the bottom of the toes. So then you could stop, knowing that the full limb was. And this lad, when we tried to do this, his femoral artery was blocked. So my embalming now got the tweezers and pulled this obstruction out to be able to get the pump in. And he's pulled and pulled and pulled. And he's pulled out a clot the entire length of this guy's leg. And I've never, ever seen... I mean, I worked for the coroner for... He's done 20 odd years. And we're finding this now constantly inside. So that's what we're seeing. So concerned, you know, we've got a young lad of 30 in. We've pulled out about 1/2 pound of this crap out of him. I know you've post-mortemed him. What is it? You know, what is it? We've never seen it before. Do you need samples? Have you got samples? How can we help? You know, no reply at all, firstly, by the email. Now, I emailed because I wanted a paper trail, because I knew then what was happening. I took a phone call about 4 days later. It was from one of the girls in the office who doesn't work with bodies. They're in the office. And she said, well, we spoke to the pathologist. He said, don't worry. You can dispose of them. It's perfectly natural. It grows post-mortem. So what that means is basically they're saying that when you die, rubber grows throughout your arteries all of a sudden. And it's perfectly normal. Well, I can tell you, having done this job for 18 years, 7 years picking up bits out of the road, that isn't normal. That isn't normal. And it's only, and every one of these people was COVID vaccinated. How do I know? Because I meet the family at the point of arrangement and I ask them, I say, was mum COVID vaccinated? And they say, yes. And they tell me. And because the government made such a big thing about you must be vaccinated. If you don't, you're selfish, you're dangerous. You're only too forthcoming then to tell you their vaccine status. And they did get good coverage. A lot of people were vaccinated. These are the people that are dying.
Can I pick one of these up?
Yeah, of course you
No,
can.
it's
Yeah.
not-
No, they're sealed. They're formaldehyde.
I'm just saying it's not disrespectful, is it?
No, not at all. This is clinical waste. But these are not normal clots. Usually it's red jelly clots. These are not normal.
And they are like calamari.
Yeah, and they're very rubbery in texture. I wouldn't advise that you get one out and hold it, obviously, but
No.
they're very rubbery in texture. They're very tough, and it's very interesting because if you do a search for the drug heparin, that's a blood thinning thing that they use in hospitals to thin blood, and it won't have any effect on this because this is totally different pathology. And John Campbell talked about this extensively with myself and Major Tom Haviland.
I mean, some are really thick.
So this reflects in the size of the vessels that it's growing in. The bigger the vessel, the bigger it's got to grow to block it.
Right.
So the smaller ones are from smaller vessels.
So these clots will keep...
Or you're diagnosed or you're short of breath and you go and he says, oh, you've got stage 4 lung cancer. And it isn't that. It's these growing inside your lungs.
After seeing that, what was it like being a funeral director during the pandemic?
I'm an ex-smoker, I'm asthmatic. I was, in my 50s, early 50s. I was frightened. And here we're told, I first learned about COVID from, I had a family come to see me who had lost someone in the neighbouring borough of Northampton, sometimes do Bedford. And they complained that the hospital wouldn't let them see their loved one, which was unusual. So the way that works is, wherever there's a mortuary in a hospital, people die on the ward, they take them down to the ward, and then if you contact the bereavement department, they'll arrange for you to be able to do a viewing. So you can go down and they'll lay them out and you can see them at rest, and they don't make much effort. But, you can see mum at peace, if you like, whereas she might have been thrashing about and suffering on the ward prior to death. And it's helped some people. But this family said they requested a viewing, they wouldn't let them have it. So I said, well, don't worry. I said, I'll go to Northampton quickly, because I always do. The next day I went to Northampton, picked this person up. I believe it was a woman. But this was first week of December 2019, right? So, and I happened to mention while I was there, because you get to know the staff, And I said, well, the family said you wouldn't do a viewing. Why? Why is that? And I thought perhaps they were having the room done out or refurbishment or, and he opened the door. He didn't say anything. He just opened the viewing room door. And there was a inflatable pandemic tent in there, filling up most of the room. And it was like a kid's bouncy castle, but with loads of pigeonholes in it that are obviously for bodies. And I knew what it was. I had an idea what it was because I'm in the industry. And I kind of said, what's that for? And he said, oh, we've been told there's something really horrible coming. And he didn't mention the word COVID. But he said, we've been told there's something really horrible coming. And that was when I first knew there was something coming. So what do? I kind of went away and I was like, fuck. Okay. Because I'd never known anything like that before. They don't spend money they ain't got to spend. So I rang my mum and I rang my brother and kind of said, well, I've been told this is coming. And then in January, the news broke. And we were shown pictures of people falling over in China in the streets, dying in the streets. And they made real effort to tell us how terrible it was, and it attacked the lungs, and it was a respiratory thing, and I was really frightened. And the first kind of 12, 16 weeks, I believed it. But then I gradually saw through what I knew was a lie. And that was what started me down the road to realising what was going on. And I think the first thing was, when I cast my mind back, like when I came here, we sat here and, you didn't tell me any question you were going to ask me. We had a chat and a coffee. You didn't brief me on what you were going to say and what answers you wanted. It's kind of flowed naturally, I feel. Well, I had a phone call from the BBC. I had a woman and a bloke cameraman turn up at the funeral home. And they said, we want to talk to you about COVID and the precautions you're taking. And I was happy to do that, because you think you're helping. And we was told there was a COVID and I believed it. And this couple sat down and they spent about 40 minutes briefing me on every aspect of what they were going to ask me. And I'd never done an interview before. So I just you go with the flow. If they're telling you to do that and that's what they want, that's what you do. And I bitterly regret it now because all I did was promote their garbage. They made me sit there in like a mask. And I remember at the time being a bit pissed off because I'd bought a mask to keep myself safe. And everyone was buying PPE and we were struggling to get it because everyone was panicking. And so we were most at risk. And here I am fucking wasting a glove and an apron for a photo shoot thing, you know, but that was what they wanted. And, you know, I was trying to tell people, you know, make sure you're careful. Yeah, there is a COVID. And that's what we was told. And then in about March, April time, I took a phone call from a guy, John, and this was when it really started falling apart. So the first thing was there were no more deaths than normal. It was a regular death rate, but we were picking up people they'd labelled as COVID, but no more of them than normal. So the numbers weren't any different. And then I took a phone call from this guy called John, and he said to me, "Hi, my name's John." He said, "I'm working for a government-sponsored company." So one of the government ministers had this company that he'd set up, like they did with the PPE and everything else, and it was called Pandemic Resilience. And his job was to ring round, he explained himself, he said, "My job is to ring round all of the funeral directors as part of the pandemic response." And I was like, "Okay, what do you need to know? You know, and he said, "I need to know what your capacity is, first of all, how many you can hold." And I told him, and he said, "I need to know who you've picked up, where from, and how many are COVID every week. I'm going to ring on a Monday," he said. "Every Monday I'm going to ring you." And I was like, fine. And I would give him that info, and he'd ring up every Monday. And almost straight away, he started steering me. And by that, I mean, I would say, because I knew that he would ring, I was trying to find out the information to give it to him. So normally I would go, I would liaise with the family. I wouldn't ask any questions about COVID or anything like that, because that was pre-COVID. But I was finding out who was COVID, who weren't. Was there a doctor present? Was there a test done? You know, and the circumstances, because I knew this guy would ring on a Monday, and then I could reel off to him. Well, I've picked up Jimmy and Tom and the things about it. So this was at a time when the doctors had stopped attending deaths. And we was told that was to protect the NHS, weren't we? And all the doctors were sitting at home with an headset on, working down the phone for a COVID payment on double money. So a guy started steering me straight away, and I would say to him, right, picked up a guy from Kent's Hill Care Home, right? And I think it's got 90 beds in this particular care home. And I said he'd been there 5 years. I've liaised with the staff at I then met the family on the Monday, and they confirmed he was there 5 years. He had onset dementia. There was no doctor in attendance, and straight away he would insist he had to put him down as a COVID death. And I was like, "What do you mean, John? I've just told you." And I remember it got my back up a little bit, because here we are trying to make a pandemic response, and he's fucking the figures. He's lying. And I'm telling him, and I've made the effort, and I'm frightened, and I'm telling him the truth, and he's not listening. And he's openly admitting he's going to put it down as a COVID death. And I said, "Well, why?" And he said to me, he said, "They've been told that in this 90-bed care home, there was one positive test for COVID. And that person then went on to die. Didn't die from COVID, just gave a positive test. So they were under instruction that everyone from that day onwards was to be put as a COVID death, regardless of what they died from." And I remember sitting there and thinking, you're having a fucking laugh. What's the point in that? And this went on throughout 2020, everyone they possibly could. And they were paying out big money for every time COVID went on a death certificate. They were getting thousands of pounds, the hospital. So what do you think went on every death certificate? COVID. I had families that were told they would get money towards the funeral if they could put COVID on the death certificate. Unbelievable. Fucking mental. Why would you do that if it wasn't just a push to convince people of COVID? And this went on throughout 2020. And by October, this guy openly admitted to me on the phone, he said, "I don't know why I'm doing this job. Everyone is saying the same thing. There are no COVID deaths." That's what the guy openly admitted to me. And then he said, "I'm not going to be calling no more. There's no need." Well, this was back in October of 2020, before they'd even rolled the jabs out. So Rainer Formic put it perfectly on Reflection, where the jabs were never about COVID. COVID was about the jabs and convincing the people of the need for these jabs. So there was no more funerals in 2020 than any other year, but there was loads of COVID deaths. So of course, Come January 2021, everyone's lining up to be saved by a fucking non-existent illness. And I was washing and dressing them the whole way through. The whole way through, every one of them. I had funeral directors sending families to me because they was going to these funeral directors and saying, well, I lost my mum over a Zoom call. I really would like to spend some time with her. And they were all like, no washing, no dressing. I was calling Catholic priests who wouldn't even come and bless a closed fucking coffin. And in the end, I'd ring, they'd say, please ring them, please. It means everything. They'd hang up on me. As soon as my phone, they'd pick up the phone, they'd hear it was me and they would hang up because they knew I'd be asking them to come and bless a closed fucking coffin. That's men of God, and they were Catholic priests. So, and I'm breathing a mask.
So do you not believe in COVID at all?
I believe there was something that was hospitalising people, being that perhaps, and don't get me wrong, I've had the insight to be very privileged position to sit at some very influential meetings with some very clever people, politicians included. Now, I believe there was something that was hospitalising people, and the rest was then done with malfeasance in the hospitals. Now, what I would like your listeners to do is cast their mind back to 2020, 2021. What was the only antiviral treatment they would offer a COVID patient? Was a drug called remdesivir, right? So I want people to Google common side effects or side effects of remdesivir and just have a look at the results. There will be loads of results come up. One of them is a website called drugs.com. And it's kind of layman terms, it breaks it down. Difficulty breathing, wheeziness, tight chest. Why would you give that to a respiratory patient unless you were trying to generate COVID deaths? That's what they were doing. They were doing it because that was government policy, was the only drugs they were allowed to administer was remdesivir. Have a look at the common side effects of remdesivir. Have a look for yourself. You can Google it on your phone. Tell me if you think it's conducive to the recovery in a respiratory patient. You then put them on ventilation, right? People that didn't even need ventilating were put on a ventilator because they were paid to do that. And then what the ventilator does is it overfills the lungs, tears the lungs, and makes that condition worse. And now, as a funeral director, when I was picking up these COVID patients, they all had the same story, right? Mum never went into hospital with COVID. She went in with a water infection, and then they spam tested her in there until they got a positive result and moved her on the COVID ward. She was asymptomatic, and then they gave her the drugs to make her better, even though she weren't fucking ill. They gave her remdesivir, and they ventilated her, and she went and died COVID. That's what they were doing. And I was picking these people up that they labelled as COVID deaths, and their body bags were seen that before. And I remember before I fully cottoned on thinking, fucking hell, what is this COVID doing? It's doing that. And I've since found out. So I was taking them out the bag, draining the fluid off, taking these people out and washing them and dressing them, because that's what people should have been doing at the hospital. And they let these people down massively, and they had people standing on doorsteps clapping for them. It's fucking insane. I'm never going to stand on a doorstep and clap for the NHS ever. I know what they were doing. And I've been in a COVID ward and watched it happen, right? So these people, they were so bloated, they were filled up with fluid, and I couldn't understand why. And they, to the point where they'd be crying yellow tears out of every orifice, out of their ears and nose and mouth, and all bloated. And even though I'd be really gentle with them, pulling them across, you'd leave handprints in their arms because they're so full of edema. It's the remdesivir, because the remdesivir kills their kidneys, so their bodies can't process fluid. So they fill up with fluid and they drown, and there's your respiratory illness.
And so is this what you were telling the public when you was making videos?
Yeah, 100%. I've been shouting for 4 years now. When I first started shouting, people all said that I was mad. And don't forget, it's a story that's unfolded as it's gone along. So up until kind of midway through 2020, I knew there wasn't really a COVID. And I because I wasn't dying, and there were no more numbers than normal, and they were faking the figures. This guy admitted to me they were faking the figures. Why were they doing that? I couldn't understand why. And then they rolled out the jabs. And before they rolled out the jabs, I kind of cottoned on what was going to happen. And I've openly said on my Facebook account, I said, wait till they roll the jabs out. You're going to see what they call another wave. And that's exactly what happened. The moment they put needles in people, they all started falling over and dying. And the death rate from January the 6th, they started vaccinating. And straight away it went through the roof. And it was all the age groups of the people they were vaccinating. So they started, didn't they, with the 70s and 80-year-old, the people that are most vulnerable, the ones that are going to die. And they did fucking die. They died because they were euthanized with these fucking toxic vaccines. And then as they went down the age groups and they did the 60s, it's only the most vulnerable. Oh no, we're going to do the 60s. It's only the 60s. Oh no, it's the 50s. No, the 40s. Well, if you're over 30, you should have it. And they kept moving the goalposts, didn't they? Well, as they did, and as they injected these people, it was that age group that was dying. It was undeniable. And don't forget, I've been doing this job for 18 years now. I know who should fucking die and in what number. I know it was these vaccines that have been killing people, and then it's inside them. So I know. So in September of 2021, I took a phone call, and it was from a guy called Mark Sexton. He's a retired police constable, and I'd been very vocal by then. I was warning people, I was pleading with people, please don't take them, because I'm seeing people that are dying. And they were all saying I was fucking mad and I was dangerous, and all my friends dropped me like a shitty stick. None of them believed me, because there was so much effort made, wasn't there? Boris Johnson was on the telly, and I've got people that work in sheet metal telling me I don't know who's dying when I'm putting people in coffins for a living. You know, when you're like, why would I do that? Why would I jeopardize my own fucking business, my successful business, to say that? Why would I do it? It doesn't make any sense. Why would I lie? Nobody could tell me why I would lie, but they all said I was fucking mad. So anyway, I took a phone call and I was invited to a meeting in Westminster at a place called Birdcage Walk in Westminster, really swanky place. I sat at this table. I'm not kidding. It was about like that solid oak in this boardroom, great big boardroom, great big table, maybe 40 foot long, you know, enough for like 20 people around it. And at this meeting, there were a number of people that I'd never met. I'd heard of a few of them. Was Professor Dolores Cale, Dr. Tess Laurie, Dr. Sukarit Bhakdi was there via Francis Hall, the barrister, Dr. Sam White, Dr. Stephen Frost, Philip Hyland, the barrister, Anna de Bisseret, the lawyer, bless her, she's a lovely girl, and others were there. There was about 18 there in total. Some of them, 3 or 4 were there virtually, or 5, maybe even more, but about 18 in total. And the guy at the end, there was supposed to be 2 government ministers in attendance. One of them didn't come and was cited it was personal reasons, but the one that was in attendance was a guy called Sir Graham Brady. Now, Sir Graham, I wasn't that familiar with politics, and I was never down any kind of rabbit holes. And in fact, I've had many vaccines over the years. I went and had a pneumonia vaccine when they announced COVID, because we were told it would kill us with pneumonia. So I went and got paid privately to have it, and my missus to protect us, because we're handling the deceased. But this particular minister was Sir Graham Brady. Now, Sir Graham at the time was what's called the commissioner of something called the 1922 Committee. You can Google it, and it tells you all about him. But it's basically a group of men and women, senior politicians that sit in the shadows, and they hire and fire prime ministers. So they select prime ministerial candidates, and they then get rid of them when they think they've run their course. So he hired and fired Boris, Liz Truss, and Rishi Sunak. You know, they hire and fire them all. And this guy, there's no one more senior than this guy. Now, we went round the table. Sir Graham was actually sitting there, and I sat next to him. I actually spoke first. I knew what I had to say, and I'd abbreviated it into like 5 minutes, because you're told that time is of the essence. You know, ministerial time is really important. So I said what I needed to say, and I said that they'd faked a load of deaths, and the moment needles went in, I saw people dying, you know, from the jabs. And then I listened as it went round the table, and I listened to the barristers and the professors and the people that were expert in their field, and I couldn't believe what I was listening to. They said how these people would die, what the mechanisms would be. They said about the cancers, and they said about the heart attacks and the clotting, and they went into real detail about how it was going to happen. And I kept looking at this Sir Graham Brady, because I can multitask, and I'm a people person. You know, I worked on the door 7 years. So his reaction to me was more telling than what they were saying, because I could tell he knew. He fucking knew. He was sat there ashen-faced, mortified, and we all went to this meeting thinking, oh, at last someone's listening, you know? And he went to report back. They knew. And he openly admitted it's way, way above my pay grade. I can't do anything to stop it.
This is also above my pay grade.
Yeah.
But I'll be very interested to see and hear what people are saying in the comments section, because a lot of people are very, very into this. I mean, was you considered a conspiracy theorist?
No, I went and got a vaccine, a pneumonia vaccine I'll tell you when it would have been. It would have been about January or February of 2020, because we were told that's how it was killing people, from pneumonia. And I didn't want to get pneumonia, so I went and paid privately to have it done. I didn't get a COVID vaccine because it wasn't available then, but I went and got a pneumonia vaccine that they only usually give to the elderly. You know, and I did that to protect myself. I've had every jab there is.
And have people tried to silence your voice?
Yeah, so there's a number of ways. One was they tried to buy me first. So I took an email from a girl called Yvonne Myers, who said she was from RT News.
So can I just cut in there and just say, before you go on, just to give some context at home, because there'll be people that are very familiar with you, and there'll be people that won't be, because we always reach a different new audience every single week with every interview. So during lockdown, I would always see you in WhatsApp groups making videos, warning people of what you're seeing from your perspective.
Yeah.
So you was a familiar face certainly on my phone, and a lot of people I knew.
Yeah.
But I didn't see you on social media, so I'm just wondering, did they...
Because they shut me down as soon as I started saying anything about it. And it was very interesting, because for me, the journey, social media censorship-wise, started on YouTube. So I had a YouTube account. I love history. I love YouTube because it's full of documentaries, biographies, history, and I would watch it late at night. Now, I'm a night owl, and the reason for that is because I used to go and work pubs and clubs. So I'd get home 4 a.m, 4:30. I ping, I'm wide awake, I'm still buzzing, I'm watching documentaries. So I'm watching YouTube, and this is at a time when COVID had been rolled out, and I couldn't help but seeing the COVID posts because they were spamming everywhere. Get your jab, get your vaccine, get your vaccine. Have an Uber, have a pizza on us, you know, tickets for a raffle, anything to get people to have a jab, and the terrors of COVID. And I was seeing these posts, and I dipped into one, and I looked at it, and I thought, well, that's not what I'm seeing as a funeral director. And I said, you know, in honesty, I'm a funeral director. That's not what I'm seeing. And I left it there. And it lets you know when you get a like. So somebody liked it. Then somebody else liked it. Somebody else liked it. And there was a few comments. And then somebody said, you're not a funeral director. You're a keyboard activist. So then you reach a crossroads, don't you? You've got two ways that you can go. You can think this could be damaging from our business at a time when they're telling everyone who's dying of COVID. For me as a funeral director to suddenly say there is no COVID, that could be really damaging to me. Or you take a step back, don't you, and say, no, fuck it, I'll leave it there. Well, I said, well, actually, I am a funeral director. www.mkffs.co.uk, that's me. And within half an hour, they banned my account, my YouTube account, after that comment. Literally, yeah. For me, identifying myself, just saying that's not what I'm seeing. I am a funeral director, and this is me. So then I knew that I was onto something, because when you've got people of that level actively censoring and hiding the truth, then you know you're telling the truth. I know who's fucking dying. I know who's dying. I haven't picked up 10 packets of calamari. These are people that have died full of this crap that I've never seen in 18 years I've been doing this job. What kind of guy would I be if I saw this and ignored it and thought, well, I'll wait for someone else to say something?
What about platforms like Facebook and Twitter?
No, Facebook banned me straight away. Yeah, oofed me straight. And I remember being gutted at the time. So I've always been a PC gamer in my spare time. Love playing PC games. Many guys will resonate, Call of Duty and first-person shooters. I had a VR headset, Oculus, and that was tied into the Facebook account. I had about 500 quid's worth of games on there. And because they'd banned my Facebook account, it deactivates and deletes all the software on the... Yeah, so they closed my account and knocked off all the software on me just because I'd spoken out and said they're not dying from COVID. I know what they're dying. I know what they're dying from. I know what they're... But it rather than it put me off or silence me, it spurred me on, because I can tell you now, you sit there and put fucking murder victims in coffins. And I don't know what's worse. Some of the families know, and that's heartbreaking, because not only have they lost their mum, but they know their mum's been betrayed by the state and murdered by the state. But then for the ones that don't know, and they genuinely feel, oh, mum's just had a heart attack at 32. You know, and if you've got a 3-year-old kid putting handprints on the coffin, it's fucking heartbreaking when you know what they've died from. And I'm pulling this crap out, and then I'm reaching out to the coroner, and they don't want to know. And then I've been to the police station. I went to the police station, Thames Valley Police, right? And I've said to them, to the desk sergeant, I said, I'm a local funeral director. I run a funeral home in Emerson Valley. I've been doing it for a long time. I've got real concerns about a number of deaths of people in my care. Can I speak to an officer, please? That's as much as I said. So he went upstairs, he spoke to his gaff, and he's come back downstairs totally disinterested. Won't even sit and listen to what I've got to say. And he said, sit down there and wait. 3 hours, me and Mark Sexton waited in Thames Valley Police in Milton Keynes. And then he said, no, there's no one to see you, and sent us home. What does an undertaker have to do to raise concerns about people that are in his care that clearly have died from not natural causes? That's so as a funeral director, I have a responsibility. Any concerns I have over a death, I have to raise those concerns. So let me explain. If I went down and there's a knife hanging out their back or a big puncture wound, I have to raise those concerns. I have to do it for 2 reasons. One, I have a legal obligation to do it. I have to do it by law. If I don't, I'm breaking the law, not reporting that. Number 2, I have a moral obligation as a decent fucking human being. Why would you not raise those concerns? Here are people I'm pulling unnatural clots out of, and they're not interested. They're actively hiding it, which tells me they are complicit, though, publicly, because they're frightened about the effects it'll have on their business. And don't get me wrong, to fuck, they discredited me in the thing. Of course, people are going, oh, that's the conspiracy theorist undertaker. It would have cost me money. But that was a thing I was prepared to do. I'm willing to do that. Midwives ring me up who see the clots in the placentas, and the babies are born early and they're born sick. And look at the birth rate. Look at the birth rate. It's fucking biblically plummeted because they vaccinated all these mothers who have lost their kids. There's a guy called Dr. Luke McClendon, right? So Dr. Luke McClendon was the head of fertility at the Mater Hospital in Australia. You can Google him and find it and look it up. And he keeps the figures and the numbers, right? So the number of women that miscarry naturally is between 5 and 14%. And that's just, people don't often talk about it. You know, it's not something people discuss, baby deaths. It's a time when most families want to be left alone to grieve quietly. But he'd kept the numbers, and he noticed that vaccinated mothers, 76% of COVID vaccinated mothers lost their babies. 76, 3/4 of them. So he raised the alarm. What did they do? Did they thank him and say, well done, you've raised it? No, they fucked him straight off. They got rid of him. And I spoke to Luke McClendon to confirm who he was at McDonald in the Australian Parliament. Openly discussed it. The birth rate's gone down 67% in Australia. They are thinning the grass. What would you do if you were having a cold? There's 2 things you do. One is you sterilise the kids, and number 2, you bump people off. And that's what they're doing. I watched that Professor Bell from Oxford University. The kids that are having these jabs are sterilised. They won't be able to. The footage is out there to be found in the ether. So, and that correlates perfectly with what I've been told and people that I've spoken to. That's what's happening. And the baby deaths were being hidden as well. And it's very interesting the way it works. So what would happen with baby deaths? Normally, parents would lose a child, be it preterm or full term. They would liaise with the bereavement department, right? The bereavement department would then give them a list of accredited funeral directors that are local. Now, any decent funeral director will never charge a family for the death of a child. We don't. I do it free. I'll even buy that kid's coffin out of my own pocket. And that's on my website. You can go and have a look. And in fact, I had a family in this week that have lost a child. They won't be charged a penny. I will pay everything because I won't profit from the death of a child. So I'm hearing about all these baby deaths, and there's a funeral director called Wesley, right? And what I want you guys to do is do a search for Wesley, funeral director, baby deaths. And if you do it, you'll find his video he's done. And he talks extensively about the number of baby deaths that he's seeing. So many that they're having to put them in the adult